To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Derrida. To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning, in the Chicago lying-in hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered dropcloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland or old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. "If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I'll do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all the space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place." The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. "Looks so real," he said. "I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it." "What makes you think you're not in it?" said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. "It's called the happy garden of life, you know." "That's good of Dr. Hitz," said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. "Lots of faces to fill in," said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. "Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something," said the orderly. The painter's face curled with scorn. "You think I'm proud of this daub?" he said. "You think this is my idea of what life really looks like?" "What's your idea of what life really looks like?" said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul dropcloth. "There's a good picture of it," he said. "Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one." "You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you?" said the orderly. "Is that a crime?" said the painter. The orderly shrugged. "If you don't like it here, Grandpa," he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced not. The number was To Be or Not to Be. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Dealhouser, Easy Go, Goodbye, Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Warring Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To Be or Not to Be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. "When I decide it's time to go," he said, "it won't be at Sheepdip." "A do-it-yourselfer, eh?" said the orderly. "Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you?" The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. "The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me," he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Welling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple. The purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that, no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to come?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan." She waited. "And you dunk people," he said. "What?" she said. "Skip it," he said. "That sure is a beautiful picture," she said. "Looks just like heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. "Duncan, Duncan," he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural obliquely. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, eh?" he said. "All right. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course the sheave carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more like your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh," she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upsets you?" he said. "Good gravy, no," she said. It's just such an honor." "Ah, you admire him, eh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time, sawing off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave, this is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved towards the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born," he said. "I can't," she said.
"Triplets," he said.
"Triplets?" she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan.
"Last I heard,"
said Dr. Hitz,
"they had 1 and were trying to scrape up another 2.
"I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called it after I left. What's the name?"
"Welling," said the father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be."
He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, and gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle.
"Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you."
"The invisible man," said Welling.
"They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now."
"Hooray," said Welling emptily.
"You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz.
"What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling, towered over him.
"You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling?" he said.
"I think it's perfectly keen," said Welling tautly.
"Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of the earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling?" said Hitz.
"Nope," said Welling sulkily.
"A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of those little knobs, one of those little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed onto this surface of this old planet like drupelets on a blackberry. Think about it."
Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall.
"In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed. And still people insisted on the right to reproduce like jackrabbits. In their right, if possible, to live forever."
"I want those kids," said Welling quietly. "I want all 3 of them."
"Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "That's only human."
"I don't want my grandfather to die either," said Welling.
"Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically.
"I wish people wouldn't call it that," said Leora Duncan.
"What?" said Dr. Hitz.
"I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that," she said. "It gives people the wrong impression."
"You're absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me."
He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation.
"I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios," he said.
"That sounds so much better," said Leora Duncan.
"This child of yours, whichever you decide to keep, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz, "he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet, thanks to population control. In a garden like that mural there." He shook his head. "2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel." He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. "There's room for one, a great big one," he said, and then he shot Leora Duncan. "It's only death," he said to her as she fell. "There! Room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible.
To do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy-go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself. But he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number. 2BR, not 2B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could have probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you. Your country thanks you. Your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. End of To Be or Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Recording by David Derrida.
Beside Still Waters by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beside Still Waters by Robert Sheckley. When people talk about getting away from it all, they are usually thinking about our great open spaces out west. But to science fiction writers, that would be practically in the heart of Times Square. When a man of the future wants solitude, he picks a slab of rock floating in space 4 light years east of Andromeda. Here is a gentle little story about a man who sought the solitude of such a location. And who did he take along for company? None other than Charles the Robot. Mark Rogers was a prospector, and he went to the asteroid belt looking for radioactives and rare metals. He searched for years, never finding much, hopping from fragment to fragment. After a time he settled on a slab of rock 1/2 mile thick. Rogers had been born old, and he didn't age much past a point. His face was white with the pallor of space, and his hands shook a little. He called his slab of rock Martha, after no girl he had ever known. He made a little strike, enough to equip Martha with an air pump and a shack, a few tons of dirt and some water tanks, and a robot. Then he settled back and watched the stars. The robot he bought was a standard model, all-around worker, with built-in memory and a 30-word vocabulary. Mark added to that bit by bit. He was something of a tinkerer, and he enjoyed adapting his environment to himself. At first all the robot could say was yes, sir, and no, sir. He could state simple problems. The air pump is laboring, sir. The corn is budding, sir. He could perform a satisfactory salutation. Good morning, sir. Mark changed that. He eliminated the sirs from the robot's vocabulary. Equality was the rule on Mark's hunk of rock. Then he dubbed the robot Charles, after a father he had never known. As the years passed, the air pump began to labor a little, as it converted the oxygen in the planetoid's rock into a breathable atmosphere. The air seeped out into space, and the pump worked a little harder, supplying more. The crops continued to grow on the tamed black dirt of the planetoid. Looking up, Mark could see the sheer blackness of the river of space, the floating points of stars. Around him, under him, overhead, masses of rock drifted, and sometimes the starlight glinted from their black sides. Occasionally Mark caught a glimpse of Mars or Jupiter. Once he thought he saw Earth. Mark began to tape new responses into Charles. He added simple responses to cue words. When he said, "How does it look?" Charles would answer, "Oh, pretty good, I guess." At first the answers were what Mark had been answering himself in the long dialogue held over the years. But slowly he began to build a new personality into Charles. Mark had always been suspicious and scornful of women, but for some reason he didn't tape the same suspicion into Charles. Charles's outlook was quite different. "What do you think of girls?" Mark would ask, sitting on a packing case outside the shack after the chores were done. "Oh, I don't know. You have to find the right one," the robot would reply dutifully, repeating what had been put on its tape. "I never saw a good one yet," Mark would say. "Well, that's not fair. Perhaps you didn't look long enough. There's a girl in the world for every man." "You're a romantic," Mark would say scornfully. The robot would pause, a built-in pause, and chuckle, a carefully constructed chuckle. "I dreamed of a girl named Martha once," Charles would say. "Maybe, if I would have looked, I would have found her." And then it would be bedtime. Or perhaps Mark would want more conversation. "What do you think of girls?" he would ask again, and the discussion would follow its same course. Charles grew old. His limbs lost their flexibility, and some of his wiring started to corrode. Mark would spend hours keeping the robot in repair. "You're getting rusty," he would cackle. "You're not so young yourself," Charles would reply. He had an answer for almost everything. Nothing involved, but an answer. It was always night on Martha, but Mark broke up his time into mornings, afternoons, and evenings. Their life followed a simple routine. Breakfast from vegetables and Mark's canned store. Then the robot would work in the fields, and the plants grew used to his touch. Mark would repair the pump, check the water supply, and straighten up the immaculate shack. Lunch, and the robot's chores were usually finished. The two would sit on the packing case and watch the stars. They would talk until supper, and sometimes late into the endless night. In time, Mark built more complicated conversations into Charles. He couldn't give the robot free choice, of course, but he managed a pretty close approximation of it. Slowly, Charles's personality emerged. But it was strikingly different from Mark's. Where Mark was querulous, Charles was calm. Mark was sardonic, Charles was naive. Mark was a cynic, Charles was an idealist. Mark was often sad, Charles was forever content. And in time, Mark forgot that he had built the answers into Charles. He accepted the robot as a friend of about his own age, a friend of long years' standing. "The thing I don't understand," Mark would say, "is why a man like you wants to live here. I mean, it's all right for me, no one cares about me, and I never gave much of a damn about anyone. But why you?" "Here I have a whole world," Charles would reply, "where on Earth I have to share with billions. I have the stars, bigger and brighter than on Earth. I have all space around me, close, like still waters. And I have you, Mark." "Now, don't go getting sentimental on me." "I'm not. Friendship counts. Love was lost long ago, Mark. The love of a girl named Martha, whom neither of us ever met, and that's a pity. But friendship remains, and the eternal night." "You're a bloody poet," Mark would say, half admiringly. "A poor poet." Time passed unnoticed by the stars, and the air pump hissed and clanked and leaked. Mark was fixing it constantly, but the air of Martha became increasingly rare. Although Charles labored in the fields, the crops, deprived of sufficient air, died. Mark was tired now, and barely able to crawl around even without the grip of gravity. He stayed in his bunk most of the time. Charles fed him as best he could, moving on rusty, creaking limbs. What do you think of girls? I never saw a good one yet. Well, that's not fair. Mark was too tired to see the end coming, and Charles wasn't interested. But the end was on its way. The air pump threatened to give out momentarily. There hadn't been any food for days. But why you? Gasping in the escaping air, strangling. Here I have a whole world. Don't get sentimental. And the love of a girl named Martha. From his bunk, Mark saw the stars, for the last time. Big, bigger than ever, endlessly floating in the still waters of space. The stars, Mark said. Yes. The sun shall shine as now. A bloody poet. A poor poet. And girls. I dreamed of a girl named Martha once. Maybe if... What do you think of girls? And stars? And earth? And it was bedtime. This time, forever. Charles stood beside the body of his friend. He felt for a pulse once, and allowed the withered hand to fall. He walked to a corner of the shack, and turned off the tired air pump. The tape that Mark had prepared had a few cracked inches left to run. I hope he finds his Martha, the robot croaked, and then the tape broke. His rusted limbs would not bend, and he stood frozen, staring back at the naked stars. Then he bowed his head. The Lord is my shepherd, Charles said. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me. End of Beside Still Waters by Robert Sheckley. Recording by Maria Casper.
The Doorway by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nefeli Vidali. The Doorway by Evelyn E. Smith. A man may wish he'd married his first love and not really mean it, but an insincere wish may turn ugly in dimensions unknown. It is my theory, Professor Falabella said, helping himself to a cookie, that no one ever really makes a decision. What really happens is that whenever alternative courses of action are called for, the individuality splits up and continues on two or more divergent planes, very much like the parthenogenesis of a unicellular animal. Delicious cookies these, Mrs. Hughes. Thank you, Professor, Gloria simpered. I made them myself. You must give us the recipe, said one of the ladies, and the others murmured agreement, glad to get their individualities on a plane they could understand. Since most decisions are hardly as momentous as the individual imagines, Professor Falabella continued, and since the imagination of the average individual is very limited, many of these different planes, or as they are colloquially known, space-time continuums, may exist in close, even tangential relationship. Gloria rose unobtrusively and took the teapot to the kitchen for a refill. Her husband stood by the sink, moodily drinking whiskey out of the bottle so as to avoid having to wash a glass afterward. Bill, you're not being polite to our guests. Why don't you go out and listen to Professor Falabella? I can hear him perfectly well from here, Bill muttered, and indeed the professor's mellifluous tones pervaded every nook and cranny of the thin-walled house. Long-winded cultist, what is he a professor of, I'd like to know? Professor Falabella is not a cultist, affirmed Gloria angrily. He's a great philosopher. Bill Hughes said something unprintable. If I'd married Lucy Allison, he continued unkindly, she'd never have filled the house with long-haired cultists on my so-called day of rest. Gloria's soft chin trembled and her blue eyes filled with tears. She was beginning to put on weight, he noticed. "I've been hearing nothing but Lucy Allison, Lucy Allison, Lucy Allison for the past year. You said yourself she looked like a horse." "Horses," he observed, "have sense." He was being brutal, but he couldn't help it and didn't want to. Professor Falabella was only the most long-winded of a long series of mystiques Gloria was forever dragging into the house. The trouble with the half-educated, he thought bitterly, is that they seek culture in the most peculiar places. "I'll bet you would have let me have peace on Sunday," he said. "It just goes to show you what happens when you marry a woman solely for her looks." He drained the bottle, then hurled it into the garbage pail with a resounding crash. Gloria's shoulders shook as she filled the kettle. "I wish I'd decided to be an old maid," she sobbed. A very unlikely possibility, he thought. Even now, shop-worn as she was, Gloria could have a fairly wide range of suitors, should something happen to him. She looked sexy, but how deceiving appearances could be. Professor Falabella was still talking as Bill and Gloria emerged from the kitchen. "I believe that it is possible for an individual who exists on a limited plane of imagination to transpose from one plane to an adjacent one without difficulty. Great heavens, what was that?" Something had whisked past the archway leading into the foyer. "Don't pay any attention," Gloria smiled nervously. "The house is haunted." "My dear," one of the ladies offered, "I know of the most marvellous exterminator—" "The house," Gloria assured her coldly, "really is haunted. We've been seeing things ever since we moved in." And she really believed it, Bill thought. Believed that the house was haunted, that is. Of course, he had seen things too, but he was enlightened enough to know that ghosts don't exist, even if you do see them. Professor Falabella cleared his throat. "As I was saying, it is possible to send the individual through another, dimension, as some popular writers would have it, to one of his other spatial existences on the same temporal plane. It is merely necessary for him to find the door." "Nonsense," Bill interrupted. "Wholly unmitigated nonsense." Every head swiveled to look at him. Gloria restrained tears with an effort. "Brute," someone muttered. But ridicule apparently only stimulated the professor. He beamed. "You don't believe me. Your imagination cannot extend to the comprehension of the multifariousness of space." "Nonsense," Bill said again, but less confidently. "I believe that I have discovered the doorway," Professor Falabella continued, "and the way is open. However, most people fear to penetrate the unknown, even though it is to enter another phase of their own existence. I do admit that the shock of spatial transference, no matter how slight, combined with a concrete awareness of a previous spatial relationship, would be perhaps too much for the keenly sensitive individualism." Bill opened his mouth. "I know what you're about to say, young man." "You don't have to be a mind-reader to know that," Bill assured him. His consonants were already a little slurred, and he knew Gloria was ashamed of him. It served her right. He'd been ashamed of her for years. Professor Falabella smiled. His teeth were very sharp and white. "Very well, Mr. Hughes, since you are a skeptic, perhaps you will not object to being the subject of our experiment yourself?" "What kind of an experiment?" Bill asked suspiciously. "Merely to go through the door. Any door can become the doorway if it is transposed into the proper spatial dimension. That door, for instance." Professor Falabella waved his hand toward the doorway of what Gloria liked to call Bill's study. "You mean you just want me to open the door and go into that room?" Bill asked incredulously. "That's all?" "That is all. Of course, you go with the awareness that it is the threshold of another plane and that you step voluntarily from this existence to an adjacent one." "Sure," Bill said. He had just remembered there was a nearly full bottle of Calvert in the bottom drawer of the desk. "Sure, anything to oblige." "Very well. Go to the door and keep remembering that of your own free will you are passing from this plane to the next. Look out, everybody," Bill called raucously as he pulled open the door. I'm coming in on the next plane." No one laughed. He stepped over the threshold, shutting the door firmly behind him. A wonderful excuse to get away from those blasted women. He'd climb out of the window as soon as he'd collected the whiskey and give them a nervous moment, thinking he'd really passed into another existence. It would serve Gloria right. For a moment, as he crossed, he had a queer sensation. Maybe there was something in what Professor Falabella said. But no, there he was, in the study. All that mumbo-jumbo was getting him down, that was all. He was a nervous man, only nobody appreciated the fact. Taking a cigarette out of the pack in his pocket, he reached for the lighter on his desk. It wasn't there. Time and time again he told Gloria not to touch these things, and always she disobeyed him. Company was coming and she must tidy up. Cooking and cleaning, that was all she was good for. But this was carrying tidiness too far. She'd even removed the ashtrays. And where did that glass block paperweight come from? He'd had a penguin in a snowstorm, and he'd been happy with it. This was too much. He'd tell Gloria off. Stealing a man's penguin. He opened the door into the living room and bumped into Lucy Allison. "Don't you think you've been in there long enough, Bill?" she asked acridly. "I'm sure your guests would appreciate catching a glimpse of you." "Why, hello, Lucy," he said, surprised. I didn't know Gloria had invited you." "Gloria, Gloria, Gloria," Lucy cut across his sentence. "You've been talking about nothing but that dumb little blonde for months." Because of the people in the room beyond, her voice was pitched low, but her pale eyes glittered unpleasantly behind her spectacles. "I wish you had married her. You'd have made a fine pair." Gently, caressingly, the short hairs of the back of Bill's neck rose. "Come back in here," Lucy said, hauling him back into the living room, where a number of people who had been enjoying the domestic fracas suddenly broke into loud and animated chatter. "Dr. Hildebrand was telling us all about nuclear fission." "Can't find an ashtray," Bill muttered, seizing on something tangible. "Can't find an ashtray in the whole darn place." "We've been over this millions of times, Bill. You know," she smiled at the guests, a smile that carefully excluded Bill. "I'm allergic to smoke, but I never can get my husband to remember he isn't to smoke inside the house." "Now take the neutron, for example," Dr. Hildebrand said through a mouthful of pâté. "What is the neutron? It's only— What was that?" The wraith of Gloria crossed the foyer and disappeared. Bill took a step forward, then stood still. Lucy smiled self-consciously. "That's nothing at all. The house is merely haunted." Everyone laughed. "Forgot something," Bill muttered, and dashed back into the study. He yanked open the bottom drawer of the desk. Sure enough, there was a bottle of Shenley, nearly a third full. There are some advantages, he thought as he tilted it to his lips, in having a limited imagination. End of The Doorway by Evelyn E. Smith.
50% Profit by Gordon Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa S. Ware. 50% Profit by Gordon Randall Garrett. That he was a phony swami was beyond doubt. That he was a genuine prophet, though, seemed... But then, what's the difference between a dictator and a true prophet? So was he... Dr. Joachim sat in the small room behind his reception hall and held his fingers poised above the keys of the rather creaky electrotyper on his desk. The hands seemed to hang there, long, slender, and pale, like two gulls frozen suddenly in their long swoop towards some precious tidbit floating on the writhing sea beneath, ready to begin their drop instantly, as soon as time began again. All of Dr. Joachim's body seemed to be held in that same stasis, only his lips moved as he silently framed the next sentence in his mind. Physically, The good doctor could be called a big man. He was broad-shouldered and well-muscled, but, hidden as his body was beneath the folds of his blue, monkish robe, only his shortness of stature was noticeable. He was only 54, but the pale face, the full, flowing beard, and the long, white hair, topped by a small blue skull-cap, gave him an ageless look, as though centuries of time had flowed over him to leave behind only the marks of experience and wisdom. The timelessness of an idealized Methuselah as he approached his 9th centennial, the God-given wisdom engraved on the face of Moses as he came down from Sinai, the mystic power of mighty Merlin as he softly intoned a spell of albemancy, all these seemed to have been blended carefully together and infused into the man who sat behind the typer, composing sentences in his head. Those gull hands swooped suddenly to the keyboard, and the aged machine clattered rapidly for nearly a minute before Dr. Joachim paused again to consider his next words. A bell tinkled softly. Dr. Joachim's brown eyes glanced quickly at the image on the black-and-white TV screen set in the wall. It was connected to the hidden camera in his front room, and showed a woman entering his front door. He sighed and rose from his seat, adjusting his blue robes carefully before he went to the door that led into the outer room. He'd rather hoped it was a client, but— "Hello, Susan, my dear," he said in a soft baritone as he stepped through the door. "What seems to be the trouble?" It wasn't the same line he'd have used with a client. You don't ask a Mark questions, you tell him. To a Mark he'd have said, "Ah, you are troubled." It sounds much more authoritative and all-knowing. But Cherie Tart, née Sue Kowalski, was one of the best strippers on the boardwalk. Her winters were spent in Florida or Nevada or Puerto Rico, but in summer she always returned to King Frankie's Golden Surf for the summer trade at Coney Island. She might be a big name in show business now, but she had never forgotten her Carney background, and King Frankie, in spite of the ultra tone of the Golden Surf, still stuck to the old Minsky traditions. The worried look on her too-perfect face had been easily visible in the TV screen, but it had been replaced by a bright smile as soon as she had heard Dr. Joachim opening the door. The smile flickered for a moment, then she said, "Gee, Doc, you give a girl the creepy feeling that you really can read her mind." Dr. Joachim merely smiled. Susan might be with it, but a good mit man doesn't give away all his little secrets. He had often wished that he could really read minds. He had heard rumors of men who could. But a little well-applied psychology is sometimes just as good. "So how's everything been, Doc?" She smiled her best stage smile, every tooth perfect in that perfect face, her hair framing the whole like a perfect golden helmet. She looked like a girl in her early 20s, but Dr. Joachim knew for a fact that she'd been born in 1955, which made her 32 next January. "Reasonably well, all things considered," Dr. Joachim admitted. "I'm not starving to death, at least." She looked around the room. The heavy drapes, the signs of the zodiac in gold and silver, the big, overstuffed chairs, all designed to make the clients feel comfortable and yet slightly awed by the ancient atmosphere of mysticism. In the dim light they looked fairly impressive, but she knew that if the lights were brighter, the shabbiness would show. "Maybe you could use a redecorating job then, Doc," she said. With a gesture born of sudden impulse, she reached into her purse and pulled out an envelope and pressed it into the man's hands. He started to protest, but she cut him off. "No, Doc, I want you to have it. You earned it. That San Juan, New York flight, remember?" she went on hurriedly. "You said not to take it, remember? Well, I sort of forgot about what you said, you know. Anyway, I got a ticket and was ready to go when the flight was suddenly delayed. Routine, they said, checking the engines. But I'd never heard of any such routine as that. I'd remember what you told me, Doc, and I got scared. After an hour, they put another plane into service. They were still working on the other one. I was still worried, so I decided to wait till the next day. I guess you read what happened." He closed his eyes and nodded slowly. "I read." "Doc, I'd have been on that flight if you hadn't warned me. All the money in the world isn't enough to pay for that." The oddly worried look had come back into her eyes. "Doc, I don't know how you knew that ship was going to go, and I won't ask. I don't want to know. But one thing, was it me they were after?" "She thinks someone blew up the ship," he thought. "She thinks I heard about the plot some way." For an instant he hesitated, then, "No, Susan, they weren't after you. No one was trying to kill you. Don't worry about it." Relief washed over her face. "Okay, Doc, if you say so. Look, I've got to run now, but we've got to sit down and have a few drinks together, now that I'm back. And, Doc?" "Yes?" "Any time you need anything, if I can ever help you, you let me know, huh?" "Certainly, my dear. And don't you worry about anything. The stars are all on your side right now." She smiled, patted his hand, and then was gone in a flash of golden honey. Dr. Joachim looked at the door that had closed behind her. Then he looked down at the envelope in his hands. He opened it gently and took out the sheaf of bills. $1,500! He smiled and shoved the money into his pocket. After all, he was a professional fortune-teller, even if he didn't like that particular label. And he had saved her life, hadn't he? He returned to the small back room, sat down again at the typer, and, after a minute, began typing again. When he was finished, he addressed an envelope and put the letter inside. It was signed with his legal name, Peter J. Forsyth. It required less than 2 hours for that letter to end up at its destination in a 6th-floor brick building, a rather old-fashioned affair that stood among similar structures in a lower-middle-class section of Arlington, Virginia, hardly a hop, skip, and a jump from the Pentagon, and not much farther from the Capitol. The letter was addressed to Mr. J. Harlan Balfour, President, the Society for Mystical and Metaphysical Research, Inc., but Mr. Balfour was not at the Society's headquarters at the time, having been called to Los Angeles to address a group who were awaiting the incarnation of God. Even if he had been there, the letter wouldn't have reached him first. All mail was sent first to the office of the Executive Secretary, Mr. Brian Taggart. Most of it, somewhat better than 99%, went directly on to Mr. Balfour's desk, if it was so addressed. Brian Taggart would never have been so cruel as to deprive Mr. Balfour of the joy of sorting through the thousands of crackpot letters in search of those who had the true spark of mysticism which so fascinated Mr. Balfour. Mr. Balfour was a crackpot, and it was his job to take care of other crackpots. A job he enjoyed immensely and wholeheartedly, feeling, as he did, that that sort of thing was the only reason for the Society's existence. Of course, Mr. Balfour never considered himself or the others in the least bit crackpotish, in which he was just as much in error as he was in his assumption of the Society's raison d'etre. 90% of the members of the Society for Mystical and Metaphysical Research were just what you would expect them to be. Anyone who was truly interested in the investigation of the supernormal, as the ads in certain magazines put it, could pay $5 a year for membership, which, among other things, entitled him to the Society's monthly magazine, The Metaphysicist, a well-printed, conservative-looking publication, which contained articles on everything from the latest flying saucer report to careful mathematical evaluations of the statistical methods of the Rhine Foundation. Within its broad field, the magazine was quite Catholic in its editorial policy. These members constituted a very effective screen for the real work of the Society, work carried on by the core members, most of whom weren't even listed on the membership rolls. And yet it was this group of men and women who made the Society's title true. Mr. Brian Taggart was a long way from being a crackpot. The big, dark-haired, dark-eyed, hawk-nosed man sat at his desk in his office on the 5th floor of the Society's building and checked over the mail. Normally, his big wrestler's body was to be found quietly relaxed on the couch that stood against a nearby wall. Not that he was in any way averse to action. He simply saw no virtue in purposeless action. Nor did he believe in the dictum of Miles Standish. If he wanted a thing done, He sent the man most qualified to do it, whether that was himself or someone else. When he came to the letter from Coney Island, New York, he read it quickly and then jabbed at a button on the intercom switchboard in his desktop. He said 3 syllables, which would have been meaningless to anyone except the few who understood that sort of verbal shorthand, released the button, and closed his eyes, putting himself in telepathic contact with certain of the Society's agents in New York. Across the river, in the Senate office building, a telephone rang in the office of Senator Mikhail Karotsky, head of the Senate Committee on Space Exploration. It was an unlisted, visionless phone, and the number was known only to a very few important officials in the United States government. So the senator didn't bother to identify himself. He simply said, "Hello." He listened for a moment, said, "Okay, fine," in a quiet voice, and cut the connection. He sat behind his desk for a few minutes longer, a bear-like man with a round, pale face and eyes circled with dark rings and heavy pouches, all of which had the effect of making him look like a rather sleepy specimen of the giant panda. He finished the few papers he had been working on, stacked them together, rose, and went into the outer office, where he told his staff that he was going out for a short walk. By the time he arrived at the brownstone building in Arlington, and was pushing open the door of Brian Taggart's office, Taggart had received reports from New York and had started other chains of action. As soon as Senator Karotsky came in, Taggart pushed the letter across the desk toward him. "Check that." Karotsky read the letter, and a look of release came over his round face. "Not the same typewriter or paper, but this is him, all right. What more do we know?" "Plenty. Hold on, and I'll give you a complete rundown." He picked up the telephone and began speaking in a low voice. It was an ordinary-sounding conversation, even if the wire had been tapped. No one who was not a core member of the SMMR would have known that the conversation was about anything but an esoteric article to be printed in the Metaphysicist, something about dowsing rods. The core membership had one thing in common: understanding. Consider plutonium. Imagine someone dropping milligram-sized pellets of the metal into an ordinary Florence flask. In an inert atmosphere, of course, there is no point in ruining a good analogy with side reactions. More than 2.5 million of those little pellets could be dropped into the flask without the operator having anything more to worry about than if he were dropping grains of lead or gold into the container. But after the 5 millionth, dropping them in by hand would only be done by the ignorant, the stupid, or the indestructible. A qualitative change takes place. So with understanding. As a human mind increases its ability to understand another human mind, it eventually reaches a critical point, and the mind itself changes. And at that point, the Greek letter psi ceases to be a symbol for the unknown. When understanding has passed the critical point, conversation as it is carried on by most human beings becomes unnecessarily redundant. Even in ordinary conversation, a single gesture, a shrug of the shoulders, a snap of the fingers, or a nose pinched between a thumb and forefinger, can express an idea that would take many words and much more time. A single word, slob, Nazi, saint, can be more descriptive than the dozens of words required to define it. All that is required is that the meaning of the symbols be understood. The ability to manipulate symbols is the most powerful tool of the human mind. A mind which can manipulate them effectively is, in every sense of the word, truly human. Even without telepathy, it was possible for 2 SMMR agents to carry on a conversation above and around ordinary chit-chat. It took longer, naturally. When speaking without the chit-chat, it was possible to convey in seconds information that would have taken several minutes to get over an ordinary conversation. Senator Karotsky only listened to a small part of the phone discussion. He knew most of the story. In the past 8 months, 6 anonymous letters had been received by various companies. As Taggart had once put it in quotes, "We seem to have in a Buddha chest containing a patent hag who comes out and prophesies disasters with spring complete." The Big Bend power reactor near Marfa, Texas, had been warned that their stellarator would blow. The letter was dismissed as crackpot, and no precautions were taken. The explosion killed 9 men and cut off the power in the area for 3 hours, causing other accidents due to lack of power. The merchant submarine, Bandarlog, plying her way between Ceylon and Japan, had ignored the warning sent to her owners and had never been heard from again. In the Republic of Yemen, an oil refinery caught fire and destroyed millions of dollars worth of property in spite of the anonymous letter that had foretold the disaster. The Prince Charles Dam in Central Africa had broken, and thousands had drowned because those in charge had relegated a warning letter to the cylindrical file. A mine cave-in Canada had extinguished 3 lives because a similar letter had been ignored. By the time the 5th letter had been received, the SMMR had received the information and had begun its investigation. As an ex officio organ of the United States government, it had ways and means of getting hold of the originals of the letters which had been received by the responsible persons in each of the disasters. All had been sent by the same man. All had been typed on the same machine. All had been mailed in New York. When the 6th warning had come to the offices of Caribbean Transair, the SMMR, working through the FBI, had persuaded the company's officials to take the regularly scheduled aircraft off the run and substitute another while the regular ship was carefully inspected. But it was the replacement ship that came to pieces in midair. The anonymous predictor, whoever he was a man of no mean ability. Then letter number 7 had been received by the United States Department of Space. It predicted that a meteor would smash into America's Moonbase 1, completely destroying it. Finally, a non-anonymous letter had come to the SMMR requesting admission to the society, enclosing the proper fee. The letter also said that the writer was interested in literature on the subjects of prescience, precognition, and/or prophecy, and would be interested in contacting anyone who had had experience with such phenomena. Putting 2 and 2 together only yields 4, no matter how often it's done, but 2 to the 8th power gives a nice round 256, which is something one can sink one's teeth into. Brian Taggart cut off the phone connection. "That's it, Mike," he said to the senator. "We've got him." 2 of the society's agents, both top-flight telepaths, had gone out to Dr. Joachim's place on Coney Island's boardwalk, posing as customers. Clients was the word Dr. Joachim preferred, and had done a thorough probing job. "He's what might be called a perfectly sincere fraud," Taggart continued. "You know the type, I'm sure." The senator nodded silently. The woods were full of that kind of thing. Complete, reliable control of any kind of psionic power requires understanding and sanity, but the ability lies dormant in many minds that cannot control it, and it can and does burst forth erratically at times. Finding a physical analogy for the phenomenon is difficult, since mental activities are, of necessity, of a higher order than physical activities. Some of the operations of tensor calculus have analogues in algebra. Many do not. Taggart gestured with one hand. "He's been in business there for years. Evidently he's been able to make a few accurate predictions now and then, enough to keep his reputation going. He's tried to increase the frequency, accuracy, and detail of his flashes by studying up on the techniques used by other seers, and, as a result, he's managed to soak up enough mystic balderdash to fill a library. He embellishes every one of his predictions to his clients with all kinds of hokum, and he's been doing it so long that he really isn't sure how much of any prediction is truth and how much is embroidery work. The boys are trying to get more information on him now, and they're going to do a little deep probing. If they could get him set up right, maybe they'll be able to trigger off another flash on that moon hit. But I doubt it." Senator Korotsky thumbed his chin morosely. "You're probably right. Apparently, once those hunches come to a precog, they get everything in a flash, and then they can't get another thing. Ever. I wish we could get our hands on one who is halfway along toward the point. We've got experts on psychokinetics, levitation, telepathy, clairvoyance, and what have you. But precognition, we don't seem to be able to find. We've got one now, Brian Taggart reminded him. The senator snorted. Even assuming that we had any theory on precognition completely symbolized, and assuming that this Forsyth has the kind of mind that can be taught, do you think we could get it done in a month? Because that's all the time we have. He's our first case, Taggart admitted. We'll have to probe everything out of him and construct symbol theory around what we get. I'll be surprised if we get anywhere at all in the first 6 months. Senator Karatsky put his hand over his eyes. I give up. First the Chinese Soviet kidnaps Dr. Chien, and we have to scramble like maniacs to get him back before they find out that he's building a space drive that will make the rocket industry obsolete. Then we have to find out what's causing the rash of accidents that is holding up Dr. Theodore Nordred's anti-gravity project. And now, just as everything is coming to a head in both departments, we find that a meteor is going to hit Moon Base 1 sometime between 30 and 60 days from now. He spread apart the middle and ring fingers of the hand that covered his eyes and looked at Taggart through one eye. And now you tell me that the only man who can pinpoint that time more exactly for us is of no use whatever to us. If we knew when that meteor was due to arrive, we would be able to spot and deflect it in time. It must be of pretty good size if it's going to demolish the whole base. How do you know it's going to be a meteor? You think the Soviets would try to bomb it? Don't be silly, Taggart, Karatsky said, grinning. Taggart grinned back. I'm not thinking they'd bomb us, but I'm trying to look at all the angles. The worried look came back to the senator's panda-like face. We have to do something. If only we knew that Forsyth's prediction will really come off. Or if it will, then exactly when? And is there anything we can do about it, or will it be like the airline incident? If we hadn't made them switch planes, nothing would have happened. What if, no matter what we do, Moon Base 1 goes anyway? Remember, we haven't yet built Moon Base 2. If our only base on the moon is destroyed, the Soviets will have the whole moon to themselves. Have you any suggestions? Sure, said Taggart. Ask yourself one question. What is the purpose of Moon Base 1? Slowly, a beatific smile spread itself over the senator's face. The whole discussion had taken exactly 90 seconds. Mrs. Jesser, said Brian Taggart to the well-rounded 40-ish woman behind the reception desk at SMMR headquarters, this is Dr. Forsyth. He has established a reputation as one of the finest seers living today. Mrs. Jesser looked at the distinguished white-bearded gentleman with an expression that was almost identical with the one her grandmother had worn when she met Rudolph Valentino nearly 60 years before, and the one her mother had worn when she saw Frank Sinatra a generation later. It was not an uncommon expression for Mrs. Jesser's face to wear. It appeared every time she was introduced to anyone who looked impressive and was touted as a great mystic of one kind or another. I'm so glad to meet you, Dr. Forsyth, she burbled eagerly. Dr. Forsyth will be working for us for the next few months. His office will be room B on the 4th floor, Taggart finished. He was genuinely fond of the woman, in spite of her mental dithers and schoolgirl mannerisms. Mysticism fascinated her, and she was firmly convinced that she had just a weeny bit of psychic power herself, although its exact nature seemed to change from time to time. But she did both her jobs well, although she was not aware of her double function. She thought she was being paid as a receptionist and phone operator, and she was quick and efficient about her work. She was also the perfect screen for the Society's real work, for if anyone ever suspected that the SMMR was not the group of crackpots that it appeared to be, 5 minutes talking with Mrs. Jesser would convince them otherwise. Oh, you're staying with us, Dr. Forsyth. How wonderful! We simply must have a talk sometime. Indeed we must, dear lady, said Forsyth. His voice and manner had just the right amount of benign dignity, with an almost indetectable touch of pompous condescending. Come along, Doctor. I'll show you to your office. Taggart's face betrayed nothing of the enjoyment he was getting out of watching the mental gymnastics of the two. Forsyth and Mrs. Jesser were similar in some ways, but, of the two, Mrs. Jesser was actually the more honest. She only fooled herself. She never tried to fool anyone else. Forsyth, on the other hand, tried to put on a front for others, and, in doing so, had managed to delude himself pretty thoroughly. Taggart's humor was not malicious. He was not laughing at them. He was admiring the skill of the human mind in tying itself in knots. When one watches a clever contortionist going through his paces, one doesn't laugh at the contortionist. One admires and enjoys the weird twists he can get himself into. And, like Taggart, one can only feel sympathy for one whose knots have become so devious and intricate that he can never extricate himself. "Just follow me up the stairs," Taggart said. "I'll show you where your office is. Sorry we don't have an elevator, but this old building just wasn't built for it, and we've never had any real need for one." "Perfectly all right," Forsyth said, following along behind. 3 weeks. Taggart had to assume that the minimum time prediction was the accurate one. Damn! Why couldn't this last prediction have been as precise as the one about the air flight from Puerto Rico? It had taken 6 days for the accredited agents of the SMMR to persuade Dr. Peter Forsyth that he should leave his little place on the boardwalk and come down to Arlington to work. It isn't easy to persuade a man to leave a business that he's built up over a long period of years, especially during the busy season. To leave the boardwalk during the summer would, as far as Forsyth was concerned, be tantamount to economic suicide. He had to be offered not only an income better than the one he was making, but better security as well. At 54, one does not lightly throw over the work of a lifetime. Still, he had plenty of safeguards. The rent was paid on his boardwalk office, he had a guaranteed salary while he was working, and a research bonus designed to keep him working until the society was finished with that phase of its work. It's rather difficult for a man to resist the salesmanship of a telepath who knows exactly what his customer wants, and better, what he needs. On the 4th floor, there were sounds of movement, the low staccato chatter of typers, occasional bits of conversation, and the hum of electronic equipment. Forsyth was impressed, though not a line on his face showed it. The office to which he had been assigned was lined with electronic calculators, and his name had already been put on the door in gold. It was to his credit that he was impressed by the 2 factors in that order. In the rear of the room, 2 technicians were working on an open panel in one of the units. Nearby, a dark-haired, dark-eyed, maturely handsome woman in her early 30s was holding a clipboard and making occasional notes as the men worked. One of the men was using an electric drill, and the whine of metal on metal drowned out the slight noise that Taggart and Forsyth made as they entered. Only the woman was aware that they had come in, but she didn't betray the fact. "Miss Tedesco?" Taggart called. She looked up from her clipboard, smiled, and walked toward the 2 newcomers. "Yes, Mr. Taggart." "About done?" "Almost. They're setting in the last component now." Taggart nodded absently. "Miss Tedesco, this is Dr. Peter Forsyth, whom I told you about. Dr. Forsyth, this is Miss Donna Tedesco. She's the computer technician who will be working with you." Miss Tedesco's smile was positively glittering. "I'm so pleased to meet you, Doctor. I know our work together will be interesting." "I trust it will," Forsyth said, beaming. Then a faint cloud seemed to come over his features. "I'm afraid I must confess a certain, lack of knowledge in the realm of computerdom." Mr. Taggart attempted to explain, but he himself has admitted that his knowledge of the details is, somewhat vague. "I'm not a computer man myself," Taggart said, smiling. "Miss Tedesco will be able to give you the details better than I can." Miss Tedesco blinked. "You know the broad outline, surely? Of the project, I mean." "Oh, yes, certainly," Forsyth said hurriedly. "We are attempting to determine whether the actions of human beings can actually have an effect on the outcome of the prophecy itself. In other words, if it is possible to avert, say, a disaster if it is foretold, or whether the very foretelling itself assures the ultimate outcome." The woman nodded her agreement. "As I understand it," Forsyth continued, "we are going to get several score clients, or rather subjects, and I am to exercise my talents just as I have been doing for many years. The results are to be tabulated and run through the computers to see if there is any correlation between human activity taken as a result of the forecast and the actual foretold events themselves. That's right, said Miss Tedesco. She looked at Taggart. That's what the committee outlined in general, isn't it? In general, yes, Taggart said. But what about the details? Forsythe asked doggedly. I mean, just how are we going to go about this? You must remember that I'm not at all familiar with, scientific research procedures. Oh, we'll work all that out together, said Miss Tedesco brightly. You didn't think we'd plan a detailed work schedule without your cooperation, did you? Well, Forsythe said, swelling visibly with pride, I suppose. Taggart, glancing at his watch, interrupted. I'll have to leave you two to work out your research schedule together. I have an appointment in a few minutes. He grasped Forsythe's hand and pumped it vigorously. I believe we'll get along fine, Dr. Forsythe, and I believe our work here will be quite fruitful. Will you excuse me? Certainly, Mr. Taggart, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to do research work along these lines. Brian Taggart thanked Forsythe and hurried out with the air of a man with important and urgent things on his mind. He went up the stairs to the office directly over the one he had assigned to Forsythe and stepped in quietly. Two men were relaxed in lounge chairs, their eyes closed. Meshing? Taggart asked wordlessly. Meshing. Taggart closed the door carefully and went into his own office. General Howard Layton, USSF, looked no different from any other Space Force officer, except that he was rather handsomer than most. He looked as though he might have posed for recruiting posters at one time, and, in point of fact, he had, back when he had been an ensign in the United States Navy's submarine service. He was 49 and looked a prematurely graying 30. He stood in the observation bunker at the landing area of St. Thomas Space Field and watched through the periscope as a heavy rocket settled itself to the surface of the landing area. The blue-white tongue of flame touched the surface and splattered. Then the heavy ship settled slowly down over it as though it were sliding down a column of light. The column of light shortened and abruptly vanished as the ship touched down. General Layton took his eyes away from the periscope. Another one back safely, thank God. Nearby, the only other man in that room of the bunker, a rather short civilian, had been watching the same screen on a closed-circuit TV. He smiled up at the general. How many loads does that make so far? 5. We'll have the job done before the deadline time. Were you worried? A little. I still am, to be honest. What if nothing happens at the end of 60 days? The president isn't one of us, and he's only gone along with the society's recommendations so far because we've been able to produce results. But, he gestured outside, indicating the newly landed ship, all this extra expense isn't going to set well with him if we goof this once. I know, said the civilian. But have you ever known Brian Taggart to be wrong? General Layton grinned. No, and in a lesser man, that sort of omniscience could be infernally irritating. How is he progressing with Forsythe? The civilian frowned. We've got plenty of data so far, and the method seems to be working well, but we don't have enough to theorize yet. Forsythe just sits in his office and gives readings, or whatever you want to call them, to the subjects who come in. The metaphysicist has been running an ad asking for volunteers, so we have all kinds of people calling up for appointments. Forsythe is as happy as a kid. How about his predictions? Donna Tedesco is running data processing on them. She's in constant mental contact with him. So are Hughes and Matson in the office above. The three of them are meshed together with each other. Don't ask me how. I'm no telepath. And they're getting a pretty good idea of what's going on in Forsythe's mind. Every once in a while he gets a real flash of something, and it apparently comes pretty fast. The team is trying to analyze the fine-grained structure of the process now. The rest of the time, he simply gives out with the old guff that phony crystal ball gazers have been giving out for centuries. Even when he gets a real flash, he piles on a lot of intuitive extrapolation, and the farther he gets from that central flash, the less reliable the predictions are. Do you think we'll get theory and symbology worked out before that meteor is supposed to hit Moonbase 1? Asked the general. The civilian shrugged. Who knows? We'll have to take a lot of faith if we do, because there won't be enough time to check all his predictions. Each subject is being given a report sheet with his forecast on it, and he's supposed to check the accuracy of it as it happens. And our agents are making spot checks on them just to make sure. It'll take time. All we can do is hope. I suppose. General Layton took a quick look through the periscope again. The ship's airlock still hadn't opened. The air and ground were still too hot. He looked back at the civilian. What about the espionage reports? The civilian tapped his briefcase. I can give it to you in a capsule, verbally. You can look these over later. Shoot. The Soviets are getting worried, to put it bluntly. We can't hide those rockets, you know. Their own Luna-based radar has been picking up every one of them as they come in and leave. They're wondering why we're making so many trips all of a sudden. Have they done any theorizing? The general asked worriedly. They have, the civilian chuckled sardonically. They've been deciding we're trying for another Mars shot, a big one this time. The general exhaled sharply. That's too close for comfort. How do they figure? They figure we're amassing material at Moonbase 1. They figure we intend to build the ship there with the loads of stuff that we're sending up in the rockets. What? General Layton opened his mouth, then closed it. Then he began to laugh. The civilian joined him. Donna Tedesco pushed the papers across Brian Taggart's desk. Check them yourself, Brian. I've gone over them 6 waves from Sepchuguasima, and I still can't see any other answer. Taggart frowned at the papers and tapped them with a thoughtful finger, but he didn't pick them up. I'll take your word for it, Donna. At least for right now. If we get completely balled up, we'll go over them together. If you ask me, we're already completely balled up. You think it's that bad? She looked at him pleadingly. Can you think of any other explanation? Not just yet, Brian Taggart admitted. Nor can I. There it is. Every single one of his valid predictions, every single one of his precognitive intuitions, without exception, has been based on the actions of human beings. He can predict stock market fluctuations, and family squabbles, and South American election results. His disaster predictions, every one of them, were due to human error, human failure, not acts of God. He failed to predict the earthquake in Los Angeles. He missed the flood in the Yangtze Valley. He knew nothing of the eruption of Stromboli. All of these were disasters that took human lives in the past 3 weeks, and he missed every one of them. And yet he managed to get nearly every major ship, airplane, and even automobile accident connected with his subjects. 7 of his subjects had relatives or friends who were hurt or killed in the earthquake flood eruption sequence, but he didn't see them. Yet he could pick up such small things as a nephew of one of the men getting a bad scald on his arm. In the face of that, how can we rely on his one prediction about a meteor striking Moonbase 1? Taggart rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. I don't know, he said slowly. There must be a connection somehow. Oh, Brian, Brian. Her eyes were glistening with as yet unshed tears. I've never seen you go off on a wild tangent like this before. On the word of an old fraud like Forsyth, a man who lies about half the time, you talk the administration into sinking hundreds of millions of dollars into the biggest space lift in history. Oh, sure, I know. The old fraud is convinced he was telling the truth. But were you tapping his mind when the prediction flash came? No. Was anyone? No. And he's perfectly capable of lying to himself, and you know it. And what will happen if it doesn't come off? We're past the first deadline already. If that meteor doesn't hit within the next 28 days, the society will be right back where it was 10 years ago, or worse. And all because you trusted the word of Mr. Phony Dr. Forsyth. Donna, Taggart said softly, do you really think I'm that big a fool? He handed her a handkerchief. No, she answered, wiping at her eyes. Of course I don't. It's just that it makes me so darn mad to see everything go wrong like this. Nothing's gone wrong yet. I suggest you go take a good look at Forsyth's mind again and really try to understand the old boy. Maybe you'll get more of the fine-grained structure of it if you try for more understanding." "What do you mean?" she asked, sniffling. "Look, Forsyth has made his living being a fraud, right? And yet he sent out those warnings free and anonymously. He had no thought of any reward or recompense. You know that. Why? Because he is basically a kind, decent human being. He wanted to do all he could to stop any injury or loss of life. Why, then, would he send out a fraudulent warning? He wouldn't. He didn't. Every one of those warnings, including the last one, was sent out because he knew that something was going to happen. Evidently, once he gets a flash about a certain event, he can't get any more data on that particular area of the future, or we could get more data on the moon base accident. I think if we can boost his basic understanding up past the critical point, we'll have a man with controlled prescience, and we'll need that man. But, Donna, the only way we're ever going to do that, the only way we'll ever whip this problem, is for you to increase your understanding of him. You're past the critical point, way past it, in general understanding. But you've got to keep an eye on the little specific instances, too." She nodded contritely. "I know. I'm sorry. Sometimes a person can get too near a problem." She smiled. "Thanks for the new perspective, Brian. I'll go back to work and see if I can't look at it a little more clearly." In the White House, Senator Mikhail Karatsky was facing two men, James Bandow, the Secretary of Space, and the President of the United States. "Mr. President," he said evenly, "I've known you for a long time. I haven't failed you yet." "I know that, Mike," the President said smoothly. "Neither has your society, as far as I know. It's still difficult for me to believe that they get their information the way you say they do. But you've never lied to me about anything so far, so I take your word for it. Your society is the most efficient espionage and counter-espionage group in history, as far as I know. But this is different." "Damn right it's different," snapped Secretary Bandow. "Your own society, Senator, admits that we've stirred the Soviets up with this spacelift thing. They've got ships of their own going out there now. According to reports from Space Force intelligence, Chinese moon cars have been prowling around Moon Base 1 trying to find out what's going on." "More than that," added the President. "They've sneaked a small group aboard the old Lunik 9 to see what they can see from up there." Secretary Bandow jerked his head around to look at the President. "The old circumlunar satellite? Where did you hear that?" The President smiled wanly. "From the SMMR's report." He looked at Karatsky. "I doubt that it will do them any good. I don't think they'll be able to see anything now. Not unless they've figured out some way to combine X-rays with radar," the Senator said, "and I'm quite sure they haven't." "Senator," said the Secretary of Space, "a lot of money has been spent and a lot of risk has been taken, just on your say-so. Now just a minute, Jim," said the President flatly. "Let's not go off half-cocked. It wasn't done on Mike's say-so. It was done on mine. I signed the order because I believed it was the proper, if not the only, thing to do." Then he looked at the Senator. "But this is the last day, Mike. Nothing has happened. Now, I'm not blaming you. I didn't call you up here to do that. And I think we can quit worrying about explaining away the money angle. But we're going to have to explain why we did it, Mike. And I can't tell the truth." "I'll say you can't!" Bandow exploded. "That would look great, wouldn't it? I can see the headlines now. 'Fortune teller gave me advice, President says.' Brother." "Jim," the President said coldly, "I said to let me handle this." "What you want, then, Mr. President," Karatsky put in smoothly, "is for me to help you concoct a good cover story." "That's about it, Mike," the President admitted. Karatsky shook his head slowly. "It won't be necessary." Bandow looked as though he were going to explode, but a glance from the President silenced him. "Go on, Mike," he said to the Senator. "Mr. President, I know it looks bad. It's going to look even worse for a while. But let me ask you one question. How is the Qian space drive coming along?" "Why, fine. It checked out months ago. The new ship is on her shakedown cruise now. You know that?" "Right. Now, ask yourself one more question. What is the purpose of Moon Base 1? Why, to... The telephone rang. The president scooped it up with one hand. Yes? Then he listened for a long minute, his expression changing slowly. Yes? Yes, I got it. No? I'll release it to the newsmen. All right. Fine. He hung up. 12 minutes ago, he said slowly. The old Lunik 9 smashed into Moonbase 1 and blew it to smithereens. The Soviets say that a meteor hit Lunik 1 at just the right angle to slow it down enough to make it hit the base. They send their condolences. Brian Taggart lay back on the couch in his office and folded his hands complacently on his abdomen. So, Donna's theory held water, and so did mine. The accident was due to human intervention. Forsyth saw something from space hitting Moonbase 1 and assumed it was a meteor. He never dreamed the Soviets would drop old Lunik 9 on it. Senator Karatsky carefully lit a cigar. There's going to be an awful lot of fuss in the papers, but the president is going to announce that he accepts the Soviet story. I convinced him that it's best to let the Soviets think they're a long way ahead of us in the space race now. There's nothing like a little complacency to slow someone down. How'd you convince him? Ask the same question you asked me. Now that we have the Qian space drive, what purpose does a moonbase serve? None at all, of course. Donna Tedesco leaned forward in her chair. Did you happen to notice the sequence of events, Senator? We were warned that the base would be struck. We decided to abandon it. We organized the biggest space lift in history to evacuate the men and the most valuable instruments. But the Soviets thought we were sending equipment up instead of bringing it down. They didn't know what we were up to, but they decided to put a stop to it. So they dropped an abandoned space satellite on it. If we hadn't decided to evacuate the base, it would never have happened. That is human intervention with a vengeance. We still don't know whether or not Forsyth's predictions will ever do us any good or not. Every time we've taken steps to avoid one of his prophesied catastrophes, we've done the very thing that brought them about. The senator puffed his cigar in thoughtful silence. We'll just have to keep working with him, Taggart said. Maybe we'll eventually make sense out of this precognition thing. At least we've got what we wanted. The Soviets think they've put us back 10 years. They figure they've got more time now to get their own program a long ways ahead. When they do get to Mars and Venus and the planets of Alpha Centauri and Sirius and Procyon, they'll find us there, waiting for them. Senator Karatsky chuckled softly. You're a pretty good prophet yourself, Brian. The only difference between you and Forsyth is that he's right half the time. You're right all the time. No, Taggart said. Not all the time. Only when it's important. End of 50% Profit by Gordon Randall Garrett. Recording by Lisa S. Ware.
The Gun by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gun by Philip K. Dick. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. It was an atomic fission we saw, all right, he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. Any of you who wants to look may do so, but it's not a pretty sight. Let me look, Tance, the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. Good Lord! He leaped violently back, knocking against Dorley, the chief navigator. Why did we come all this way, then? Dorley asked, looking around at the other men. There's no point even in landing. Let's go back at once. Perhaps he's right, the biologist murmured, but I'd like to look for myself, if I may. He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse, an endless surface of gray stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag. Pitted, fused slag, broken only by hills of rock jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent, dead. I see, Fomar said, backing away from the eyepiece. Well, I won't find any legumes there. He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. I wonder what the atmosphere sample will show, Tance said. I think I can guess, the captain answered. Most of the atmosphere is poisoned. But didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fish invisible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing. He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. What did the telescope show, good or bad? Bad. No life could possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused. Could they have gone underground? The captain slid back the port window so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasional heaps of rock. Suddenly Nasha jumped. Look, over there, at the edge. Do you see it? They stared. Something rose up, not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? Please turn the ship, Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. Turn the ship and let's see what it is. The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. Piers, he said. Piers of some sort of stone, perhaps poured artificial stone. The remains of a city. Oh dear, Nasha murmured. How awful. She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked like broken teeth. There is nothing alive, the captain said at last. I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on the sender and tell them what we've found and what we... He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing into the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second shell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and girders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the corner, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaks in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. "Help me!" Dorley was shouting. "Fire over there! Wiring ignited!" Two men came running. Tance watched helplessly, his eyeglasses broken and bent. So there is life here after all, he said half to himself. But how could... Give us a hand, Fomar said, hurrying past. Give us a hand. We've got to land the ship. It was night. A few stars glinted above them, winking through the drifting silts that blew across the surface of the planet. Dorley peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Fomar were sitting at the table in the control room, pale and solemn, studying the inventory lists. Low on carbohydrates, Fomar said. We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside. Nasha went to the window. How uninviting it looks. She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. What do you suppose an exploring party would find? Fomar shrugged. Not much. Maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic, lethal. Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. Then how do you explain it? According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun. Engage distance, the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target. True, Formar nodded. Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry, the atmosphere itself gone, completely poisoned. The gun that fired the projectiles survived, Nasha said. Why not people? It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe. Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water. There was silence. A paradox, Nasha said. Anyhow, in the morning, I think we should send out a search party, and meanwhile we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back. It'll be days before we can take off, Formar said. We should keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party. Nasha smiled a little. We'll send you in the first party. Maybe you can discover... What was it you were so interested in? Legumes. Edible legumes. Maybe you can find some of them, only... Only what? Only watch out. They fired on us once, without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose that they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait, interspecies warfare. Fighting within the race. We'll know in the morning, Formar said. Let's get some sleep. The sun came up chill and austere. The three people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down on the hard ground below. What a day, Dorley said grumpily. I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but... Come on, Nasha said. Up beside me, I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance? Tance nodded gloomily. Dorley caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. Listen, the captain is dying. No one knows except the 2 of us. By the end of the day period of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know. Dorley nodded. That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You will be captain in his place, of course, since you're vice-captain now. No, I prefer to see someone else lead. Perhaps you or Formar. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you, whichever of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility. Well, I don't want to be captain. Let Formar do it. Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. I'm rather partial to you, she said. We might try it for a time at least, but do as you like. Look, we're coming to something. They stopped walking, letting Tance catch up. In front of them was some sort of a ruined building. Dorley stared around thoughtfully. Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here. They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. I think this was a farm, Tance said, examining a piece of wood. This was the part of a tower windmill. Really? Nasha took the stick and turned it over. Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time. Look, Dorley said suddenly. Off there, a long way off. Isn't that something? Nasha sucked in her breath. The white stones. What? Nasha looked up at Dorley. The white stones, the great broken teeth, we saw them, the captain and I, from the control room. She touched Dorley's arm gently. That's where they fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close. What is it? Tance said, coming up to them. I'm almost blind without my glasses. What do you see? The city where they fired from. Oh. All three of them stood together. Well, let's go, Tance said. There's no telling what we'll find there. Dorley frowned at him. Wait. We don't know what we would be getting into. They must have patrols. They probably have seen us already, for that matter. They probably have seen the ship itself, Tance said. They probably know right now where they can find it, where they can blow it up, so what difference does it make whether we go closer or not? That's true, Nasha said. If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We've no armaments at all, you know that. I have a hand weapon, Dorley nodded. Well, let's go then. I suppose you're right, Tance. But let's stay together, Tance said nervously. Nasha, you're going too fast. Nasha looked back. She laughed. If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast. They reached the outskirts of the city at about the middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Dorley stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. Well, there it is. What's left of it? There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They had been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained, only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Dorley spat in disgust. More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all. But it was from here that the firing came, Tance murmured. Don't forget that. And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience, Nasha added. Let's go. They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. It's macabre, Dorley muttered. I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age. Old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die, it was murdered. I wonder what the city was called, Nasha said. She turned aside, going up to the remains of a stairway from one of the foundations. Do you think we might find a signpost? Some kind of plaque? She peered into the ruins. There's nothing there, Dorley said impatiently. Come on. Wait. Nasha bent down, touching the concrete stone. There's something inscribed on this. What is it? Tance hurried up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. Letters, all right. He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a bit of paper. Dorley glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was, Franklin Apartments. That's this city, Nasha said softly. That was its name. Tance put the paper in his pocket, and they went on. After a time, Dorley said, Nasha, you know I think we're being watched. But don't look around. The woman stiffened. Oh? Why do you say that? Did you see something? No. I can feel it, though. Don't you? Nasha smiled a little. I feel nothing, but perhaps I'm more used to being stared at. She turned her head slightly. Oh! Dorley reached for his hand weapon. What is it? What do you see? Tance had stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. The gun, Nasha said. It's the gun. Look at the size of it, the size of the thing. Dorley unfastened his hand weapon slowly. That's it, all right. The gun was huge. Stark and immense, it pointed up at the sky, a mass of steel and glass set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned with the wind, a network of rods atop a high pole. It's alive, Nasha whispered. It's listening to us, watching us. The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. "But who fires it?" Tance said. Dorley laughed. No one fires it." They stared at him. "What do you mean?" "It fires itself." They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. "I don't understand. What do you mean it fires itself?" "Watch. I'll show you. Don't move." Dorley picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment, and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly the great barrel moved. The vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. "You see," Dorley said, "it noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. It probably had a bead on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again." "I understand about the rock," Nasha said, nodding. "The gun noticed it, but not us, since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again, and then the end will come." "But what's this gun for?" Tance put in. "There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead." "It's a machine," Dorley said. "A machine that was made to do a job, and it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles." "The enemy," Nasha said. "Their own race. It is hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, fired at themselves." "Well, it's over with, except right here where we are standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out." "And that by that time we'll be dead," Nasha said bitterly. "There must have been hundreds of guns like this," Dorley murmured. "They must have been used to the sight. Guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping, an institution like the church and the state. Men trained to fight, to lead armies, a regular profession, honored, respected." Tance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. "Quite complex, isn't it? All those vanes and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of a telescopic sight." His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly the gun shifted, the barrel retracting. It swung. "Don't move!" Dorley cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood rigid and still. For one terrible moment it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out, and the gun became silent. Tance smiled foolishly inside his helmet. "I must have put my finger over the lens. I'll be more careful." He made his way up onto the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. "Where'd he go?" Nasha said irritably. "He'll get us all killed." "Tance, come back!" Dorley shouted. "What's the matter with you?" "In a minute." There was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. "I think I've found something. Come up and I'll show you." "What is it?" "Dorley, you said the gun was here to keep the enemy off. I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off." They were puzzled. "I think I've found what the gun is supposed to guard. Come, give me a hand." "All right," Dorley said abruptly. "Let's go." He seized Nasha's hand. "Come on, let's see what he's found. I thought something like this might happen when I saw that the gun was—" "Like what?" Nasha pulled her hand away. "What are you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found." "I do," Dorley smiled down at her. "Do you remember the legends that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, the serpent that watches it, guards it, keeping everyone away?" She nodded. "Well?" Dorley pointed up at the gun. "That," he said, "is the dragon. Come on." Between the three of them, they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Dorley was wet with perspiration when they finished. "It isn't worth it," he grunted. He stared into a dark, yawning hole. "Or is it?" Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. "Come on," Tance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it without success. "Give a hand." "All right." They came gingerly after him. Dorley examined the door. It was bolted shut, locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. "Now what?" Nasha said. Dorley took out his hand weapon. "Stand back. I can't think of any other way." He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently it began to crumble. Dorley clicked the weapon off. "I think we can get through. Let's try." The door came apart easily. In a few minutes they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls, huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Tance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. "What exactly are all these?" he murmured. "Something valuable, I would think." He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. "Look at this." They came around him. "Pictures," Nasha said. "Tiny pictures." "Records of some kind." Tance closed the spool up in the drum again. "Look, hundreds of drums." He flashed the light around. "And those crates. Let's open one." Dorley was already prying at the wood. The wood had turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture. A boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them, one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last Dorley replaced the board. "All these other crates," Nasha said. "More pictures, and these drums. What are in the boxes?" "This is their treasure," Tance said, almost to himself. "Here are their pictures, their records. Probably all their literature is here, their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe." "And their history," Nasha said. "We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they were." Dorley was wandering around the vault. "Odd," he murmured. "Even at the end, even after they had begun to fight, they still knew, someplace down inside them, that their real treasure was this, their books and pictures, their myths. Even after their big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything else was gone." "When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here," Tance said. "All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about—" He stopped. "Yes," Dorley said dryly. "We'll be leaving about 3-day periods from now. We'll fix the ship, then take off. Soon we'll be home. That is, if nothing happens, like being shot down by that—" "Oh, stop it," Nasha said impatiently. "Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home sooner or later. We'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice." Dorley nodded. "What's your solution, then? As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down." His face twisted bitterly. "They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it will lie here until it rots. Serves them right." "How?" "Don't you see? This was the only way they knew, building a gun and setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy coming to take their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them." Nasha was deep in thought, her mind far away. Suddenly she gasped. "Dorley," she said, "what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all." The two men stared at her. No menace, Dorley said. It's already shot us down once, and as soon as we take off again... Don't you see? Nasha began to laugh. The poor, foolish gun. It's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone. You? Her eyes were flashing. With a crowbar. With a hammer or a stick of wood. Let us go back to the ship and load up. Of course we're at its mercy in the air. That's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky, shoot down anything that flies. But that's all. Against something on the ground it has no defenses. Isn't that right? Dorley nodded slowly. The soft underbelly of the dragon. In the legend, the dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach. He began to laugh. That's right. That's perfectly right. Let's go then, Nasha said. Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here. It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night the captain had died and the crew had ignited his body according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently from the ship a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the grey slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon, they all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sights shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally, the warheads themselves were carried off and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal-armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, the crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, as the sun was dipping into the grey mists that drifted across the planet, they came back up the stairs again. For a moment they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoving outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get it into the air. With all of them working together, it took just 5 more days to make it spaceworthy. Nasha stood in the control room, watching the planet fall away behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking?" Dorley said. Nothing." "Are you sure?" "I was thinking that there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it." "I suppose there was. It is unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far, but then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky." "And then it was too late." "Not quite too late. After all, their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all of that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature, without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose, but those wings, it looked very old. It will change us a great deal." "When we come back, we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Dorley. "You'll lead us back there, as a good captain should." "Captain?" Dorley grinned. "Then you've decided." Nasha shrugged. "Fomar argues with me too much. I think all in all, I really prefer you." "Then let's go," Dorley said. "Let's go back home." The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, a single, half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, a red warning light flashed on down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, 100 miles from the city, another warning light flashed on far underground. Automatic relays flew into action. Gears turned. Belts whined. On the ground above, a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later, a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring, cables. Behind it a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights, and behind came more carts, some with relays, some with firing controls, some with tools and parts, screws and bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one, the lead cart. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city. To the damaged gun. End of The Gun by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Thomas Rose.
The Hyborian Age by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Klaatu. Nothing in this article is to be considered as an attempt to advance any theory in opposition to accepted history. It is simply a fictional background for a series of fiction stories. When I began writing the Conan stories a few years ago, I prepared this history of his age and the peoples of that age in order to lend him and his sagas a greater aspect of realness. I found that by adhering to the facts and spirit of that history in writing the stories, it was easier to visualize and therefore to present him as a real flesh-and-blood character rather than a ready-made product. In writing about him and his adventures in the various kingdoms of his age, I have never violated the facts or spirit of the history here set down, but have followed the lines of the history as closely as the writer of actual historical fiction follows the lines of actual history. I have used this history as a guide in all the stories in this series that I have written. Of that epoch, known by the Numidian chroniclers as the pre-cataclysmic age, little is known except the latter part, and that is veiled in the mists of legendary. Known history begins with the wanings of the pre-cataclysmic civilization, dominated by the kingdoms of Camellia, Velusia, Verulia, Grondar, Thule, and Comoria. These peoples spoke a similar language, arguing a common origin. There were other kingdoms equally civilized, but inhabited by different and apparently older races. The barbarians of that age were the Picts, who lived on islands far out on the western ocean. The Atlanteans, who dwelt on a small continent between the Pictish Islands and the main, or Thurian continent, and the Lemurians, who inhabited a chain of large islands in the eastern hemisphere. There were vast regions of unexplored land. The civilized kingdoms, though enormous in extent, occupied a comparatively small portion of the whole planet. Velusia was the westernmost kingdom of the Thurian continent, Grondar the easternmost. East of Grondar, whose people were less highly cultured than those of their kindred kingdoms, stretched a wild and barren expanse of deserts. Among the less arid stretches of desert, in the jungles and among the mountains, lived scattered clans and tribes of primitive savages. Far to the south, there was a mysterious civilization, unconnected with the Thurian culture, and apparently pre-human in its nature. On the far eastern shores of the continent, there lived another race, human but mysterious and non-Thurian, with which the Lemurians, from time to time, came in contact. They apparently came from a shadowy and nameless continent lying somewhere east of the Lemurian islands. The Thurian civilization was crumbling. Their armies were composed largely of barbarian mercenaries. Picts, Atlanteans, and Lemurians were their generals, their statesmen, often their kings. Of the bickerings of the kingdoms, and the wars between Valusia and Camoria, as well as the conquests by which the Atlanteans founded a kingdom on the mainland, there were more legends than accurate history. Then the cataclysm rocked the world. Atlantis and Lemuria sank, and the Pictish islands were heaved up to form the mountain peaks of a new continent. Sections of the Thurian continent vanished under the waves, or sinking, formed great island lakes and seas. Volcanoes broke forth, and terrific earthquakes shook down the shining cities of the empires. Whole nations were blotted out. The barbarians fared a little better than the civilized races. The inhabitants of the Pictish islands were destroyed, but a great colony of them settled along the mountains of Valusia's southern frontier to serve as a buffer against foreign invasion, was untouched. The continental kingdom of the Atlanteans likewise escaped the common ruin, and to it came thousands of their tribesmen in ships from the sinking land. Many Lemurians escaped to the eastern coast of the Thurian continent, which was comparatively untouched. There they were enslaved by the ancient race, which already dwelt there, and their history for thousands of years is a history of brutal servitude. In the western part of the continent, changing conditions created strange forms of plants and animal life. Thick jungles covered the plains, great rivers cut their roads to the sea, wild mountains were heaved up, and lakes covered the ruins of old cities in fertile valleys. To the continental kingdom of the Atlanteans, from sunken areas, swarmed myriads of beasts and savages, ape-men and apes. Forced to battle continually for their lives, they yet managed to retain vestiges of their former state of highly advanced barbarism. Robbed of metals and ores, they became workers in stone like their distant ancestors, and had attained a real artistic level when their struggling culture came into contact with the powerful Pictish nation. The Picts had also reverted to flint, but had advanced more rapidly in the matter of population and war science. They had none of the Atlanteans' artistic nature. They were a ruder, more practical, more prolific race. They left no pictures painted or carved on ivory, as did their enemies, but they left remarkably efficient flint weapons in plenty. These Stone Age kingdoms clashed, and in a series of bloody wars, the outnumbered Atlanteans were hurled back into a state of savagery, and the evolution of the Picts was halted. 500 years after the cataclysm, the barbaric kingdoms have vanished. It is now a nation of savages, the Picts carrying on continual warfare with tribes of savages, the Atlanteans. The Picts had the advantage of numbers and unity, whereas the Atlanteans had fallen into loosely knit clans. That was the West of that day. In the distant east, cut off from the rest of the world by the heaving up of gigantic mountains and the forming of a chain of vast lakes, the Lemurians are toiling as slaves of their ancient masters. The far south is still veiled in mystery. Untouched by the cataclysm, its destiny is still pre-human. Of the civilized races of the Thurian continent, a remnant of one of the non-Valusian nations dwells among the low mountains of the southeast, the Gemri. Here and there about the world are scattered clans of apish savages entirely ignorant of the rise and fall of great civilizations. But in the far north, another people are slowly coming into existence. At the time of the cataclysm, a band of savages, whose development was not much above that of the Neanderthal, fled to the north to escape destruction. They found the snow countries inhabited only by a species of ferocious snow apes, huge, shaggy white animals apparently native to that climate. These they fought and drove beyond the Arctic Circle to perish, as the savages thought. The latter then adapted themselves to the hardy new environment and throve. After the Pictish Atlantean Wars had destroyed the beginnings of what might have been a new culture, another lesser cataclysm further altered the appearance of the original continent, left a great inland sea where the chain of lakes had been, to further separate west from east, and the attendant earthquakes, floods, and volcanoes completed the ruin of the barbarians which their tribal wars had begun. 1,000 years after the lesser cataclysm, the western world is seen to be a wild country of jungles and lakes and torrential rivers. Among the forest-covered hills of the northwest exist wandering bands of ape-men without human speech or the knowledge of fire or the use of implements. They are the descendants of the Atlanteans, sunk back into the squalling chaos of jungle bestiality from which ages ago their ancestors so laboriously crawled. To the southeast dwell scattered clans of degraded, cave-dwelling savages, whose speech is of the most primitive form, yet who still retain the name of Picts, which has come to mean merely a term designating men themselves to distinguish them from the true beasts with which they contend for life and food. It is their only link with their former stage. Neither the squalid Picts nor the apish Atlanteans have any contact with other tribes or peoples. Far to the east, the Lemurians, leveled almost to a bestial plane themselves by the brutishness of their slavery, have risen and destroyed their masters. They are savages stalking among the ruins of a strange civilization. The survivors of that civilization, who have escaped the fury of their slaves, have come westward. They fall upon that mysterious pre-human kingdom of the south and overthrow it, substituting their own culture modified by contact with the older one. The newer kingdom is called Stygia, and remnants of the older nation seemed to have survived, and even been worshipped after the race as a whole had been destroyed. Here and there in the world, small groups of savages are showing signs of an upward trend. These are scattered and unclassified, but in the north the tribes are growing. These people are called Hyborians, or Hybori. Their god was Bori, some great chief whose legend made even more ancient as the king who led them into the north in the day of the great cataclysm, which the tribes remember only in distorted folklore. They have spread over the north and are pushing southward in leisurely treks. So far, they have not come in contact with any other races. Their wars have been with one another. 1,500 years in the North Country have made them a tall, tawny-haired, gray-eyed race, vigorous and warlike, and already exhibiting a well-defined artistry and poetism of nature. They still live mostly by the hunt, but the southern tribes have been raising cattle for some centuries. There is one exception in their so far complete isolation from other races. A wanderer into the far north returned with the news that the supposedly deserted ice wastes were inhabited by an extensive tribe of ape-like men, descended, he swore, from the beasts driven out of the more habitable lands by the ancestors of the Hyborians. He urged that a large war party be sent beyond the Arctic Circle to exterminate these beasts, whom he swore were evolving into true men. He was jeered at, a small band of adventurous young warriors followed him into the north, but none returned. But tribes of the Hyborians were drifting south, and as the population increased, this movement became extensive. The following age was an epoch of wandering and conquest. Across the history of the world, tribes and drifts of tribes move and shift in an ever-changing panorama. Look at the world 500 years later. Tribes of tawny-haired Hyborians have moved southward and westward, conquering and destroying many of the small, unclassified clans. Absorbing the blood of the conquered races, already the descendants of the older drifts have begun to show modified racial traits, and these mixed races are attacked fiercely by new, purer-blooded drifts, and swept before them as a broom sweeps debris impartially, to become even more mixed and mingled in the tangled debris of races and tag-ins of races. As yet the conquerors have not come in contact with the older races. To the southeast, the descendants of the Gemri, given impetus by new blood resulting from admixture with some unclassified tribe, are beginning to seek to revive some faint shadow of their ancient culture. To the west, the apish Atlanteans are beginning the long climb upward. They have completed the cycle of existence. They have long forgotten their former existence as men. Unaware of any other former state, they are starting to climb unhelped and unhindered by human memories. To the south of them, the Picts remain savages, apparently defying the laws of nature by neither progressing nor retrogressing. Far to the south dreams the ancient mysterious kingdom of Stygia. On its eastern borders wander clans of nomadic savages already known as the Sons of Shem. Next to the Picts, in the broad valley of Zing, protected by great mountains, a nameless band of primitives, tentatively classified as akin to the Shemites, has evolved an advanced agricultural system and existence. Another factor has added to the impetus of Hyborian drift. A tribe of that race has discovered the use of stone in building and the first Hyborian kingdom has come into being, the rude and barbaric kingdom of Hyperborea, which had its beginning in a crude fortress of boulders heaped to repel tribal attack. The people of this tribe soon abandoned their horsehide tents for stone houses, crudely but mightily built, and thus protected, they grew strong. There are a few more dramatic events in history than the rise of the rude, fierce kingdoms of Hyperborea, whose people turned abruptly from their nomadic life to rear dwellings of naked stone surrounded by cyclopean walls, a race scarcely emerged from the polished Stone Age who had by a freak of chance learned the first rude principles of architecture. The rise of this kingdom drove forth many other tribes, for defeated in the war or refusing to become tributary to their castle-dwelling kinsmen, many clans set forth on long treks that took them halfway around the world, and already the more northern tribes are beginning to be harried by gigantic blonde savages not much more advanced than ape-men. The tale of the next 1,000 years is the tale of the rise of the Hyborians, whose warlike tribes dominate the western world. Rude kingdoms are taking shape. The tawny-haired invaders have encountered the Picts, driving them into the barren lands of the west. To the northwest, the descendants of the Atlanteans, climbed unaided from apedom into primitive savagery, have not yet met the conquerors. Far to the east, the Lemurians are evolving a strange semi-civilization of their own. To the south, the Hyborians have founded the Kingdom of Koth on the borders of those pastoral countries known as the lands of Shem, and the savages of those lands, partly through contact with the Hyborians, partly through the contact with the Stygians, who have ravaged them for centuries, are emerging from barbarism. The blonde savages of the far north have grown in power and numbers, so that the northern Hyborian tribes move southward, driving their kindred clans before them. The ancient kingdom of Hyperborea is overthrown by one of those northern tribes, which, however, retains the old name. Southeast of Hyperborea, a kingdom of the Gemri has come into being under the name of Zamora. To the southwest, a tribe of Picts have invaded the fertile valley of Zing, conquered the agricultural people there, and settled among them. This mixed race was in turn conquered later by a roving tribe of Hybori, and from those mingled elements came the kingdom of Zingara. 500 years later, the kingdoms of the world are clearly defined. The kingdom of the Hyborians, Aquilonia, Nemedia, Brithunia, Hyperborea, Koth, Ophir, Argos, Corinthia, and one known as the Border Kingdom, dominate the western world. Zamora lies to the east, and Zingara to the southwest of these kingdoms, people alike in darkness of complexion and exotic habits, but otherwise unrelated. Far to the south sleeps Stygia, untouched by foreign invasion, but the peoples of Shem have exchanged the Stygian yoke for the less galling one of Koth. The dusky masters have been driven south of the great river Styx, Nilus, or Nile, which, flowing north from the shadowy hinterlands, turns almost at right angles and flows almost due west through the pastoral meadowlands of Shem to empty into the great sea. North of Aquilonia, the westernmost Hyborian kingdom, are the Cimmerians, ferocious savages untamed by the invaders, but advancing rapidly because of contact with them. They are the descendants of the Atlanteans, now progressing more steadily than their old enemies the Picts, who dwell in the wilderness west of Aquilonia. Another 5 centuries, and the Hybori people are the possessors of a civilization so virile that contact with it virtually snatched out of the wallow of savagery such tribes as it touched. The most powerful kingdom is Aquilonia, but others vie with it in strength and mixed race. The nearest to the ancient root stock are the Gundermen of Gunderland, a northern province of Aquilonia, but this mixing has not weakened the race. They are supreme in the western world, though the barbarians of the wastelands are growing in strength. In the north, golden-haired, blue-eyed barbarians, descendants of the blonde Arctic savages, have driven the remaining Hyborian tribes out of the snow countries, except the ancient kingdom of Hyperborea, which resists their onslaught. Their country is called Nordheim, and they are divided into the red-haired Vanir of Vanaheim and the yellow-haired Aesir of Asgard. Now the Lemurians enter history again as Hyrcanians. Through the centuries they have pushed steadily westward, and now a tribe skirts the southern end of the great inland sea, Vilayet, and establishes the kingdom of Turan on the southwestern shore. Between the inland sea and the eastern borders of the native kingdoms lie vast expanses of steppes, and in the extreme north and extreme south, deserts. The non-Hyrcanian dwellers of these territories are scattered and pastoral, unclassified in the north, Shemetish in the south, aboriginal with a thin strain of Hyborian blood from wandering conquerors. Toward the latter part of the period, other Hyrcanian clans push westward, around the northern extremity of the inland sea, and clash with the eastern outposts of the Hyperboreans. Glance briefly at the peoples of that age. The dominant of Hyborians are no longer uniformly tawny-haired and gray-eyed. They have mixed with other races. There is a strong Shemetish, even a Stygian strain among the peoples of Koth, and to a lesser extent of Argos, while in the case of the latter, admixture with the Zingarans has been more extensive than with the Shemites. The eastern Brythunians have intermarried with the dark-skinned Zamorans, and the people of southern Aquilonia have mixed with the brown Zingarans, until black hair and brown eyes are the dominant type in Poitain, the southernmost province. The ancient kingdom of Hyperborea is more aloof than the others, yet there is an alien blood in plenty of its veins, from the capture of foreign women, Hyrcanians, Asir, and Zamorians. Only in the province of Gunderland, where the people keep no slaves, is the pure Hyborian stock found unblemished. But the barbarians have kept their bloodstream pure. The Cimmerians are tall and powerful, with dark hair and blue or gray eyes. The people of Nordheim are of similar build, but with white skins, blue eyes, and golden or red hair. The Picts are of the same type as they always were, short, very dark, with black eyes and hair. The Hyrcanians are dark and generally tall and slender, though a squat, slant-eyed type is more and more common among them, resulting from mixture with a curious race of intelligent, though stunted aborigines conquered by them among the mountains east of Vilayet, on their westward drift. The Shemites are generally of medium height, though sometimes, when mixed with Stygian blood, gigantic, broadly and strongly built, with hook noses, dark eyes, and blue-black hair. The Stygians are tall and well-made, dusky, straight-featured, at least the ruling classes are of that type. The lower classes are a downtrodden mongrel horde, a mixture of Negroid, Stygian, Shemetish, even Hyborian bloods. South of Stygia are the vast black kingdoms of the Amazons, the Cushites, the Atlians, and the hybrid empire of Zimbabwe. Between Aquilonia and the Pictish wilderness lie the Bosonian Marches, peopled by descendants of an aboriginal race, conquered by a tribe of Hyborians early in the first ages of the Hyborian Drift. This mixed people never attained the civilization of the purer Hyborians, and was pushed by them to the very fringe of the civilized world. The Bosonians are of medium height and complexion, their eyes brown or gray, and they are mesocephalic. They live mainly by agriculture in large walled villages, and are part of the Aquilonian kingdoms. Their marches extend from the border kingdom in the north to Zingara in the southwest, forming a bulwark for Aquilonia against both the Cimmerians and the Picts. They are stubborn, defensive fighters, and centuries of warfare against northern and western barbarians have caused them to evolve a type of defense almost impregnable against direct attack. 500 years later, the Hyborian civilization was swept away. Its fall was unique in that it was not brought about by internal decay, but by the growing power of the barbarian nations and the Hyrcanians. The Hyborian peoples were overthrown while their vigorous culture was in its prime. Yet it was Aquilonia's greed which brought about the overthrow, though indirectly. Wishing to extend their empire, her kings made war on their neighbors. Zingara, Argos, and Ophir were annexed outright, with the western cities of Shem, which had, with their more eastern kindred, recently thrown off the yoke of Koth. Koth itself, with Corinthia and the eastern Shemitish tribes, was forced to pay Aquilonia tribute and lend aid in wars. An ancient feud had existed between Aquilonia and Hyperborea, and the latter now marched to meet the armies of her western rival. The plains of the border kingdom were the scene of a great and savage battle, in which the northern hosts were utterly defeated, and retreated into their snowy fastness, whither the victorious Aquilonians did not pursue them. Numidia, which had successfully resisted the western kingdom for centuries, now drew Bithynia and Zamora, and secretly Koth, into an alliance, which bade fair to crush the rising empire. But before their armies could join the battle, a new enemy appeared, in the east, as the Hyrcanians made their first real thrust at the western world. Reinforced by adventurers from east of Vilayet, the riders of Turin swept over Zamora, devastated eastern Carinthia, and were met on the plains of Bithynia by the Aquilonians, who defeated them and hurled them flying eastward. But the back of the alliance was broken, and Numidia took the defensive in future wars, aided occasionally by Bithynia and Hyperborea, and secretly, as usual, by Koth. This defeat of the Hyrcanians showed the nations the real power of the western kingdom, whose splendid armies were augmented by mercenaries, many of them recruited among the alien Zingarans and the barbaric Picts and Shemites. Zamora was reconquered from the Hyrcanians, but the people discovered that they had merely exchanged an eastern master for a western master. Aquilonian soldiers were quartered there, not only to protect the ravaged country, but also to keep the people in subjection. The Hyrcanians were not convinced. 3 more invasions burst upon the Zamoran borders and the lands of Shem, and were hurled back by the Aquilonians, though the Turanian armies grew larger as hordes of steel-clad riders rode out of the east, skirting the southern extremity of the inland sea. But it was in the west that a power was growing destined to throw down the kings of Aquilonia from their high places. In the north there was incessant bickering along the Cimmerian borders between the black-haired warriors and the Nordhamir, and the Asir, between wars with the Vanir, assailed Hyperborea and pushed back the frontier, destroying city after city. The Cimmerians also fought the Picts and Bossonians impartially, and several times raided into Aquilonia itself, but their wars were less invasions than mere plundering forays. But the Picts were growing amazingly in population and power. By a strange twist of fate, it was largely due to the efforts of one man, and he an alien, that they set their feet upon the ways that led to eventual empire. This man was Arus, a Nemedian priest, a natural-born reformer. What turned his mind toward the Picts is not certain, but this much is history. He determined to go into the western wilderness and modify the rude ways of the heathen by the introduction of the gentle worship of Mitra. He was not daunted by the grisly tales of what had happened to traders and explorers before him, and by some whim of fate he came among the people he sought, alone and unarmed, and was not instantly speared. The Picts had benefited by contact with Hyborian civilization, but they had always fiercely resisted that contact. That is to say, they had learned to work crudely in copper and tin, which were found scantily in their country, and for which later metal they raided into the mountains of Zingara, or traded hides, whale's teeth, walrus tusks, and such few things as savages have to trade. They no longer lived in caves and tree shelters, but built tents of hides and crude huts, copied from those of the Bossonians. They still lived mainly by the chase, since their wilds swarmed with game of all sorts, and the rivers and the sea with fish, but they had learned how to plant grain, which they did sketchily, preferring to steal it from their neighbors, the Bossonians and Zingarans. They dwelt in clans, which were generally at feud with each other, and their simple customs were bloodthirsty and utterly inexplicable to a civilized man, such as Arus of Numidia. They had no direct contact with the Hyborians, since the Bossonians acted as a buffer between them, but Arus maintained that they were capable of progress, and events proved the truth of his assertion, though scarcely in the way he meant. Arus was fortunate in being thrown in with a chief of more than usual intelligence, Gorm by name. Gorm cannot be explained, any more than Genghis Khan, Othman, Attila, or any of those individuals who, born in naked lands among untutored barbarians, yet possess the instinct for conquest and empire-building. In a sort of bastard Bossonian, the priest made the chief understand his purpose, and, though extremely puzzled, Gorm gave him permission to remain among his tribe unbutchered, a case unique in the history of the race. Having learned the language, Arus set himself to work to eliminate the more unpleasant phases of Pictish life, such as human sacrifice, blood feud, and the burning alive of captives. He harangued Gorm at length, whom he found to be an interested, if unresponsive, listener. Imagination reconstructs the scene, the black-haired chief in his tiger skins and necklace of human teeth, squatting on the dirt floor of the wattle hut, listening intently to the eloquence of the priest, who probably sat on a carven, skin-covered block of mahogany provided in his honor, clad in the silken robes of a Nemedian priest, gesturing with his slender white hands as he expounded the eternal rights and justices which were the truths of Mitra. Doubtless he pointed with repugnance at the rows of skulls which adorned the walls of the hut, and urged Gorm to forgive his enemies instead of putting their bleached remnants to such use. Aris was the highest product of an innately artistic race, refined by centuries of civilization. Gorm had behind him a heritage of 100,000 years of screaming savagery. The pad of the tiger was in the stealthy step, the grip of the gorilla in his black-nailed hands. The fire that burns in a leopard's eye burned in his. Aris was a practical man. He appealed to the savage's sense of material gain. He pointed out the power and splendor of the Hyborian kingdoms as an example of the power of Mitra, whose teachings and works had lifted them up to their high places. And he spoke of cities and fertile plains, marble walls and iron chariots, jeweled towers and horsemen in their glittering armor riding to battle. And Gorm, with the unerring instinct of the barbarian, passed over his words regarding gods and their teachings and fixed on the material powers thus vividly described. There in that mud-floor wattle hut, with the silk-robed priest on the mahogany block and the dark-skinned chief crouching in his tiger hides, was laid the foundations of an empire. As has been said, Aris was a practical man. He dwelt among the Picts and found much that an intelligent man could do to aid humanity, even when that humanity was cloaked in tiger skins and wore necklaces of human teeth. Like all priests of Mitra, he was instructed in many things. He found that there were vast deposits of iron ore in the Pictish hills, and he taught the natives to mine, smelt, and work it into implements, agricultural implements, as he fondly believed. He instituted other reforms, but these were the most important things he did. He instilled in Gorm a desire to see the civilized lands of the world. He taught the Picts how to work in iron, and he established contact between them and the civilized world. At the chief's request, he conducted him and some of his warriors through the Bosonian marches, where the honest villagers stared in amazement into the glittering outer world. Aris no doubt thought he was making converts right and left, because the Picts listened to him and refrained from smiting him with their copper axes. But the Pict was little calculated to seriously regard teachings which bade him forgive his enemy and abandon the war path for the ways of honest drudgery. It has been said that he lacked artistic sense. His whole nature led to war and slaughter. When the priest talked of the glories of the civilized nations, his dark-skinned listeners were intent, not on the ideals of his religion, but on the loot which he unconsciously described in the narration of rich cities and shining lands. When he told how Mitra aided certain kings to overcome their enemies, they paid scant heed to the miracles of Mitra, but they hung on the description of battle lines, mounted knights, and maneuvers of archery and spearmen. They hearkened with keen, dark eyes and inscrutable countenances, and they went their ways without comment, and heeded, with flattering intentness, his instructions as to the working of iron and kindred arts. Before his coming, they had filched steel weapons and armor from the Bosonians and Zingarans, or had hammered out their own crude armor from copper and bronze. Now a new world opened to them, and the clang of sledges re-echoed throughout the land, and Gorm, by virtue of his new craft, began to assert his dominance over other clans, partly by war, partly by craft and diplomacy, in which latter art he excelled all other barbarians. Picts now came and went freely into Aquilonia, under safe conduct, and they returned with more information as to armor forging and sword-making. More, they entered Aquilonia's mercenary armies, to the unspeakable disgust of the sturdy Bosonians. Aquilonia's kings toyed with the idea of playing the Picts against the Cimmerians, and possibly thus destroying both menaces, but they were too busy with their policies of aggression in the south and east to pay much heed to the vaguely known lands of the west, from which more and more stocky warriors swarmed to take service among the mercenaries. These warriors, their service completed, went back to their wilderness with good ideas of civilized warfare, and that contempt for civilization which arises from familiarity with it. Drums began to beat in the hills, gathering fires smoked on the heights, and savage sword-makers hammered their steel on 1,000 anvils. By intrigues and forays too numerous and devious to enumerate, Gorm became chief of chiefs, the nearest approach to a king the Picts had had in thousands of years. He had waited long. He was past middle age, but now he moved against the frontiers, not in trade, but in war. Aris saw his mistake too late. He had not touched the soul of the pagan, in which lurked the hard fierceness of all the ages. His persuasive eloquence had not caused a ripple in the Pictish conscience. Gorm wore a corselet of silvered mail now, instead of the tiger skin, but underneath he was unchanged. The everlasting barbarian, unmoved by theology or philosophy, his instincts fixed unerringly on rapine and plunder. The Picts burst on the Bossonian frontiers with fire and sword, not clad in tiger skins and brandishing copper axes as of yore, but in scale mail, wielding weapons and keen steel. As for Aris, he was brained by a drunken Pict while making a last effort to undo the work he had unwittingly done. Gorm was not without gratitude. He caused the skull of the slayer to be set on the top of the priest's cairn, and it is one of the grim ironies of the universe that the stones which covered Aris's body should have been adorned with that last touch of barbarity above a man to whom violence and blood vengeance were revolting. But the newer weapons and mail were not enough to break the lines. For years, the superior armaments and sturdy courage of the Bossonians held the invaders at bay, aided, when necessary, by imperial Aquilonian troops. During this time, the Hyrcanians came and went, and Zamora was added to the empire. Then treachery from an unexpected source broke the Bossonian lines. Before chronicling this treachery, it might be well to glance briefly at the Aquilonian Empire. Always a rich kingdom, untold wealth had been rolled in by conquest, and sumptuous splendor had taken the place of simple and hardy living. But degeneracy had not yet sapped the kings and the people. Though clad in silks and cloth of gold, they were still a vital, virile race. But arrogance was supplanting their former simplicity. They treated less powerful people with growing contempt, levying more and more tributes on the conquered. Argos, Zingara, Ophir, Zamora, and the Shemite countries were treated as subjugated provinces, which was especially galling to the proud Zingarans, who often revolted despite savage retaliations. Koth was practically tributary, being under Aquilonia's protection against the Hyrcanians. But Nemedia the Western Empire had never been able to subdue, although the latter's triumphs were of the defensive sort and were generally attained with the aid of Hyperborean armies. During this period, Aquilonia's only defeats were her failure to annex Nemedia, the rout of an army sent into Samaria, and the almost complete destruction of an army by the Asir. Just as the Hyrcanians found themselves unable to withstand the heavy cavalry charges of the Aquilonians, so the latter, invading the snow countries, were overwhelmed by the ferocious hand-to-hand fighting of the Nordics. But Aquilonia's conquests were pushed to the Nilus, where a Stygian army was defeated with great slaughter, and the king of Stygia sent tribute, once at least, to divert invasion of his kingdom. Bithynia was reduced in a series of whirlwind wars, and preparations were made to subjugate the ancient rival at last, Nemedia. With their glittering hosts greatly increased by mercenaries, the Aquilonians moved against their old-time foe, and it seemed as if the thrust were destined to crush the last shadow of Nemedian independence. But contentions arose between the Aquilonians and their Bossonian auxiliaries. As the inevitable result of imperial expansion, the Aquilonians had become haughty and intolerant. They derided the ruder, unsophisticated Bossonians, and hard feeling grew between them, the Aquilonians despising the Bossonians and the latter resenting the attitude of their masters, who now boldly called themselves such, and treated the Bossonians like conquered subjects, taxing them exorbitantly, and conscripting them for their wars of territorial expansion, wars the profits of which the Bossonians shared little. Scarcely enough men were left in the marches to guard the frontier, and hearing of Pictish outrages in their homelands, whole Bosonian regiments quit the Nemedian campaign and marched to the western frontier, where they defeated the dark-skinned invaders in a great battle. This desertion, however, was the direct cause of Aquilonia's defeat by the desperate Nemedians, and brought down on the Bosonians the cruel wrath of the imperialists, intolerant and short-sighted as imperialists invariably are. Aquilonian regiments were secretly brought to the border of the marches, the Bosonian chiefs were invited to attend a great conclave, and in the guise of an expedition against the Picts, bands of savage Shemitish soldiers were quartered among the unsuspecting villagers. The unarmed chiefs were massacred, the Shemites turned on their stunned hosts with torch and sword, and the armored imperial hosts were hurled ruthlessly on the unsuspecting people. From north to south, the marches were ravaged, and the Aquilonian armies marched back from their borders, leaving a ruined and devastated land behind them. And then the Pictish invasion burst in full power along those borders. It was no mere raid, but the concerted rush of a whole nation, led by chiefs who had served in Aquilonian armies and planned and directed by Gorm, an old man now, but with the fire of his fierce ambition undimmed. This time there were no strong-walled villages in their path, manned by sturdy archers to hold back the rush until the imperial troops could be brought up. The remnants of the Bosonians were swept out of existence, and the blood-mad barbarians swarmed into Aquilonia, looting and burning before the legions, warring again with the Nemedians, could be marched into the west. The remnants of the Bosonians were swept out of existence, and the blood-mad barbarians swarmed into Aquilonia, looting and burning before the legions warring against the Nemedians could be marched into the west. Zingara seized this opportunity to throw off the yoke, which example was followed by Corinthia and the Shemites. Whole regiments of mercenaries and vassals mutinied and marched back to their own countries, looting and burning as they went. The Picts surged irresistibly eastward, and host after host was trampled beneath their feet. Without their Bosonian archers, the Aquilonians found themselves unable to cope with the terrible arrow fire of the barbarians. From all parts of the empire, legions were recalled to resist the onrush, while from the wilderness, horde after horde swarmed forth, in apparently inexhaustible supply. And in the midst of this chaos, the Cimmerians swept down from their hills, completing the ruin. They looted cities, devastated the country, and retired into the hills with their plunder. But the Picts occupied the lands they had overrun, and the Aquilonian Empire went down in fire and blood. Then again the Hyrcanians rode from the blue east. The withdrawal of the imperial legions from Zamora was their incitement. Zamora fell easy prey to their thrusts, and the Hyrcanian king established his capital in the largest city of the country. Their invasion was from the ancient Hyrcanian kingdom of Turan on the shores of the inland sea, but another, more savage Hyrcanian thrust came from the north. Hosts of steel-clad riders galloped around the northern extremity of the inland sea, traversed the icy deserts, entered the steppes, driving the aborigines before them, and launched themselves against the western kingdoms. These newcomers were not at first allies with the Turanians, but skirmished with them as with the Hyborians. New drifts of eastern warriors bickered and fought until all were united under a great chief who came riding from the very shores of the eastern ocean. With no Aquilonian armies to oppose them, they were invincible. They swept over the subjugated Brithunia and devastated southern Hyperborea and Corinthia. They swept into the Cimmerian hills, driving the black-haired barbarians before them, but among the hills, where cavalry was less effectual, the Cimmerians turned on them, and only a disorderly retreat at the end of a whole day of bloody fighting saved the Hyrcanian hosts from complete annihilation. While these events had been transpiring, the kingdoms of Shem had conquered their ancient master Koth, and had been defeated in an attempted invasion of Stygia. But scarcely had they completed their degradation of Koth when they were overrun by the Hyrcanians, and found themselves subjugated by sterner masters than the Hyborians had ever been. Meanwhile, the Picts had made themselves complete masters of Aquilonia, practically blotting out the inhabitants. They had broken over the borders of Zingara, and thousands of Zingarans, fleeing the slaughter into Argos, threw themselves on the mercy of the westward sweeping Hyrcanians, who settled them in Zamora as subjects. Behind them as they fled, Argos was enveloped in the flame and slaughter of Pictish conquest, and the slayers swept into Ophir and clashed with the westward riding Hyrcanians. The latter, after their conquest of Shem, had overthrown a Stygian army at the Nilus and overrun the country as far south as the Black Kingdom of Amazon, of whose people they brought back thousands of captives, settling them among the Shemites. Possibly they would have completed their conquests in Stygia, adding it to their widening empire, but for the fierce thrusts of the Picts against their western conquests. Nemedia, unconquerable by Hyperboreans, reeled between the riders of the east and the swordsmen of the west, when a tribe of Asir wandering down from their snowy lands came into the kingdom and were engaged as mercenaries. They proved such able warriors that they not only beat off the Hyrcanians, but halted the eastward advance of the Picts. The world at that time presents some such picture. A vast Pictish empire, wild, rude, and barbaric, stretches from the coasts of Vanaheim in the north to the southernmost shores of Zingara. It stretches east to include all Aquilonia except Gunderland, the northernmost province, which, as a separate kingdom in the hills, survived the fall of the empire and still maintains its independence. The Pictish Empire also includes Argos, Ophir, and the western part of Koth, and the westernmost lands of Shem. Opposed to the barbaric empire is the empire of the Hyrcanians, of which the northern boundaries are the ravaged lines of Hyperborea, and the southern, the deserts south of the lands of Shem, Zamora. Brithunia, the border kingdom, Corinthia, most of Koth, and all the eastern lands of Shem are included in the empire. The borders of Samaria are intact. Neither Pict nor Hyrcanian had been able to subdue these warlike barbarians. Nemedia, dominated by the Asir mercenaries, resists all invasions. In the north, Nordheim, Samaria, and Nemedia separate the conquering races, but in the south, Koth has become a battleground where Picts and Hyrcanians war incessantly. Sometimes the eastern warriors expel the barbarians from the kingdoms entirely. Again, the plains and cities are in the hands of the western invaders. In the far south, Stygia, shaken by the Hyrcanian invasion, is being encroached upon by the great Black Kingdoms, and in the far north, the Nordic tribes are restless, warring continually with the Cimmerians and sweeping the Hyperborean frontiers. The dark hands which shattered the artistic glories of the conquered never tried to copy them. Though he sat among the glittered ruins of shattered palaces and clad his hard body in the silks of vanquished kings, the Pict remained the eternal barbarian, ferocious, elemental, interested only in the naked primal principles of life, unchanging, unerring in his instincts, which were all for war and plunder, in which arts and the cultured progress of humanity had no place. Not so with the Asir who settled in Nemedia. These soon adopted many of the ways of their civilized allies, modified powerfully, however, by their own intensely virile and alien culture. For a short age, Pict and Hyrcanian snarled at each other over the ruins of the world they had conquered. They began the Glacier Ages and the Great Nordic Drift. Before the southward moving ice fields, the northern tribes drifted, driving kindred clans before them. The Asir blotted out the ancient kingdom of Hyperborea, and across its ruins came to grips with the Hyrcanians. Nemedia had already become a Nordic kingdom, ruled by the descendants of the Asir mercenaries. Driven before the onrushing tides of Nordic invasion, the Cimmerians were on the march, and neither army nor city stood before them. They surged across and completely destroyed the kingdom of Gunderland, and marched across ancient Aquilonia, hewing their irresistible way through the Pictish hosts. They defeated the Nordic Nemedians and sacked some of their cities, but did not halt. They continued eastward, overthrowing a Hyrcanian army on the borders of Brithunia. Behind them, hordes of Asir and Vanir swarmed into the lands, and the Pictish Empire reeled beneath their strokes. Nemedia was overthrown, and the half-civilized Nordics fled before their wilder kinsmen, leaving the cities of Nemedia ruined and deserted. These fleeing Nordics, who had adopted the name of the older kingdom and to whom the term Nemedian henceforth refers, came into the ancient land of Koth, expelled both Picts and Hyrcanians, and aided the people of Shem to throw off the Hyrcanian yoke. All over the Western world, the Picts and Hyrcanians were staggering before this younger, fiercer people. A band of Aesir drove the eastern riders from Brithunia and settled there themselves, adopting the name for themselves. The Nordics, who had conquered Hyperborea, assailed their eastern enemies so savagely that the dark-skinned descendants of the Lemurians retreated into the steppes, pushed irresistibly back toward Vilayet. Meanwhile, the Cimmerians, wandering southeastward, destroyed the ancient Hyrcanian kingdom of Turin and settled on the southwestern shores of the inland sea. The power of the eastern conquerors was broken. Before the attacks of the Nordhemir and the Cimmerians, they destroyed all their cities, butchered such captives as were not fit to make the long march, and then, herding thousands of slaves before them, rode back into the mysterious east, skirting the northern edge of the sea and vanishing from Western history, until they rode out of the east again thousands of years later as Huns, Mongols, Tartars, and Turks. With them in their retreat went thousands of Zamorians and Zingarans, who were settled together far to the east, formed a mixed race, and emerged ages afterwards as gypsies. Meanwhile, also, a tribe of Vanir adventurers had passed along the Pictish coast southward, ravaged ancient Zingara, and come into Stygia, which, oppressed by a cruel aristocratic ruling class, was staggering under the thrusts of the Black Kingdoms to the south. The red-haired Vanir led the slaves in a general revolt, overthrew the reigning class, and set themselves up as a caste of conquerors. They subjugated the northernmost Black Kingdoms and built a vast southern empire, which they called Egypt. From these red-haired conquerors, the earlier pharaohs boasted descent. The Western world was now dominated by Nordic barbarians. The Picts still held Aquilonia and part of Zingara and the western coast of the continent, but east to Vilayet and from the Arctic Circle to the lands of Shem, the only inhabitants were roving tribes of Nordhemir, excepting the Cimmerians, settled in the old Turanian kingdom. There were no cities anywhere except in Stygia and the lands of Shem. The invading tides of Picts, Hyrcanians, Cimmerians, and Nordics had leveled them in ruins, and the once dominant Hyborians had vanished from the earth, leaving scarcely a trace of their blood in the veins of their conquerors. Only a few names of lands, tribes, and cities remained in the languages of the barbarians, to come down through the centuries connected with distorted legend and fable, until the whole history of the Hyborian age was lost sight of in a cloud of myths and fantasies. Thus in the speech of the gypsies lingered the terms Zingara and Zamora. The Aesir who dominated Nemedia were called Nemedians, and later figured into Irish history, and the Nordics who settled in Brithunia were known as Brythunians, Brythons, or Britons. There was no such thing at that time as a consolidated Nordic empire. As always, the tribes had each its own chief or king, and they fought savagely among themselves. What their destiny might have been will not be known, because another terrific convulsion of the earth, carving out the lands as they are known to moderns, hurled all into chaos again. Great strips of the western coast sank. Vanaheim and western Asgard, uninhabited and glacier-haunted wastes for 100 years, vanished beneath the waves. The ocean flowed around the mountains of western Cimmeria to form the North Sea. These mountains became the islands later known as England, Scotland, and Ireland, and the waves rolled over what had been the Pictish wilderness and the Bossonian marches. In the north, the Baltic Sea was formed, cutting Asgard into the peninsulas later known as Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, and far to the south the Stygian continent was broken away from the rest of the world on the line of cleavage formed by the river Nilus in its westward trend. Over Argos, western Koth, and the western lands of Shem washed the blue ocean men later called the Mediterranean, but where land sank elsewhere, a vast expanse west of Stygia rose out of the waves, forming the whole western half of the continent of Africa. The buckling of the land thrust up great mountain ranges in the central part of the northern continent. Whole Nordic tribes were blotted out, and the rest retreated eastward. The territory about the slowly drawing inland sea was not affected, and there, on the western shores, the Nordic tribes began a pastoral existence, living in more or less peace with the Cimmerians, and gradually mixing with them. In the west, the remnants of the Picts reduced by the cataclysm once more to the status of Stone Age savages, began with the incredible virility of their race once more to possess the land until, at a later age, they were overthrown by the westward drift of the Cimmerians and Nordics. This was so long after the breaking up of the continent that only meaningless legends told of former empires. This drift comes within the reach of modern history and need not be repeated. It resulted from a growing population which thronged the steppes west of the inland sea, which, still later, much reduced in size, was known as the Caspian, to such an extent that migration became an economic necessity. The tribes moved southward, northward, and westward into those lands now known as India, Asia Minor, and Central and Western Europe. They came into those countries as Aryans, but they were variations among those primitive Aryans, some of which are still recognized today, others which have long been forgotten. The blonde Achaeans, Gauls, and Britons, for instance, were descendants of pure-blooded Asir. The Nemedians of Irish legendary were the Nemedian Asir. The Danes were descendants of pure-blooded Vanir. The Goths, ancestors of the other Scandinavian and Germanic tribes, including the Anglo-Saxons, were descendants of a mixed race whose elements contained Vanir, Asir, and Cimmerian strains. The Gaels, ancestors of the Irish and Highland Scotch, descended from pure-blooded Cimmerian clans. The Cymric tribes of Britain were a mixed Nordic-Cimmerian race which preceded the purely Nordic Britons into the Isles, and thus gave rise to the legend of Gallic priority. The Cimbri, who fought Rome, were of the same blood, as well as the Gemmerai of the Assyrians and Grecians, and Gomer of the Hebrews. Other clans of the Cimmerians adventured east of the drying inland sea, and a few centuries later mixed with Hyrcanian blood, returned westward as Scythians. The original ancestors of the Gaels gave their name to modern Crimea. The ancient Sumerians had no connection with the Western race. They were a mixed people of Hyrcanian and Shemitish blood who were not taken with the conquerors in their retreat. Many tribes of Shem escaped that captivity, and from pure-blooded Shemites or Shemites mixed with Hyborian or Nordic blood were descended the Arabs, Israelites, and other straighter-featured Semites. The Canaanites or Alpine Semites traced their descent from Shemitish ancestors mixed with the Cushites settled among them by their Hyrcanian masters. The Elamites were a typical race of this type. The short, thick-limbed Etruscans, base of the Roman race, were descendants of a people of mixed Stygian, Hyrcanian, and Pictish strains, and originally lived in the ancient kingdom of Koth. The Hyrcanians, retreating to the eastern shores of the continent, evolved into the tribes later known as Tatars, Huns, Mongols, and Turks. The origins of other races of the modern world may be similarly traced. In almost every case, older far than they realize, their history stretches back into the mists of the forgotten Hyborian Age. End of The Hyborian Age by Robert E. Howard.
The Invader by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa S. Ware. The Invader by Alfred Koppel. Invading Earth was going to be a cinch, the Triomed scout decided, but to make certain, he must study its inhabitants as one of them. The Triomed advanced stealthily across the floor of the dark cell toward the sleeping figure huddled in the corner. After the long, lonely voyage, the nearness to a host filled the Triomed with eager anticipation. The tiny spaceship that had carried him into this lush planetary system far from the galaxy's heart lay well hidden behind him. So far as he could tell, his descent had not been detected, and that was as it should be, for he was a Triomed and a scientist. One of the finest in the service of his dying race. Dying, that is, until now, he thought. No longer would the race of Triomeds weaken and die for lack of suitable hosts. This third planet of the yellow sun was a paradise thick with warm-blooded biped mammals. The sleeping creature stirred uneasily, as though sensing the approach of danger. The Triomed froze into immobility. It was unlikely that he could be seen, he knew, though the sense of sight was only a synthesized abstraction to him. It was not one of his own proper senses, but he had been able to detect at long distance that almost every living creature on this planet received impressions through certain specialized organs mounted on and within their structure. There were plants, of course, as there were on Triom, but they were unimportant. There were viruses, too, and he had been afraid, when he had discovered this fact, that he had arrived too late. But the first attempts at establishing communication had relieved the Triomed of his fears. The indigenous viruses were primitive, not at all like his own illustrious ancestors of ancient Triom. The sleeping biped relaxed, and the Triomed inched forward again, a flat, almost two-dimensional smear of glistening matter on the floor in front of the biped. From high above the planet's night side, the Triomed had sensed the city. He had absorbed its shape and size and meaning while his craft settled through the heavy, oxygen-rich air. It was not enough that his instruments told of suitable hosts. He was a scientist and believed in absolute proof. Also, he had been in space long, without the satisfaction of a host, and he yearned for the rapport, the domination of a warm-blooded creature. There had been a dark segment in the brilliant pattern of the city, an island of solitude amid the myriad confluences. It was there that he had landed his tiny probe ship and hidden it among the thickly wooded glades. Almost immediately he had sensed the nearness of many creatures, insects, plants, warm-blooded quadrupeds and bipeds. There had been machines and buildings and winding roadways among the trees. Darkness had covered his progress until at last he found himself near the sleeping creature, ready to infiltrate and take command. The glistening shape elongated, became a thread-like tendril of almost gossamer thickness. It touched the flesh of the sleeper and thrilled with pleasure. Cautiously, the Triomed moved up the hairy leg, an invisible strand of alien life close to the worm's skin. Presently, the strand found the opening it sought. It slithered imperceptibly into the moist warmth of the sleeper's nostril, moved through the tear duct into the space behind the eyeball. Here, it probed through muscle and membrane along the base of the brain, seeking the pineal gland. And found it, penetrated it, coiling like a microscopic serpent within the gland. A surge of pleasure went through the Triomed. Here was safety. The host was large, powerful, and vibrant with life. Quickly, the Triomed established dominance. It was shockingly easy. The creature's mind was immature, primitive. Briefly, it struggled and then died as the alien poisoned the identity centers of the brain. New sensations poured in through unfamiliar sense organs. Sounds of the faraway city, small sounds from the many living creatures in the darkness. Smells and sights and pressures from all about him presented themselves, were evaluated and recorded in the atomic structure of the Triomed. He was now equipped, he reflected with satisfaction, to carry out further exploration. In the guise of the indigenous biped, he could roam among the natives at will. He remained in a sitting position, however, while he familiarized himself with his host. He had 2 articulated appendages fixed to the trunk at a point near and below the skull case. These ended in complex extremities consisting of 5-jointed fingers. The same pattern was repeated at the lower end of the trunk, but the extremities were suited there for the carrying of the creature's considerable weight. Within the trunk were the customary viscera generally associated with warm-blooded beings: lungs, intestines, stomach, liver, bladder, reproductive organs, and assorted ducted and ductless glands. It was apparent to the Triomed that his present body was in excellent health. He was greatly pleased. After some careful experiments, the Triomed rose. If there was a proper method of egress from the cubicle in which he found himself, it was not imprinted on the biped's brain. For a moment, this gave the alien pause. He could, of course, determine the proper method by a tedious process of trial and error. But that would take time, and he had no desire to waste the hours of darkness. One wall, he noted, consisted of vertical risers fixed in the substance of the floor and ceiling. Beyond, he could see the darkling woods and the sky glow of the city. The answer, then, was simple force. He did not doubt there was strength enough in the host's musculature to distort the risers. His assumption was quite correct. Stepping through the bent risers, he picked his way along a narrow walkway lined with cubicles similar to the one he had left. Within them, dark shapes moved or lay sleeping. Some were alert, others were not, but none gave an alarm. The Triomed reached the end of the walk, scaled a fence easily, and stood on a surface of wet grass that sloped away from the low, dark building toward the woods. Behind him, he heard a shout. A narrow beam of light pierced the night, swinging to and fro with a searching motion. He had a fleeting glimpse of a small biped running down the walk toward the cubicle he had deserted. The Triomed broke toward the wood with a long, loping pace that covered the ground with unbelievable swiftness. The probing light did not find him. Once among the trees, he paused and took his bearings. The woods were not thick. He could see the lights of the city through the foliage. They began at the very edge of the trees, where a wide, open area could be discerned. Wheeled vehicles moved past with breathtaking speed. If there was pursuit, it was inefficient, for the Triomed moved through the woods undisturbed until he stood at the edge of the avenue, sheltered by the shadow of a large tree. Most of the traffic was vehicular, he noted. There were few pedestrians. From the noise and odor, he classified the vehicles as being powered by internal combustion engines burning hydrocarbons. Primitive. That was good, he reflected. When the fleets of Triome descended on this planet, there would be no science worthy of the name to oppose them. He waited until there was an interval in the traffic, and then stepped out confidently, crossing the avenue. As he reached the opposite side, he heard a screech of brakes and a garbled, choking sound. He did not turn to discover the source of the disturbance until he had reached the shelter of a building on the far side of the walk bordering the street. A vehicle had stopped at an oblique angle to the lane in which it was traveling, and its single occupant, a very pale-faced biped, was goggling stupidly in the direction of the hidden Triomed. For the first time, the alien being felt a twinge of apprehension. Certainly he had done nothing out of the ordinary in crossing the open space on foot. But perhaps there were tribal taboos and traditions among the natives that could not be ignored without attracting attention. The Triomed promised himself that he would exercise more caution in such matters. Too much depended on this reconnaissance to allow it to be disturbed by carelessness. He worked his way through the shadows between the many buildings until the wide highway was far behind him. He was very aware of the teeming life all about him, in the buildings and the vehicles on the streets. Still, some odd impulse that stemmed from the numbed brain of his host rather than his own kept him fairly hidden. This, he decided with something akin to annoyance, was not as it should be. If his survey were to be of any value, he must roam at will and without fear of detection, secure in his disguise. Presently, he came upon a street where streams of bipeds jostled one another, each seemingly intent upon its own particular incomprehensible errands. For a long while he watched from the shelter of an alley doorway, classifying and integrating the information his host's sharp eyes brought him. It was miraculous. Hosts of every size and description were in abundance, an unlimited supply of them, enough for the whole population of Triome. It was beyond belief, but he could not doubt. And this was but a single concentration, a single city. From the stratosphere he had seen hundreds of similar cities. Paradise! He envisioned the fleets of Triome descending, the Triomeds emerging and infiltrating. The thoughts brought pride and anticipation. It had been so easy. He decided not to linger. He felt now that he had his proofs and that he should return at once to his ship. Triome must be told immediately. The communicator in the ship could carry the message as soon as the craft reached a suitable distance from planetary mass. He would return, send the ship aloft, dispatch his message, and then return to his host to await the others of his race. His decision made, he stepped confidently out into the throng of bipeds, seeking the shortest route back to his hidden craft. The result was instantaneous and amazing. The crowd drew back with a howling, shrieking noise, leaving him standing in the center of a circle of dead white faces. Behind the first row of bipeds, He could see others running in every direction and screaming at the top of their voices. The racket, combined with the noises of the city, was most unpleasant. The Triomed began to be afraid. He broke into a rapid walk, and the crowd parted before him with much louder screeching. Here and there a biped, apparently braver than the rest, made threatening motions with bundles or knotted fists. A package struck him on the shoulder. The Triomed began to run. He noted for the first time that he towered head and shoulders over most of the bipeds nearby, and his host's brain interpreted the smells of hate and fear all about him. The crowd scattered wildly at his approach, but he was being followed. Panic began to clutch at the alien. What had he done wrong? Somewhere a wailing sound began. Vehicles with glaring red lights swept past him with vicious, explosive noises. He felt a stinging pain in one leg and glanced down to see it streaked with red. Ahead of him, a line of bipeds, all clothed in identical blue sacks of fabric, had formed, spilling from the vehicles as they halted. The Triomed stopped, sensing mortal danger. Behind him, the mob rumbled. Ahead, the blue bipeds stood holding artifacts that the Triomed did not for an instant doubt were weapons. No street opened on either side of him. He was trapped between the weapons, the mob, and two tall buildings. He hesitated only for a moment. With a desperate leap, he reached the second level of windows of the building nearest him and clung there, gasping. A white-faced creature appeared and began poking at him with a steel rod that burned like fire when it touched his host's flesh. The creature screamed shrilly all the while. With a sob, the Triomed swung himself onto the window ledge and began climbing upward, toward the roof of the building. It was slow work, and the pain in his leg and burned shoulder slowed him down. He dare not free himself of his host now, for he was much too far from his ship to be able to return in his natural form. There were searchlights in the street below, probing at him as he clung to the sheer facade of the building. Panic drove him upward. A continuous wailing roar rose from the canyon below, a fear-laden, hideous cacophony. The Triomed felt himself weak with terror, part of which was his host's, and part of which stemmed from within himself. The terror and fear of not knowing what had gone wrong, and why he stood now in such peril. At last he reached the roof. He heaved himself over the parapet and lay for a moment, flanks heaving painfully. Then he stiffened with a new fear. He was not alone. The roof was occupied. A score or more of armed bipeds blocked him into a triangular corner of the roof. He got to his feet and stumbled backward. Their weapons were aimed at him. He retreated until the parapet stopped him, warning of the sheer drop to the street far below. A figure separated itself from the armed mass. A flash of recognition came, partially his own, partially his host's. It was the small biped he had seen in the searchlight beam running toward the cubicle he had deserted so long ago, it seemed. The small creature began speaking, making soft, soothing noises, advancing all the while, a tiny glass vial in his hands. Without knowing why, the Triomed felt his lips pull away from his teeth in a snarl. He heard a deep, rumbling, growling sound in his own throat. The biped stopped, and the Triomed could smell his sudden fear. He felt a surge of incomprehensible rage come over him. He crouched menacingly. The creature took a step closer. Another. The Triomed tensed. The creature was within reach, extending the vial. The alien could see that it was tipped with a sliver of steel. He sprang. The weapons crashed. The alien felt the thudding impact of projectiles penetrating the brain case. In a panic, he began to extrude from the pineal gland. If death overcame the host while he had rapport, he, too, would die. And if he died, Triome would die. He felt his huge body totter. There was another blast from the weapons, and he sensed the projectile coming, with what seemed to be agonizing slowness to his quickened senses. It was spinning in the darkness. It struck the eye, smashed it, moved inward, along the base of the brain. The Triomed felt one deep, searing agony that was his alone as the bullet crushed him. The hot metal, acrid touch was the last thing he knew before death came. The policemen stood about in a circle, staring down in mixed awe and relief at the huge body on the roof. "I've seen him a dozen times in the park," one said. "He always seemed so peaceable." He shook his head. "What in the hell do you suppose came over him?" The keeper looked up from where he knelt over the deep, still chest, bloody and riddled with bullets. "It happens like this sometimes," he said. "You can never tell about gorillas." End of The Invader by Alfred Koppel. Recording by Lisa S. Ware.
The Jovian Jest by Lilith Lorraine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Jovian Jest by Lilith Lorraine. Consternation reigned in Elsner Village when the nameless thing was discovered in Farmer Burns' corn patch. When the rumor began to gain credence that it was some sort of meteor from interstellar space, reporters, scientists, and college professors flocked to the scene, desirous of prying off particles for analysis. But they soon discovered that the thing was no ordinary meteor, for it glowed at night with a peculiar luminescence. They also observed that it was practically weightless, since it had embedded itself in the soft sand scarcely more than a few inches. By the time the first group of newspapermen and scientists had reached the farm, another phenomena was plainly observable. The thing was growing. Farmer Burns, with an eye for profit, had already built a picket fence around his starry visitor and was charging admission. He also flatly refused to permit the chipping off of specimens or even touching of the object. His attitude was severely criticized, but he stubbornly clung to the theory that possession is 9 points in law. It was Professor Ralston of Princewell who, on the third day after the fall of the meteor, remarked upon its growth. His colleagues crowded around him as he pointed out this peculiarity, and soon they discovered another factor: pulsation. Larger than a small balloon and gradually, almost imperceptibly expanding, with its viscid transparency shot through with opalescent lights, the thing lay there in the deepening twilight and palpably shivered. As darkness descended, a sort of hellish radiance began to ooze from it. I say hellish because there's no other word to describe that spectral, sulphurous emanation. As the hangers-on around the pickets shudderingly shrank away from the weird light that was streaming out to them and tinting their faces with a ghastly, greenish pallor, Farmer Burns' small boy, moved by some imp of perversity, did a characteristically childish thing. He picked up a good-sized stone and flung it straight at the nameless mass. Instead of veering off and falling to the ground, as from an impact with metal, the stone sank right through the surface of the thing, as into a pool of protoplasmic slime. When it reached the central core of the object, a more abundant life suddenly leaped and pulsed from center to circumference. Visible waves of sentient color circled round the solid stone. Stabbing swords of light leaped forth from them, piercing the stone, crumbling it, absorbing it. When it was gone, only a red spot like a bloodshot eye throbbed eerily where it had been. Before the now thoroughly mystified crowd had time to remark upon this inexplicable disintegration, a more horrible manifestation occurred. The thing, as though thoroughly awakened and vitalized by its unusual fare, was putting forth a tentacle. Right from the top of the shivering globe it pushed, sluggishly weaving, a precedent of doom. Wavering, it hung for a moment, turning, twisting, groping. Finally, it shot straight outward, stiff as a rattler's strike. Before the closely packed crowd could give room for escape, it had circled the neck of the nearest bystander, Bill Jones, a cattleman, and jerked him, writhing and screaming, into the reddish core. Stupefied with soul-chilling terror, with the mass consciousness practically annihilated before a deed with which their minds could make no association, the crowd could only gasp in sobbing unison and await the outcome. The absorption of the stone had taught them what to expect, and for a moment it seemed clear that their worst anticipations were to be realized. The sluggish current circled through the thing, swirling the victim's body to the center. The giant tentacle drew back into the globe and became itself a current. The concentric circles merged, tightened, became one gleaming cord that encircled the helpless prey. From the inner circumference of this cord shot forth not the swords of light that had powdered the stone to atoms, but myriads of radiant tentacles that gripped and cupped the body in 1,000 places. Suddenly the tentacles withdrew themselves, all save the ones that grasped the head. These seemed to tighten their pressure, to swell and pulse with a grayish substance that was flowing from the cups into the cord, and from the cord into the body of the mass. Yes, it was a grayish something, a smoke-like essence that was being drawn from the cranial cavity. Bill Jones was no longer screaming and gibbering, but was stiff with the rigidity of a stone. Notwithstanding, there was no visible mark upon his body. His flesh seemed unharmed. Swiftly came the awful climax. The waving tentacles withdrew themselves. The body of Bill Jones lost its rigidity. A heaving motion from the center of the thing propelled its cargo to the surface. And Bill Jones stepped out. Yes, he stepped out and stood for a moment, staring straight ahead, staring at nothing glassily. Every person in the shivering, paralyzed group knew instinctively that something unthinkable had happened to him. Something had transpired, something hitherto possible only in the abysmal spaces of the other side of things. Finally he turned and faced the nameless object, raising his arm stiffly, automatically, as in a military salute. Then he turned and walked jerkily, mindlessly, round and round the globe like a wooden soldier marching. Meanwhile, the thing lay quiescent, gorged. Professor Ralston was the first to find his voice. In fact, Professor Ralston was always finding his voice in the most unexpected places. But this time it had caught a chill. It was trembling. "Gentlemen," he began, looking down academically upon the motley crowd, as though doubting the aptitude of his salutation. "Fellow citizens," he corrected, "the phenomena we just witnessed is, to the lay mind, inexplicable. To me, and to my honorable colleagues," added as an afterthought, "it is quite clear indeed. We have before us a specimen, a perfect specimen, I might say, of a... He stammered in the presence of the unnameable. His hesitancy caused the rapt attention of the throng that was waiting breathlessly for an explanation to flicker back to the inexplicable. In the fraction of a second that their gaze had been diverted from the thing to the professor, the object had shot forth another tentacle, gripping him round the neck, and choking off his sentence with a horrid rasp that sounded like a death rattle. Needless to say, the revolting process that had turned Bill Jones from a human being into a mindless automaton was repeated with Professor Ralston. It happened as before, too rapidly for intervention, too suddenly for the minds of the onlookers to shake off the paralysis of an unprecedented nightmare. But when the victim was thrown to the surface, when he stepped out, drained of the grayish, smoke-like essence, a tentacle still gripped his neck, and another rested directly on top of his head. This latter tentacle, instead of absorbing from him, visibly poured into him what resembled a thread-like stream of violet light. Facing the cowering audience with eyes staring glassily, still in the grip of the unknowable, Professor Ralston did an unbelievable thing. He resumed his lecture at the exact point of interruption, but he spoke with the tonelessness of a machine that pulsed to the will of a dictator, inhuman and inexorable. "What you see before you," the voice continued, the voice that no longer echoed the thoughts of the professor, "is what you would call an amoeba, a giant amoeba. It is I, this amoeba, who am addressing you, children of an alien universe. It is I, who through this captured instrument of expression, whose queer language you can understand, am explaining my presence on your planet. I pour my thoughts into this specialized brain box, which I have previously drained of its meager thought content. Here, the honorable colleagues nudged each other gleefully. I have so drained it for the purpose of analysis, and that the flow of my own ideas may pass from my mind to yours, unimpeded by any distortion that might otherwise be caused by their conflict with the thoughts of this individual. First, I absorbed the brain content of this being whom you call Bill Jones, but I found his mental instrument unavailable. It was technically untrained in the use of your words that would best convey my meaning. He possesses more of what you would call an innate intelligence, but he has not perfected the mechanical brain through whose operation this innate intelligence can be transmitted to others and applied for practical advantage. Now this creature that I am using is, as you might say, full of sound without meaning. His brain is a lumber room in which he has hoarded a conglomeration of clever and appropriate word forms with which to disguise the paucity of his ideas, with which to express nothing. Yet the very abundance of the material in his storeroom furnishes a discriminating mind with excellent tools for the transportation of its ideas into other minds. Know, then, that I am not here by accident. I am a space wanderer, an explorer from a super-universe, whose evolution has proceeded without variation along the line of your amoeba. Your evolution, as I perceive from an analysis of the brain content of your professor, began its unfoldment in somewhat the same manner as our own, but in your smaller system, less perfectly adjusted than our own to the cosmic mechanism, a series of cataclysms occurred. In fact, your planetary system was itself the result of a catastrophe, or of what might have been a catastrophe had the two great suns collided, whose near approach caused the wrenching off of your planets. From this colossal accident, rare indeed in the annals of the stars, an endless chain of accidents was born, a chain of which this specimen, this professor, and the species that he represents, is one of the weakest links. Your infinite variety of species is directly due to the variety of adaptations necessitated by this train of accidents. In the super-universe from which I come, such derangements of the celestial machinery simply do not happen. For this reason, our evolution has unfolded harmoniously along one line of development, whereas yours has branched out into diversified and grotesque expressions of the life principle. Your so-called highest manifestation of this principle, namely your own species, is characterized by a great number of specialized organs. Through this very specialization of functions, however, you have fortified your own individual immortality, and it has come about that only your life stream is immortal. The primal cell is inherently immortal, but death follows in the wake of specialization. We, the beings of this amoeba universe, are individually immortal. We have no highly specialized organs to break down under the stress of environment. When we want an organ, we create it. When it has served its purpose, we withdraw it into ourselves. We reach out our tentacles and draw to ourselves whatsoever we desire. Should a tentacle be destroyed, we can put forth another. Our universe is beautiful beyond the dreams of your most inspired poets, whereas your landscapes, though lovely, are stationary, unchanging except through Herculean efforts. Ours are protean, eternally changing. With our own substance we build our minarets of light, piercing the aura of infinity. At the bidding of our wills we create, preserve, destroy, only to build again more gloriously. We draw our sustenance from the primates, as do your plants, and we constantly replace the electronic base of these primates with our own emanations, in much the same manner as your nitrogenous plants revitalize your soil. While we create and withdraw organs at will, we have nothing to correspond to your five senses. We derive knowledge through one sense only, or, shall I say, a super sense? We see and hear and touch and taste and smell and feel and know, not through any one organ, but through our whole structure, the homogeneous force of our omni-substance subjects, the plural world to the processing of a powerful unity. We can dissolve our bodies at will, retaining only the permanent atom of our being, the seed of life dropped on the soil of our planet by infinite intelligence. We can propel this indestructible seed on light rays through the depths of space. We can visit the farthest universe with the velocity of light, since light is our conveyance. In reaching your little world, I have consumed 1,000,000 years, for my world is 1,000,000 light years distant, yet to my race 1,000,000 years is as one of your days. On arrival at any given destination, we can build our bodies from the elements of the foreign planet. We attain our knowledge of conditions on any given planet by absorbing the thought content of the brains of the few representative members of its dominant race. Every well-balanced mind contains the experience of the race, the essence of the wisdom that the race soul has gained during its residence in matter. We make this knowledge a part of our own thought content, and thus the universe lies like an open book before us. At the end of a given experiment in thought absorption, we return the borrowed mind stuff to the brain of its possessor. We reward our subject for his momentary discomfiture by pouring into his body our splendid vitality. This lengthens his life expectancy immeasurably by literally burning from his system the germs of actual or incipient ills that contaminate the bloodstream. This, I believe, will conclude my explanation, an explanation to which you, as a race in whom intelligence is beginning to dawn, are entitled. But you have a long road to travel yet. Your thought channels are pitifully blocked and crisscrossed with nonsensical and inhibitory complexes that stand in the way of true progress. But you will work this out, for the divine spark that pulses through us of the larger universe pulses also through you. That spark, once lighted, can never be extinguished, can never be swallowed up again in the primeval slime. There is nothing more that I can learn from you, nothing that I can teach you at this stage of your evolution. I have but one message to give you, one thought to leave with you. Forge on. You are on the path. The stars are over you. Their light is flashing into your souls the slogan of the federated suns beyond the frontiers of your little warring worlds. Forge on. The voice died out, like the chiming of a great bell receding into immeasurable distance. The supercilious tones of the professor had yielded to the sweetness and the light of the greater mind whose instrument he had momentarily become. It was charged at the last with a golden resonance that seemed to echo down vast, spaceless corridors beyond the furthermost outposts of time. As the voice faded out into the sacramental silence, the strangely assorted throng, moved by a common impulse, lowered their heads as though in prayer. The great globe pulsed and shimmered through its sentient depths, like a sea of liquid jewels. Then the tentacle that grasped the professor drew him back towards the scintillating nucleus. Simultaneously, another arm reached out and grasped Bill Jones, who, during the strange lecture, had ceased his wooden soldier marching and had stood stiffly at attention. The bodies of both men within the nucleus were encircled once more by the single current. From it again put forth the tentacles, cupping their heads, but the smoke-like essence flowed back into them this time, and with it flowed a tiny thread-like stream of violet light. Then came the heaving motion when the shimmering currents caught the two men, and tossed them forth, unharmed, but visibly dowered within the radiance of more abundant life. Their faces were positively glowing, and their eyes were illuminated by a light that was surely not of earth. Then, before the very eyes of the marveling people, the great globe began to dwindle. The jeweled lights intensified, concentrated, merged, until at last remained only a single spot, no larger than a pinhead, but whose radiance was, notwithstanding, searing, excruciating. Then the spot leaped up into the heavens, whirling, dipping and circling as in a gesture of farewell, and finally soaring into invisibility with the blinding speed of light. The whole wildly improbable occurrence might have been dismissed as a queer case of mass delusion, for such cases are not unknown to history, had it not been followed by a convincing aftermath. The culmination of a series of startling coincidences, both ridiculous and tragic, at last brought men face to face with an incontestable fact, namely that Bill Jones had emerged from his fiery baptism endowed with the thought-expressing facilities of Professor Ralston, while the professor was forced to struggle along with the meager educational appliances of Bill Jones. In this ironic manner, the space wanderer had left unquestionable proof of his visit by rendering a tribute to innate intelligence and playing a Jovian jest upon an educated fool, a neat transposition. A Columbus from a vaster, kindlier universe had paused for a moment to learn the story of our pygmy system. He had brought us a message from the outermost citadels of life, and had flashed out again on his aeonic voyage from everlasting unto everlasting. End of The Jovian Jest by Lilith Lorraine.
Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley. Only a race as incredibly elastic as the Grom could have a single rule of war. Pid the pilot slowed the ship almost to a standstill, and peered anxiously at the green planet below. Even without instruments, there was no mistaking it. Third from its sun, it was the only planet in this system capable of sustaining life. Peacefully it swam beneath its gauze of clouds. It looked very innocent, and yet 20 previous Grom expeditions had set out to prepare this planet for invasion, and vanished utterly without a word. Pid hesitated only a moment before starting irrevocably down. There was no point in hovering and worrying. He and his 2 crewmen were as ready now as they would ever be. Their compact displacers were stored in body pouches, inactive, but ready. Pid wanted to say something to his crew, but wasn't sure how to put it. The crew waited. Ilg the radio man had sent the final message to the Grom planet. Gur the detector read 16 dials at once and reported no sign of alien activity. His body surfaces flowed carelessly. Noticing the flow, Pid knew what to say to his crew. Ever since they had left Grom, shape discipline had been disgustingly lax. The invasion chief had warned him, but still he had to do something about it. It was his duty, since lower castes, such as radio men and detectors, were notoriously prone to shapelessness. "A lot of hopes are resting on this expedition," he began slowly. "We're a long way from home now." Gur the detector nodded. Ilg the radio man flowed out of his prescribed shape and molded himself comfortably to a wall. "However," Pid said sternly, "distance is no excuse for promiscuous shapelessness." Ilg flowed hastily back into proper radio man shape. "Exotic forms will undoubtedly be called for," Pid went on, "and for that we have a special dispensation. But remember, any shape not assumed strictly in the line of duty is a foul, lawless device of the shapeless one." Gur's body surfaces abruptly stopped flowing. "That's all," Pid said, and flowed into his controls. The ship started down, so smoothly coordinated that Pid felt a glow of pride. They were good workers, he decided. He just couldn't expect them to be as shape-conscious as a high-caste pilot. Even the invasion chief had told him that. "Pid," the invasion chief had said at their last interview, "we need this planet desperately." "Yes, sir," Pid had said, standing at full attention, never quivering from optimum pilot shape. "One of you," the chief said heavily, "must get through and set up a displacer near an atomic power source. The army will be standing by at this end, ready to step through." "We'll do it, sir," Pid said. "This expedition has to succeed," the chief said, and his features blurred momentarily from sheer fatigue. "In strictest confidence, there's considerable unrest on Grom. The minor caste is on strike, for instance. They want a new digging shape, Say the old one is inefficient." Pid looked properly indignant. The mining shape had been set down by the ancients 50,000 years ago, together with the rest of the basic shapes, and now these upstarts wanted to change it. "That's not all," the chief told him. "We've uncovered a new cult of shapelessness. Picked up almost 8,000 grom, and I don't know how many more we missed." Pid knew that shapelessness was a lure of the shapeless one, the greatest evil that the grom mind could conceive of. But why, he wondered, did so many grom fall for his lures? The chief guessed his question. "Pid," he said, "I suppose it's difficult for you to understand. Do you enjoy piloting?" "Yes, sir," Pid said simply. Enjoy piloting? It was his entire life. Without a ship, he was nothing. "Not all grom feel that way," the chief said. "I don't understand it either. All my ancestors have been invasion chiefs, back to the beginning of time. So of course I want to be an invasion chief. It's only natural, as well as lawful. But the lower castes don't feel that way." The chief shook his body sadly. "I've told you this for a reason. We grom need more room. This unrest is caused purely by crowding. Another planet to expand into will cure everything. So we're counting on you, Pid." "Yes, sir," Pid said, with a glow of pride. The chief rose to end the interview. Then he changed his mind and sat down again. "You'll have to watch your crew," he said. "They're loyal, no doubt, but low caste. And you know the lower castes." Pid did indeed. "Gur, your detector, is suspected of harboring alterationist tendencies. He was once fined for assuming a quasi-hunter shape. Ilg has never had any definite charge brought against him, but I hear that he remains immobile for suspiciously long periods of time. Possibly he fancies himself a thinker." "But, sir," Pid protested, "if they are even slightly tainted with alterationism or shapelessness, why send them on this expedition?" The chief hesitated before answering. "There are plenty of grom I could trust," he said slowly, "but those two have certain qualities of resourcefulness and imagination that will be needed on this expedition." He sighed. "I really don't understand why those qualities are usually linked with shapelessness." "Yes, sir," Pid said. "Just watch them." "Yes, sir," Pid said again, and saluted, realizing that the interview was at an end. In his body pouch he felt the dormant displacer, ready to transform the enemy's power source into a bridge across space for the grom hordes. "Good luck," the chief said. "I'm sure you'll need it." The ship dropped silently toward the surface of the enemy planet. Gur the detector analyzed the clouds below, and fed data into the camouflage unit. The unit went to work. Soon the ship looked, to all outward appearances, like a cirrus formation. Pid allowed the ship to drift slowly toward the surface of the mystery planet. He was in optimum pilot shape now, the most efficient of the 4 shapes allotted to the pilot caste. Blind, deaf, and dumb, an extension of his controls, all his attention was directed toward matching the velocities of the high-flying clouds, staying among them, becoming a part of them. Gur remained rigidly in one of the 2 shapes allotted to detectors. He fed data into the camouflage unit, and the descending ship slowly altered into an altocumulus. There was no sign of activity from the enemy planet. Ilg located an atomic power source and fed the data to Pid. The pilot altered course. He had reached the lowest level of clouds, barely a mile above the surface of the planet. Now his ship looked like a flat, fleecy cumulus. And still there was no sign of alarm. The unknown fate that had overtaken 20 previous expeditions still had not showed itself. Dusk crept across the face of the planet as Pid maneuvered near the atomic power installation. He avoided the surrounding homes and hovered over a clump of woods. Darkness fell, and the green planet's lone moon was veiled in clouds. One cloud floated lower and landed. "Quick, everyone out," Pid shouted, detaching himself from the ship's controls. He assumed the pilot's shape best suited for running, and raced out of the hatch. Gur and Ilg hurried after him. They stopped 50 yards from the ship and waited. Inside the ship, a little used circuit closed. There was a silent shudder, and the ship began to melt. Plastic dissolved, metal crumpled. Soon the ship was a great pile of junk, and still the process went on. Big fragments broke into smaller fragments and split again. Pyd felt suddenly helpless, watching his ship scuttle itself. He was a pilot, of the pilot caste. His father had been a pilot, and his father before him, stretching back to the hazy past when the Grom had first constructed ships. He had spent his entire childhood around ships, his entire manhood flying them. Now shipless, he was naked in an alien world. In a few minutes there was only a mound of dust to show where the ship had been. The night wind scattered it through the forest, and then there was nothing at all. They waited. Nothing happened. The wind sighed and the trees creaked. Squirrels chirped, and birds stirred in their nests. An acorn fell to the ground. Pyd heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. The 21st Grom expedition had landed safely. There was nothing to be done until morning, so Pyd began to make plans. They had landed as close to the atomic power installation as they dared. Now they would have to get closer. Somehow, one of them had to get very near the reactor room in order to activate the displacer. Difficult, but Pyd felt certain of success. After all, the Grom were strong on ingenuity. Strong on ingenuity, he thought bitterly, but terribly short of radioactives. That was another reason why this expedition was so important. There was little radioactive fuel left on any of the Grom worlds. Ages ago, the Grom had spent their store of radioactives in spreading throughout their neighboring worlds, occupying the ones that they could live on. Now, colonization barely kept up with the mounting birth rate. New worlds were constantly needed. This particular world, discovered in a scouting expedition, was needed. It suited the Grom perfectly, but it was too far away. They didn't have enough fuel to mount a conquering space fleet. Luckily, there was another way, a better way. Over the centuries, the Grom scientists had developed the displacer. A triumph of identity engineering, the displacer allowed mass to be moved instantaneously between any two linked points. One end was set up at Grom's sole atomic energy plant. The other end had to be placed in proximity to another atomic power source and activated. Diverted power then flowed through both ends, was modified, and modified again. Then, through the miracle of identity engineering, the Grom could step through from planet to planet, or pour through in a great overwhelming wave. It was quite simple. But 20 expeditions had failed to set up the Earth-end displacer. What had happened to them was not known, for no Grom ship had ever returned to tell. Before dawn they crept through the woods, taking on the coloration of the plants around them. Their displacers pulsed feebly, sensing the nearness of atomic energy. A tiny, four-legged creature darted in front of them. Instantly Gur grew 4 legs and a long, streamlined body and gave chase. "Gur, come back here!" Pyd howled at the detector, throwing caution to the winds. Gur overtook the animal and knocked it down. He tried to bite it, but he had neglected to grow teeth. The animal jumped free and vanished into the underbrush. Gur thrust out a set of teeth and bunched his muscles for another leap. "Gur!" Reluctantly, the detector turned away. He loped silently back to Pyd. "I was hungry," he said. "You were not," Pyd said sternly. "Was," Gur mumbled, writhing with embarrassment. Pyd remembered what the chief had told him. Gur certainly did have hunter tendencies. He would have to watch him more closely. "We'll have no more of that," Pyd said. "Remember, the lure of exotic shapes is not sanctioned. Be content with the shape you were born to." Gur nodded and melted back into the underbrush. They moved on. At the extreme edge of the woods they could observe the atomic energy installation. Pyd disguised himself as a clump of shrubbery, and Gur formed himself into an old log. Ilg, after a moment's thought, became a young oak. The installation was in the form of a long, low building, surrounded by a metal fence. There was a gate, and guards in front of it. The first job, Pyd thought, was to get past that gate. He began to consider ways and means. From the fragmentary reports of the survey parties, Pyd knew that, in some ways, this race of men were like the Grom. They had pets, as the Grom did, and homes and children, and a culture. The inhabitants were skilled mechanically, as were the Grom. But there were terrific differences also. The men were of fixed and immutable form, like stones or trees. And to compensate, their planet boasted a fantastic array of species, types, and kinds. This was completely unlike Grom, which had only 8 distinct forms of animal life. And evidently the men were skilled at detecting invaders, Pid thought. He wished he knew how the other expeditions had failed. It would make his job much easier. A man lurched past them on 2 incredibly stiff legs. Rigidity was evident in his every move. Without looking, he hurried past. "I know," Gur said, after the creature had moved away. "I'll disguise myself as a man, walk through the gate to the reactor room, and activate my displacer." "You can't speak their language," Pid pointed out. "I won't speak at all. I'll ignore them. Look." Quickly Gur shaped himself into a man. "That's not bad," Pid said. Gur tried a few practice steps, copying the bumpy walk of the man. "But I'm afraid it won't work," Pid said. "It's perfectly logical," Gur pointed out. "I know. Therefore the other expeditions must have tried it. And none of them came back." There was no arguing that. Gur flowed back into the shape of a log. "What then?" he asked. "Let me think," Pid said. Another creature lurched past, on 4 legs instead of 2. Pid recognized it as a dog, a pet of man. He watched it carefully. The dog ambled to the gate, head down, in no particular hurry. It walked through, unchallenged, and lay down in the grass. Pid said. They watched. One of the men walked past and touched the dog on the head. The dog stuck out its tongue and rolled over on its side. "I can do that," Gur said excitedly. He started to flow into the shape of a dog. "No, wait," Pid said. "We'll spend the rest of the day thinking it over. This is too important to rush into." Gur subsided sulkily. "Come on, let's move back," Pid said. He and Gur started into the woods. Then he remembered Ilg. "Ilg?" he called softly. There was no answer. "Ilg!" "What? Oh, yes," an oak tree said, and melted into a bush. "Sorry, what were you saying?" "We're moving back," Pid said. "Were you by any chance thinking—" "Oh no," Ilg assured him. "Just resting." Pid let it go at that. There was too much else to worry about. They discussed it for the rest of the day, hidden in the deepest part of the woods. The only alternative seemed to be man or dog. A tree couldn't walk past the gates, since that was not in the nature of trees, nor could anything else and escape notice. Going as a man seemed too risky. They decided that Gur would sally out in the morning as a dog. "Now get some sleep," Pid said. Obediently his 2 crewmen flattened out, going immediately shapeless. But Pid had a more difficult time. Everything looked too easy. Why wasn't the atomic installation better guarded? Certainly the men must have learned something from the expeditions they had captured in the past. Or had they killed them, without asking any questions? You couldn't tell what an alien would do. Was that open gate a trap? Wearily he flowed into a comfortable position on the lumpy ground. Then he pulled himself together hastily. He had gone shapeless. Comfort was not in the line of duty, he reminded himself, and firmly took a pilot's shape. But a pilot's shape wasn't constructed for sleeping on damp, bumpy ground. Pid spent a restless night, thinking of ships, and wishing he were flying one. He awoke in the morning tired and ill-tempered. He nudged Gur. "Let's get this over with," he said. Gur flowed gaily to his feet. "Come on, Ilg," Pid said angrily, looking around. "Wake up." There was no reply. "Ilg!" he called. Still there was no reply. "Help me look for him," Pid said to Gur. "He must be around here somewhere." Together they tested every bush, tree, log, and shrub in the vicinity. But none of them was Ilg. Pid began to feel a cold panic run through him. What could have happened to the radio man? Perhaps he decided to go through the gate on his own, Gur suggested. Pid considered the possibility. It seemed unlikely. Ilg had never shown much initiative. He had always been content to follow orders. They waited, but midday came and there was still no sign of Ilg. "We can't wait any longer," Pid said, and they started through the woods. Pid wondered if Ilg had tried to get through the gates on his own. Those quiet types often concealed a foolhardy streak. But there was nothing to show that Ilg had been successful. He would have to assume that the radio man was dead, or captured by the men. That left 2 of them to activate a displacer. And he still didn't know what had happened to the other expeditions. At the edge of the woods, Gur turned himself into a facsimile of a dog. Pitt inspected him carefully. "A little less tail," he said. Gur shortened his tail. "More ears." Gur lengthened his ears. "Now even them up." They became even. Pitt inspected the finished product. As far as he could tell, Gur was perfect, from the tip of his tail to his wet, black nose. "Good luck," Pitt said. "Thanks." Cautiously, Gur moved out of the woods, walking in the lurching style of dogs and men. At the gate the guard called to him. Pitt held his breath. Gur walked past the man, ignoring him. The man started to walk over. Gur broke into a run. Pitt shaped a pair of strong legs for himself, ready to dash if Gur was caught. But the guard turned back to his gate. Gur stopped running immediately, and strolled quietly toward the main door of the building. Pitt dissolved his legs with a sigh of relief, and then tensed again. The main door was closed. Pitt hoped the radio man wouldn't try to open it. That was not in the nature of dogs. As he watched, another dog came running toward Gur. Gur backed away from him. The dog approached and sniffed. Gur sniffed back. Then both of them ran around the building. That was clever, Pitt thought. There was bound to be a door in the rear. He glanced up at the afternoon sun. As soon as the displacer was activated, the Grom armies would begin to pour through. By the time the men recovered from the shock, 1 million or more Grom troops would be here, weapons and all, with more following. The day passed slowly, and nothing happened. Nervously, Pitt watched the front of the plant. It shouldn't be taking so long if Gur were successful. Late into the night he waited. Men walked in and out of the installation, and dogs barked around the gates. But Gur did not appear. Gur had failed. Ilg was gone. Only he was left. And still he didn't know what had happened. By morning, Pitt was in complete despair. He knew that the 21st Grom expedition to this planet was near the point of complete failure. Now it was all up to him. He saw that workers were arriving in great number, rushing through the gates. He decided to take advantage of the apparent confusion, and started to shape himself into a man. A dog walked past the woods where he was hiding. "Hello," the dog said. It was Gur. "What happened?" Pitt asked, with a sigh of relief. "Why were you so long? Couldn't you get in?" "I don't know," Gur said, wagging his tail. "I didn't try." Pitt was speechless. "I went hunting," Gur said complacently. "This form is ideal for hunting, you know. I went out the rear gate with another dog." "But the expedition! Your duty!" "I changed my mind," Gur told him. "You know, pilot, I never wanted to be a detector." "But you were born a detector." "That's true," Gur said, "but it doesn't help. I always wanted to be a hunter." Pitt shook his entire body in annoyance. "You can't," he said, very slowly, as one would explain to a gromling. "The hunter shape is forbidden to you." "Not here it isn't," Gur said, still wagging his tail. "Let's have no more of this," Pitt said angrily. "Get into that installation and set up your displacer. I'll try to overlook this heresy." "No," Gur said. "I don't want the Grom here. They'd ruin it for the rest of us." "He's right," a nearby oak tree said. "Ilg!" Pitt gasped. "Where are you?" Branches stirred. "I'm right here," Ilg said. "I've been thinking. But you're cast." "Pilot," Gur said sadly, "why don't you wake up? Most of the people on Grom are miserable. Only custom makes us take the cast shape of our ancestors." "Pilot," Ilg said, "all Grom are born shapeless." "And being born shapeless, all Grom should have freedom of shape," Gur said. "Exactly," Ilg said, "but he'll never understand. Now, excuse me, I want to think." And the oak tree was silent. Pitt laughed humorlessly. "The men will kill you off," he said, "just as they killed off all the other expeditions." "No one from Grom has been killed," Gur told him. "The other expeditions are right here." "Alive?" "Certainly. The men don't even know we exist. That dog I was hunting with is a Grom from the 12th expedition. There are hundreds of us here, pilot. We like it." Pitt tried to absorb it all. He had always known that the lower castes were lax in caste consciousness, but this was preposterous. This planet's secret menace was freedom. "Join us, pilot," Gur said. "We've got a paradise here. Do you know how many species there are on this planet? An uncountable number. There's a shape to suit every need." Pitt ignored them. Traitors. He'd do the job all by himself. So men were unaware of the presence of the Grom. Getting near the reactor might not be so difficult after all. The others had failed in their duty because they were of the lower castes, weak and irresponsible. Even the pilots among them must have been secretly sympathetic to the cult of shapelessness the chief had mentioned, or the alien planet could never have swayed them. What shape to assume for his attempt? Pid considered. A dog might be best. Evidently dogs could wander pretty much where they wished. If something went wrong, Pid could change his shape to meet the occasion. "The Supreme Council will take care of all of you," he snarled, and shaped himself into a small brown dog. "I'm going to set up the displacer myself." He studied himself for a moment, bared his teeth at Gur, and loped toward the gate. He loped for about 10 feet, and stopped in utter horror. The smells rushed at him from all directions. Smells in a profusion and variety he had never dreamed existed. Smells that were harsh, sweet, sharp, heavy, mysterious, overpowering. Smells that terrified, alien and repulsive and inescapable. The odors of earth struck him like a blow. He curled his lips and held his breath. He ran on for a few steps and had to breathe again. He almost choked. He tried to remold his dog nostrils to be less sensitive. It didn't work. It wouldn't, so long as he kept the dog shape. An attempt to modify his metabolism didn't work either. All this in the space of 2 or 3 seconds. He was rooted in his tracks, fighting the smells, wondering what to do. Then the noises hit him. They were a constant and staggering roar, through which every tiniest whisper of sound stood out clearly and distinctly. Sounds upon sounds, more noise than he had ever heard before at one time in his life. The woods behind him had suddenly become a madhouse. Utterly confused, he lost control and became shapeless. He half ran, half flowed into a nearby bush. There he reshaped, obliterating the offending dog ears and nostrils with vicious strokes of his thoughts. The dog shape was out, absolutely. Such appalling sharpness of senses might be fine for a hunter such as Gur. He probably gloried in them, but another moment of such impressions would have driven Pid the pilot mad. What now? He lay in the bush and thought about it, while gradually his mind threw off the last effects of the dizzying sensory assault. He looked at the gate. The men standing there evidently hadn't noticed his fiasco. They were looking in another direction. A man? Well, it was worth a try. Studying the men at the gate, Pid carefully shaped himself into a facsimile, a synthesis actually, embodying one characteristic of that, another of this. He emerged from the side of the bush opposite the gate on his hands and knees. He sniffed the air, noting that the smells the man nostrils picked up weren't unpleasant at all. In fact, some of them were decidedly otherwise. It had just been the acuity of the dog nostrils, the number of smells they had detected, and the near brilliance with which they had done so, that had shocked him. Also the sounds weren't half so devastating. Only relatively close sounds stood out. All else was an undetailed whispering. Evidently, Pid thought, it had been a long time since men had been hunters. He tested his legs, standing up and taking a few clumsy steps. Thud of foot on ground. Dragged the other leg forward in a heavy arc. Thud. Rocking from side to side, he marched back and forth behind the bush. His arms flapped as he sought balance. His head wobbled on its neck until he remembered to hold it up. Head up, eyes down. He missed seeing a small rock. His heel turned on it. He sat down hard. The ankle hurt. Pid curled his man lips and crawled back into the bush. The man shape was too unspeakably clumsy. It was offensive to plod one step at a time, body held rigidly upright, arms wobbling. There had been a deluge of sense impressions in the dog shape. There was dull, stiff, half-alive inadequacy to the man shape. Besides, it was dangerous now that Pid thought it over, as well as distasteful. He couldn't control it properly. It wouldn't look right. Someone might question him. There was too much about men he couldn't know. The planting of the displacer was too important a thing for him to fumble again. Only luck had kept him from being seen during the sensory onslaught. The displacer in his body pouch pulsed and tugged, urging him to be on his way toward the distant reactor room. Grimly, Pid let out the last breath he had taken with his man lungs, and dissolved the lungs. What shape to take? Again he studied the gate, the men standing beside it, the building beyond, in which was the all-important reactor. A small shape was needed, a fast one, an unobtrusive one. He lay and thought. The bush rustled above him. A small brown shape had fluttered down to light on a twig. It hopped to another twig, twittering. Then it fluttered off in a flash and was gone. That, Pid thought, was it. A sparrow that was not a sparrow rose from the bush a few moments later. An observer would have seen it circle the bush, diving, hedge-hopping, even looping, as if practicing all maneuvers possible to sparrows. Pid tensed his shoulder muscles, inclined his wings. He slipped off to the right, approached the bush at what seemed breakneck speed, though he knew this was only because of his small size. At the last second he lifted his tail. Not quite quickly enough. He swooped up and over the top of the bush, but his legs brushed the top leaves, his beak went down, and he stumbled in air for a few feet, back forward. He blinked beady eyes as if at a challenge. Back toward the bush at a fine clip, again up and over, this time cleanly. He chose a tree, zoomed into its network of branches, wove a web of flight, working his way around and around the trunk, over and under branches that flashed before him, through crotches with no more than a feather's breadth to spare. At last he rested on a low branch and found himself chirping in delight. The tree extruded a feeler from the branch he sat on, and touched his wings and tail. "Interesting," said the tree. "I'll have to try that shape some time." "Ilg. Traitor," hissed Pid, growing a mouth in his chest to hiss it, and then he did something that caused Ilg to exclaim in outrage. Pid flew out of the woods, over the underbrush and across the open space toward the gate. This body would do the trick. This body would do anything. He rose, in a matter of a few sparrow heartbeats, to an altitude of 100 feet. From here the gate, the men, the building were small, sharp shapes against a green-brown mat. Pid found that he could see not only with unaccustomed clarity, but with a range of vision that astonished him. To right and to left he could see far into the hazy blue of the sky, and the higher he rose the farther he could see. He rose higher. The displacer pulsed, reminding him of the job he had to do. He stiffened his wings and glided, regretfully putting aside his desires to experiment with this wonderful shape, at least for the present. After he planted the displacer, he would go off by himself for a while and do it just a little more, somewhere where Ilg and Gur would not see him, before the Grom army arrived and the invasion began. He felt a tiny twinge of guilt as he circled. It was evil to want to keep this alien flying shape any longer than was absolutely necessary to the performance of his duty. It was a device of the Shapeless One. But what had Ilg said? All Grom are born shapeless. It was true. Grom children were amorphous, until old enough to be instructed in the cast shape of their ancestors. Maybe it wasn't too great a sin to alter your shape then, just once in a long while. After all, one must be fully aware of the nature of evil in order to meaningfully reject it. He had fallen lower in circling. The displacer pulse had strengthened. For some reason it irritated him. He drove higher on strong wings, circled again. Air rushed past him, a smooth whispering flow, pierced by his beak, streaming invisibly past his sharp eyes, moving along his body in tiny turbulences that moved his feathers against his skin. It occurred to him, or rather struck him with considerable force, that he was satisfying a longing of his pilot caste that went far deeper than piloting. He drove powerfully with his wings, felt tonus across his back, shot forward and up. He thought of the controls of his ship. He imagined flowing into them, becoming part of them as he had so often done, and for the first time in his life the thought failed to excite him. No machine could compare with this. What he would give to have wings of his own. Get from my sight, Shapeless One! The displacer must be planted, activated. All Grom depended on him. He eyed the building, far below. He would pass over it. The displacer would tell him which window to enter. Which window was so near the reactor that he could do his job before the men even knew he was about. He started to drop lower, and the hawk struck. It had been above him. His first inkling of danger was the sharp pain of talons in his back, and the stunning blow of a beak across his head. Dazed, he let his back go shapeless. His body substance flowed from the grasp of the talons. He dropped a dozen feet and resumed sparrow shape, hearing an astonished squawk from the attacker. He banked and looked up. The hawk was eyeing him. Talons spread again, the sharp beak gaped. The hawk swooped. Pid had to fight as a bird, naturally. He was 400 feet above the ground. So he became an impossibly deadly bird. He grew to twice the size of the hawk. He grew a foot-long beak with a double razor's edge. He grew talons like 6-inch scimitars. His eyes gleamed a red challenge. The hawk broke flight, squalling in alarm. Frantically, tail down and wide spread, it thundered its wings and came to a dead stop 6 feet from Pid. Looking thoughtfully at Pid, it allowed itself to plummet. It fell 100 feet, spread its wings, stretched its neck, and flew off so hastily that its wings became blurs. Pid saw no reason to pursue it. Then, after a moment, he did. He glided, keeping the hawk in sight, thoughts racing, feeling the newness, the power, the wonder of freedom of shape. Freedom. He did not want to give it up. The bird's shape was wondrous. He would experiment with it. Later he might tire of it for a time and assume another, a crawling or running shape, or even a swimming one. The possibilities for excitement, for adventure, for fulfillment and simple sensual pleasure were endless. Freedom of shape was, obviously, now that you thought on it, the Gramour birthright. And the caste system was artificial, obviously. A device for political and priestly benefit, obviously. Go away, shapeless one. This does not concern you. He rose to 1,000 feet, 2,000, 3. The displacer's pulse grew feebler, and finally vanished. At 4,000 feet he released it, and watched it spin downward, vanish into a cloud. Then he set out after the hawk, which was now only a dot on the horizon. He would find out how the hawk had broken flight as it had, skidded on air. He wanted to do that too. There were so many things he wanted to learn about flying. In a week, he thought, he should be able to duplicate all the skill that millennia had evolved into birds. Then his new life would really begin. He became a torpedo shape with huge wings, and sped after the hawk. End of Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley.
The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Nossetti. The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Goldran, drowning out the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before takeoff. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Goldran thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now, summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half-starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans living in the caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Goldran felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt, as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune that there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of Terra to another planet, and what a triumph if he, Goldran, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize. No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenseless being in the universe, a mother burdened with a child. Goldran put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy, something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him, the woman turned her head, leaped lightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little, but still running doggedly. Goldran's pulse leaped. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew, too, the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him, the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on earth. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. Recording by David Nosetti. davidnosetti.com.
Lease to Doomsday by Lee Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lease to Doomsday by Lee Archer. It was the lack of sense in the ad that made him go back to it again. He was having his breakfast coffee in the cafeteria next to the Midtown Hotel where he lived. The classified section of the New York Times was spread before him. Wanted, live wire real estate broker. No selling, 30 to 40. Room 657 Silvers Building, 9 through 12, Monday morning. The ad made no sense for several reasons. One, you just don't go around advertising for brokers with 4 pages of them in the classified phone book. 2, how can one be a live wire broker without having to sell? Kevin Muldoon shook his head. Just no damn sense. The Silver Building. Not too far off. He looked at his strap watch. 15 minutes of 9. He could walk it in that time. Don't be a fool, he said to himself. It's obviously a come-on of some kind. He got up, paid his check, and went out. It wasn't until he was on 3rd Avenue that he was conscious he had started to go across town when his office was in the opposite direction. He smiled wryly. Might as well investigate, he thought. Can't do any harm, and it won't take long. There were 4 others waiting in the small anteroom. The outer door bore no legend other than the room number, and the inner door was blank altogether. Muldoon made a quick appraisal of those waiting. 3 were obviously past middle age, the 4th about Muldoon's age. The inner door opened and Muldoon looked up. A tall man came out first, a man in his early 60s perhaps. Immediately behind him came a slightly shorter man, but very heavy and with a head that was bald as a billiard ball. The older man marched straight to the door, opened it, and went out without a second look back. The fat man looked around, his face beaming in a wide smile, eyes almost closed behind fleshy lids. "And now who's next?" he asked. The one who was about Muldoon's age stepped forward. The fat man motioned for the other to precede him. The door closed. Not more than a minute went by, and the door opened again in the same act as before with the older man who'd gone through. "And now who's next?" the fat man asked. Muldoon noted even the inflection was the same. So it went with the 3 who were left, until it was Muldoon's turn. And now there were 6 others beside himself also waiting to be interviewed. It was a squarish room, simply furnished, with a couple of desks set side by side with a narrow space between them. A chair was set up facing the desks, obviously meant for one to be interviewed. Seated behind one of the desks was the twin of the man now coming to seat himself at the other desk. Their smiles were identical as they waited for Muldoon to make himself comfortable. For a moment there was a blank silence. Muldoon studied them, and they, smiling still, studied him. Muldoon broke the silence. "You know," Muldoon said, "your ad didn't make sense to me." The twins hunched forward slightly at their desks, their eyes brightened in anticipation. "No," said the one who had been waiting for Muldoon. "Why?" "With some 4 pages of brokers in the classified directory, you don't have to advertise for one. And a live wire broker gets that reputation as a salesman. Without selling, the wire is dead." The twins beamed at each other. "Evan," said the one to the left. "I think we found our man. Will you go out and tell those waiting?" They waited for the twin to return. "I am Robert Rieger. My brother, Evan," said the first twin. Muldoon introduced himself. There was no handshaking. "You are right about the ad," Robert Rieger said. "We worded it that way for a reason. We wanted a man of quick intelligence. Mind you now, we do want a broker, and one who will do no selling. The live wire part was my brother Evan's thought. He does sometimes have clever ideas." Robert stopped to beam at his twin. "Just now," Robert returned to Muldoon, "I won't go into a full discussion of our plans. Briefly, however, we are buyers. Buyers, we hope, of a particular area. Because of what we have in mind to do, we would rather it was done quietly and without any publicity. Had we engaged in the services of a large agency, this would not be possible. For, if I may coin a phrase, the trumpet must blow strongly to announce the coming of genius." He smiled, stroked his chin, looked up at the ceiling, and his lips moved silently as if he enjoyed repeating the phrase. "I like that, Robert," Evan said. "Yes, I thought it was good," Robert said. They both looked at Muldoon. Muldoon said nothing. The twins sighed audibly, in unison. Robert's lips came forward in a pout. The look of pouting cherub, Muldoon thought. One trying to look stern and only succeeding in looking naughty childish. Muldoon suddenly knew of whom the twins reminded him. Twin Charles Lawtons, without hair. "You are free to work for us?" Robert asked. "With you?" Muldoon said. "I have the license." He gave them a quick smile as if to lessen the sharpness of the tone he had used. "A broker acts for a client in the purchase or sale of property. He can't be employed by them." "Of course," Robert said quickly. "I did not mean to imply any other action. Now suppose you tell us briefly about yourself." Muldoon gave them a thumbnail sketch of his career. He noted their pleased look that he was a one-man agency. At the conclusion, Robert stood up and came around the desk. He thrust a hand at Muldoon. Like shaking hands with a piece of warm dough, Muldoon thought. "I do believe," Robert said as he placed a heavy arm around Muldoon's shoulder and walked him to the door, "that we shall have a mutually happy relationship. You will not be unrewarded money-wise." He opened the door, paused, still with his arm around Muldoon, and looked steadily into Muldoon's eyes. "Yes, I think there will be mutual benefits in our relationship. Now, in conclusion, will you pick us up at this office tomorrow morning at 9? Muldoon nodded. "Good. Then, bye now, Mr. Muldoon. And thanks so much for coming by in answer to our ad." The answer to an irritating thought came to Muldoon while he was waiting for an elevator to take him to the ground floor. He knew where he had seen the same kind of look as was in Robert Rieger's eyes when they had parted. In the eyes of a cat Muldoon had once seen toying with a mouse the cat had caught. Dina Savory was a redhead, a green-eyed redhead with a kind of patrician look about her face that came off very well in photographs that they took of her. Dina was a model and made 3 times the money Kevin Muldoon made. It had always been a sore point between them and more than once the reason for their worst quarrels. She was also the worst cook in New York. Monday evenings were spent in Dina's small apartment on East 56th Street, and she usually cooked dinner for Muldoon. Invariably, it was steak. Dina had no imagination when it comes to food. Even in restaurants, she ordered one or another kind of steak. They were together on the couch. She stretched full length, her head in Muldoon's lap. He was telling her about the Rieger twins and what had happened in the morning. His hands caressed her lightly as she spoke, now across her cheeks, now more intimately. "I don't dig them, honey," he said, as if in recapitulation. "The Robert twin, for instance." "You will not be rewarded money-wise." Madison Avenue in 19th century English. She gently took his hand from where he had seemed to find most comfort, and put it up to her cheek. "What's the difference?" she asked, "so long as there's money in it?" "Broker's commission," he said. "No more, no less." "You've been getting so much of that lately." "No." "Okay, then, stop fighting it. What do you care what kind of English they use, or whether they use sign language? The buck, kid, the buck." "Dina," Muldoon said gravely, "you have the grubbing soul of a pawnbroker, or real estate agent," he added. He bent his head and kissed her lips. Her lips opened to his with a familiar warmth, a hunger for him which never failed to thrill. This time she did not remove his hands when it returned. "Kevy, baby, darling, oh, my darling," she whispered. Strange, he thought, that at a moment like this I should be thinking of those fat twins. Muldoon hated the pirate prices of midtown parking lots, and so was late. It had taken him 10 minutes to find parking space for the Plymouth. As he started to open the door of room 657, he heard the voice of one of the twins. The words or sounds were in a language completely foreign to him. He thought to knock, but changed his mind. To knock would have made it obvious he had been listening. He barged right in. The twins were in the anteroom. Muldoon got the impression that they knew he had heard them, and an even stronger impression that the fact was of no importance. That bothered him for some reason.
"Ah, there you are,"
the twin to the left said.
"Evan was wondering whether you would show up, but I told him he was putting himself to useless aggravation."
That damned mixed-up phrase again, Muldoon thought. "Took a little time to find a parking space," he said.
"Shall we be off, then?"
Robert asked. "All right with me," Muldoon replied. There was another odd thing. Evan Rieger seemed to have so very little to say. Their destination was a place halfway down the island. Muldoon's brow had lifted when they gave him the area. So far as he knew, there hadn't been any development in the area. It was just a bit too far off the highways and the rail lines for housing developments, and even more badly located for industrial requirements. He wondered what the devil they had in mind out there. Traffic was light, and the drive took little more than an hour and a half on the main highway, and another 15 minutes of blacktop side road before Evan told him to
turn left here
onto a rutted path off the blacktop. The path led through some scrub growth that ended on an edge of an acre or so of dump heap. Rusted heaps of broken cars were scattered about. A foul odor came from the left as though garbage, too, had been dumped and left to rot. There was a flat, one-storied wooden shack close by to which Evan directed him to drive up to. Evan produced a key and opened the door to the shack. There was a partition separating the place neatly into two sections. There were a couple of straight black wooden chairs and a leather sofa in the near room. The door to the other room was closed.
"Sit down, Muldoon,"
Robert Rieger said. He waited for Muldoon to make himself comfortable on the sofa, then continued.
"First time we've ever been out here during the day, but Evan's sense of direction is unfailing."
He shook his head, smiled brightly.
Well, we must each have some factor to make for validity of existence, eh?"
"I don't follow," Muldoon said.
"No matter. Now, to the business at hand. I wanted you to see the area involved. Evan, the plot plan, please."
To Muldoon's surprise, Evan Rieger went into the next room and returned after a moment with a plot plan of the lower third of the island. He gave it to Muldoon, who spread it at his feet.
"The red-penciled area I've marked off," Robert Rieger said, "is what we'll be concerned with. As you notice, the dump and this shack are at the approximate center. What I have in mind to do is buy all the land in the marked-off area."
"Buy it?"
"You seem surprised."
"Shocked would be the better word. Have you any idea what this could cost? You've marked off an area approximately a square mile. Even out here, that would run into millions. And once news got around that someone was buying parcels of this size, well, you'd have more publicity than you might want."
"About the cost, we won't worry. There will be enough money. But the attendant publicity could mean not being able to get the land we want. Is that correct?"
"Could be. Suppose we get options or leases on these pieces."
"That was a good phrase," Evan broke in unexpectedly. "Don't you think so, Robert?"
"Yes," Robert said sharply. He seemed to have suddenly lost his smile. He gave Evan a hard look from under down-drawn brows. He turned to Muldoon.
"We are renting this tumble-down structure. A 2-year lease. I see your point. Spending millions in some buying move would make unneeded difficulties. No, options to buy, but lease for the present. Evan, the list of names, please."
Evan didn't have to go anywhere for the list. He had it with him. Muldoon looked over. There were 33 names, including the county and the state.
"Well?"
Robert asked. "I'll have to know what you want to lease it for. The names or names of corporations and so forth."
"Will my own name do?"
"It will, but you can go into the county court and register a business name under your own." what they call a DBA name, doing business as name. Register as many as you wish. Don't cost a great deal, or form a corporation, you and your brother.
No, let the leases come under my own name. As for what I intend doing, well, I intend to concrete surface of the entire area.
A square mile of concrete?
Yes, there is a government plan to use this end of the island for a huge missile depot. They will have to come to me.
Pretty shrewd, Muldoon thought. That is, if it's true. All right, Muldoon asked. When do you want me to start?
Right now. That was one more reason for bringing you out here. Evan, will you get the briefcase, please?
Once more, Evan Rieger went into the other room, and closed the door carefully behind him when he came out. He handed the briefcase to Muldoon.
You may open it,
Robert said. Muldoon's fingers became suddenly nerveless, and he dropped the briefcase. It was crammed with money, packets of $100 bills.
There are 50 packets of $100 bills, totaling $1 million, Robert said.
What the hell do you want me to do? Carry this case around with me? Muldoon asked.
No, it will remain here. I merely wanted to show you I will be able to stand behind any price you may have to meet. From now on, report here no matter what time, and since time has a definite value in this matter, do not stand upon it.
I like that, Evan said suddenly.
That was good, Robert.
Muldoon nodded. Evan had a value too, the same value any yes-man has. But it bothered Muldoon. This just wasn't the way of twins, at least none he knew. Well, one thing was certain, the Riegers had the ready cash. This may take some time, Muldoon said. Weeks, certainly, maybe months, the county and state alone.
We don't have that much time, Robert broke in. Evan must return in 10 days.
Return? Where? Muldoon asked. It was as if Robert hadn't heard.
The state and county properties are small areas and on the very edge. Suppose we forget about them for the time being. Work on the private parties.
Anything you say, but it may still take weeks.
Then don't quibble. Lease at any price. If a show of cash is necessary, let me know. Now I think you'd better start. Good luck, Muldoon.
It was a Wednesday night before Muldoon saw Dina Savory again. Nor had he seen the Rieger twins since leaving them on Monday morning. Dina and Muldoon seldom saw each other during the middle of the week. They were her busy days, and she needed the nights for a complete rest. But he had called her and asked to see her. They were at dinner in a small Italian place close to her apartment. He had briefly brought her up to date on what had happened since she had seen him last, and was at the moment finishing the last of the lasagna he had ordered. "They're phonies, honey. Real phonies," he said. "I bet my last buck on that." She was looking at the last piece of steak on her plate. With an almost defiant gesture, she speared it and put it in her mouth. "Atta girl," he said.
"Mind your own business," she said. "How do you mean they're phonies?"
"I spent all Monday investigating them."
"A fine way to make $1," she said. "What do you care who they are?"
He gave her a knowing smile. "That's my fat-headed girl. Like to visit me in a nice jail, wouldn't you? One with a prestige address, of course, let me tell you. They rented that shack and the dump heap next to it for a pretty fancy figure. Robert Rieger said they were going to do printing in the shack. They paid in full for the 2 years' rental, and nice crisp $100 bills."
"I get it, they were phony,"
she exulted. "How can you be so stupid? I know, for you it's easy. Of course the bills were genuine, but the printing business. What were they going to print with? Typewriters? Another thing, there's no business record I could find of them. They're not listed. So how did they get $1 million? And Robert said more.
"Report here, no matter at the time."
"I don't get it. I drove them out. There was no garage, no car I could see, and the place is miles from food. How do they live out there?"
"Maybe they have friends who pick them up,"
Dina said. "Maybe. Robert also said there was a rumor of something about the government going to use the area for a missile depot. I tried to run it down. Nothing."
"Which proves nothing,"
she said. "True, but I couldn't even smell smoke. No, the whole thing just smells bad. So I think I'm going back there to tell them to forget it."
"Oh, don't be an idiot," she said. "This is your big chance to make some real money, get a reputation, and because you're chicken, you're going to throw it up."
"I won't get into anything crooked." His voice rose.
"The way you're thinking, you couldn't follow a straight line. They can't draw a straight line. Well, you do what you want, only next time I have to pay for dinner, don't give me that martyred look."
Okay. What do you want for dessert, Spumoni?
After this, bicarbonate.
Very funny. And for the first time in several years, she did not kiss him good night when they parted. He turned off the blacktop and started down the rutted path. He switched the headlights off about halfway to the shack and parked it 100 or so yards away from it and walked the rest. The shack was dark. Instead of knocking, Muldoon walked around the back and peered through the single window at the rear. He could see nothing. Now isn't this just dandy, he thought. Drive all the way out here and nobody's at home. Damn. He went around to the front and started back to the car. His attention was caught by a greenish glow of light from the far end of the dump heap. His curiosity aroused, Muldoon warily made his way through the metal litter until he was close enough to make out the source of the light. It came from the center of a shallow area that had been cleared of rubble. A rusted, misshapen mass of metal lay in the center of the cleared space. The greenish glow was coming from an opening in the mass. Muldoon crept closer until he was able to make out details. Not too many, but enough to give him the idea of the size and general shape of the thing. But what really held him were the figures of Robert and Evan Rieger. He saw them quite distinctly. One of the twins was bent over a machine of some sort. There were levers, gears, and rollers mounted on a webbed platform no larger than a rather oversized typewriter. Muldoon's eyes went wide at the sight of the greenbacks coming in a steady stream from the interior of the machine and falling into a box at the side. He could see very little else that was in the room other than the brother of the twin at the machine. He was on the far side of it, fiddling with something hidden. Muldoon stared in fascination for another minute, then carefully made his way back to the car. He had parked it within the growth of scrub trees and bushes. He started it, turning the headlights on, and drove slowly out to the open and up to the shack. He honked his horn loudly a couple of times and got out of the car and walked up to the shack and tried the door. It was closed. Presently, the figures of Evan and Robert Rieger came into view from the direction of the dump heap. Muldoon's figure was outlined in the glow of the headlights. Muldoon noticed a briefcase one of them was carrying.
Ah, there, Muldoon.
Muldoon had recognized Robert's voice. Hello, Mr. Rieger. Thought I'd come by and let you know how I've been doing. Evan, who was carrying the briefcase, unlocked the door and switched on the light. The other two followed him into the room. Robert Rieger motioned for Muldoon to take the sofa. Evan went into the other room.
Well, my boy, Robert said heartily, how's it going?
Slowly, Muldoon said casually. But the first of this sort of operation has to go that way. Kind of feel things out, if you know what I mean.
Of course. How does it look?
I think it's going to go all right. I've got plans.
Splendid. Do you need money?
Yes, about 10,000.
Evan, do bring the case out, Robert called loudly.
In a couple of seconds, Evan Rieger appeared. He brought the briefcase to his brother, turned, and went back into the other room without saying anything. He walked slowly and stiffly, his feet slapping heavily on the bare boards. What's wrong with him? Muldoon asked. Robert Rieger was pulling money from the briefcase. He looked up with an expressionless face.
Nothing. You said 10,000?
Yes. Rieger passed 2 of the packets to Muldoon.
Sure you won't need more?
Muldoon put the money away, got up from the sofa, and started to the door. No, just what I need. I'll see you on Friday night.
Fine, and don't forget, we must get all this done quickly.
I won't forget. Robert Rieger waited till the sound of the Plymouth was no longer heard. Then he went into the other room. Other than for 2 army cots, the room was empty. Evan was stretched full length on one of the cots.
You're certain he knows?
Evan asked.
Yes, I saw him on the Visio.
But he couldn't
see all the interior. No, just the duplicating machine. We must get rid of it tonight. What do you think he will do? What can he do? He knows nothing. The money is genuine, and with the destruction of the machine, he can't prove anything. Nevertheless, it might be the wisest course to get rid of him. We might have been too clever with that advertisement. Possibly, but we must move quickly then. I must leave this planet in 7 days now, and we must have this area under lease by then. 3 musts.
Robert smiled thinly.
We will. If not through Muldoon, then through another means. When you return in a year with a space fleet, you will find the landing area we need. And after that?
They smiled at each other.
We said we would not fail. The planet will fall to our weapons like ripe fruit from a tree. But first I must return to tell them, Evan said. If I do not return, they will know we have failed, and will seek another planet. We won't fail, Robert reiterated. Right now, let's get back to the spaceship and the duplicating machine.
Muldoon spent a busy Thursday. A news brief in the Times financial section which told of a public utility wanting island property gave him an idea for one thing. He spent all morning bringing the idea to a head. After he had verified the truth of the item, then, after a late lunch, he went to the Treasury Department's headquarters and spent a couple of hours with the head of a local investigation department. He was quite pleased with himself by nightfall as he headed out to the island. This time, he parked his car at a considerable distance from the shack. There were lights on this night. He walked boldly up and knocked at the door. It opened wide, and the thick figure of one of the twins darkened the opening.
"Well, Mr. Muldoon, I did not think to see you till Friday."
"I thought I'd come and see you tonight," Muldoon said as he stepped into the room.
"I didn't hear the car."
"Oh, parked it back a bit," Muldoon said. He turned toward the other twin as the inner door opened. "Hello."
"Hello." "You know, Evan," Robert said, "I'm rather glad Muldoon stopped by tonight. We might as well conclude our business with him now." "An excellent idea, Robert. Excellent."
"What do you mean?" Muldoon asked. "I no longer am acting for you?"
"Not for us, for yourself. I'm afraid your services in any capacity will no longer be needed."
Muldoon caught the undercurrent of menace in Robert's voice. It told him they were not only suspicious, but ready to act on it. He started to edge towards the door, but Robert suddenly reached out and took his arm. There was power in the fat man's grip. Evan moved swiftly for his size, and took up a position before the door, which he kicked shut. Muldoon twisted sharply and was free of the other's grip. He stepped back a couple of paces. "What the hell's this all about?"
"Come now, Muldoon," Robert said softly. "You didn't think your prying went unobserved last night."
"So I was nosy. But what's the rough stuff you're trying to pull?"
"Merely making sure your curiosity will end tonight."
Muldoon took a couple of more retreating paces. "You mean you're going to get rid of me? Well, maybe you will, and maybe you won't, but even if you do—" A smile broke through the grim lips of the twin, threatening Muldoon.
"You mean the duplicating machine? Just another piece of rusted scrap among the rest of the junk."
Muldoon paled. The evidence he was going to need. Gone.
"And of course the money is genuine. We made sure of it. Ink, paper, everything. We made sure of it long ago. It will be a pity you won't be here to see how efficient we can really be. But the rest of the planet will know as soon as Evan returns."
Muldoon's mind was working swiftly. "You got rid of the machine, but what about the junk shop it was in? I bet there are more important things there."
"Indeed there are, but no one will find it. It's just another rusted piece of large junk to them."
It was then that Muldoon made his move. He lashed out with a fist. The blow staggered Robert, and Muldoon was crashing his shoulder against the inner door. It burst inward, but before he could get through, Robert grabbed him. The whole side of Muldoon's face went numb as Robert crashed his fist against his jaw. Muldoon knew he didn't stand a chance in a straight-up fight, not with these two. Robert's hands were reaching for him now. Muldoon grabbed one of the hands with both of his, twisted outwards as he grasped 2 fingers in each hand. Robert's face went putty gray as the bone snapped. Muldoon no longer cared about fair play. His knee came up where it could do most damage, and Robert sank groveling to the floor. Muldoon whirled. Too late, the world exploded into 1,000 flashes of pain-filled lights. He went crashing backward into the wall. Evan hit him again before he stumbled blindly away from the terrible fist.
"Let me kill him,"
Robert groaned. Muldoon pulled himself up from the pain-filled world he had been sent to. There seemed to be 2 Evans facing him. Then there was only one. A twisted grin came to Muldoon's lips. "Come ahead, you rat," he mumbled. Evan came forward, and as swift as an adder, Muldoon kicked him just below the kneecap. Evan screamed and collapsed. Muldoon staggered out of the way of the falling body, only to fall into the clutches of Robert's sudden reaching fingers. He fell to the floor. Robert tried to get his good hand up to Muldoon's throat. Muldoon beat at the thick face with both hands, but the other seemed not to feel the pounding fists. Slowly, the fingers managed to reach their goal. Muldoon felt the darkness of death closing over him as his breath became a tortured, dying gasp. He had found Robert's face, came gently over it until his thumb pressed on one eyeball, and Robert screamed as the thumb became a hooked instrument to blind him. Muldoon rolled away from the other, staggering somehow erect, but knew his strength was gone. He couldn't make it to the door, and now Evan had him. And the door burst open and men poured into the room. Muldoon recognized only one, the head of the Treasurer's investigation department, before he blacked out. Dina Savory stroked his forehead gently. "Does it hurt much, baby?" The nurse had left them alone when Dina came into the hospital room. "Not now," Muldoon said. "What are they going to do to those men?" she asked. "Oh, 20 years, according to Phillips. Counterfeiting, you know, carries heavy penalties." "But I thought the money was good. After all, they had paid rent with C-notes." "A slip-up on the bank's part. You see, they made one mistake. The machine they had turned out perfect bills, everyone with the same serial number." Dina's eyes widened. "And the junk shop, or whatever it was?" she said. "I thought I'd let that well enough alone. You see, I took care of that during the day. The twins, being criminals, had automatically broken their lease. They also made it possible for me to change clients. Well, there's going to be a huge tank covering that dump-in shack, a tank holding an awful lot of natural gas. I got together with the owner of the property and the utility people yesterday afternoon and worked out a deal. They're going to dump all that junk into the ocean." "I'm sorry about the other night," she said suddenly. "Is that how you say you're sorry?" he asked. "Uh-huh," she said, as he reached for her. "There's a time and place for that." "Promise?" Her lips agreed. End of Lease to Doomsday by Lee Archer. Recording by Caleb Toll.
Monkey on His Back by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monkey on His Back by Charles V. DeVette. He was walking endlessly down a long glass-walled corridor. Bright sunlight slanted in through one wall on the blue knapsack across his shoulders. Who he was and what he was doing here was clouded. The truth lurked in some corner of his consciousness, but it was not reached by surface awareness. The corridor opened at last into a large high-domed room, much like a railway station or an air terminal. He walked straight ahead. At the sight of him, a man leaning negligently against a stone pillar to his right, but within vision, straightened and barked an order to him. "Halt!" He lengthened his stride, but gave no other sign. Two men hurried through a doorway of a small anteroom to his left, calling to him. He turned away and began to run. Shouts and the sound of charging feet came from behind him. He cut to the right, running toward the escalator to the second floor. Another pair of men were hurrying down, 2 steps at a stride. With no break in pace, he veered into an opening beside the escalator. At the first turn he saw that the aisle merely circled the stairway, coming out into the depot again on the other side. It was a trap. He glanced quickly around him. At the rear of the space was a row of lockers for travelers' use. He slipped a coin into a pay slot, opened the zipper on his bag, and pulled out a flat briefcase. It took him only a few seconds to push the case into the compartment, lock it, and slide the key along the floor beneath the locker. There was nothing to do after that, except wait. The men pursuing him came hurtling around the turn in the aisle. He kicked his knapsack to one side, spreading his feet wide with an instinctive motion. Until that instant he had intended to fight. Now he swiftly reassessed the odds. There were 5 of them, he saw. He should be able to incapacitate 2 or 3 and break out. But the fact that they had been expecting him meant that others would very probably be waiting outside. His best course now was to sham ignorance. He relaxed. He offered no resistance as they reached him. They were not gentle men. A tall ruffian, copper-brown face, damp with perspiration and body oil, grabbed him by the jacket and slammed him back against the lockers. As he shifted his weight to keep his footing, someone drove a fist into his face. He started to raise his hands, and a hard, flat object crashed against the side of his skull. The starch went out of his legs. "Do you make anything out of it?" the psychoanalyst Milton Bergstrom asked. John Zarwell shook his head. "Did I talk while I was under?" "Oh, yes, you were supposed to. That way I follow pretty well what we're reenacting." "How does it tie in with what I told you before?" Bergstrom's neat-boned, fair-skinned face betrayed no emotion other than an introspective stillness of his normally alert gaze. "I see no connection," he decided, his words once again precise and meticulous. "We don't have enough to go on. Do you feel able to try another comb analysis this afternoon yet?" "I don't see why not." Zarwell opened the collar of his shirt. The day was hot, and the room had no air conditioning, still a rare luxury in St. Martin's. The office window was open, but it let in no freshness, only the mildly rank odor that pervaded all the planet's habitable area. "Good." Bergstrom rose. "The serum is quite harmless, John." He maintained a professional, diversionary chatter as he administered the drug, a scopolamine derivative that's been well tested. The floor beneath Zarwell's feet assumed abruptly the near transfluent consistency of a damp sponge. It rose in a foot-high wave and rolled gently toward the far wall. Bergstrom continued talking with practiced urbanity. When psychiatry was a less exact science, his voice went on, seeming to come from a great distance. A doctor had to spend weeks, sometimes months through a year, interviewing a patient. If he was skilled enough, he could sort the relevancies from the vast amount of chaff. We're able now, with the help of the serum, to confine our discourses to matters cogent to the patient's trouble. The floor continued its transmutation, and Zarwell sank deep into the viscous depths. "Lie back and relax. Don't—" The words tumbled down from above. They faded, were gone. Zarwell found himself standing on a vast plain. There was no sky above and no horizon in the distance. He was in a place without space or dimension. There was nothing here except himself and the gun that he held in his hand. A weapon, beautiful with its efficient simplicity. He should know all about the instrument, its purpose and workings, but he could not bring his thoughts into rational focus. His forehead creased with his mental effort. Abruptly, the unreality about him shifted perspective. He was approaching, not walking, but merely shortening the space between them. The man who held the gun, the man who was himself, the other himself, drifted nearer also, as though drawn by a mutual attraction. The man with the gun raised his weapon and pressed the trigger. With the action, the perspective shifted again. He was watching the face of the man he shot jerk and twitch, expand and contract. The face was unharmed, yet it was no longer the same, no longer his own features. The stranger face smiled approvingly at him. "Odd," Bergstrom said. He brought his hands up and joined the tips of his fingers against his chest. "But it's another piece of the jigsaw. In time it will fit into place." He paused. "It means more to you than the first, I suppose." "No," Zarwell answered. He was not a talking man, Bergstrom reflected. It was more than reticence, however. The man had a hard granite core, only partially concealed by his present perplexity. He was a man who could handle himself well in an emergency. Bergstrom shrugged, dismissing his strayed thoughts. "I expected as much. A quite normal first phase of treatment." He straightened a paper on his desk. "I think that will be enough for today. Twice in one sitting is about all we ever try. Otherwise, some particular episode might cause undue mental stress." And set up a block. He glanced down at his appointment pad. "Tomorrow at 2, then." Zarwell grunted acknowledgment and pushed himself to his feet, apparently unaware that his shirt clung damply to his body. The sun was still high when Zarwell left the analyst's office. The white marble of the city's buildings shimmered in the afternoon heat, squat and austere as giant tree trunks, pockmarked and gray-mottled with windows. Zarwell was careful not to rest his hand on the flesh-searing surface of the stone. The evening meal hour was approaching when he reached the flats on the way to his apartment. The streets of the old section were near deserted. The only sounds he heard as he passed were the occasional cry of a baby, chronically uncomfortable in the day's heat, and the lowing of imported cattle waiting in a nearby shed to be shipped to the country. All St. Martin's has a distinctive smell, as of an arid, dried-out swamp with a faint taint of fish. But in the flats the odor changes. Here is the smell of factories, warehouses, and trading marts, the smell of stale cooking drifting from the homes of the laborers and lower-class techmen who live here. Zarwell passed a group of smaller children, playing a desultory game of lick-lick for pieces of candy and cigarettes. Slowly he climbed the stairs of a stone flat. He prepared a supper for himself and ate it without either enjoyment or distaste. He lay down fully clothed on his bed. The visit to the analyst had done nothing to dispel his ennui. The next morning, when Zarwell awoke, he lay for a moment unmoving. The feeling was there again, like a scene waiting only to be gazed at, directly to be perceived. It was as though a great wisdom lay at the edge of understanding. If he rested quietly, it would all come to him. Yet always, when his mind lost its sleep-induced lethargy, the moment of near understanding slipped away. This morning, however, the sense of disorientation did not pass with full wakefulness. He achieved no understanding, but the strangeness did not leave as he sat up. He gazed about him. The room did not seem to be his own. The furnishings and the clothing he observed in a closet might have belonged to a stranger. He pulled himself from his blankets, his body moving with mechanical reaction. The slippers into which he put his feet were larger than he had expected them to be. He walked about the small apartment. The place was familiar, but only as it would have been if he had studied it from blueprints, not as though he lived there. The feeling was still with him when he returned to the psychoanalyst. The scene this time was more kaleidoscopic, less personal. A village was being ravaged. Men struggled and died in the streets. Zarwell moved among them, seldom taking part in the individual clashes, yet a moving force in the conflict. The background changed. He understood that he was on a different world. Here a city burned. Its resistance was nearing its end. Zarwell was riding a shaggy pony outside a high wall surrounding the stricken metropolis. He moved in and joined a party of short, bearded men, directing them as they battered at the wall with a huge log mounted on a many-wheeled truck. The log broke a breach in the concrete, and the besiegers charged through, carrying back the defenders who sought vainly to plug the gap. Soon there would be rioting in the streets again, plundering and killing. Zarwell was not the leader of the invaders, only a lesser figure in the rebellion. But he had played a leading part in the planning of the strategy that led to the city's fall. The job had been well done. Time passed without visible break in the panorama. Now Zarwell was fleeing, pursued by the same bearded men who had been his comrades before. Still he moved with the same firm purpose, vigilant, resourceful, and well prepared for the eventuality that had befallen. He made his escape without difficulty. He alighted from a spaceship on still another world, another shift in time, and the atmosphere of conflict engulfed him. Weary but resigned, he accepted it, and did what he had to do. Bergstrom was regarding him with speculative scrutiny. "You've had quite a past, apparently," he observed. Zarwell smiled with mild embarrassment. "At least in my dreams." "Dreams?" Bergstrom's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I must have forgotten to explain. This work is so routine for me that sometimes I forget it's all new to a patient. Actually, what you experienced under the drug were not dreams. They were recollections of real episodes from your past." Zarwell's expression became wary. He watched Bergstrom closely. After a minute, however, he seemed satisfied, and he let himself settle back against the cushion of his chair. "I remember nothing of what I saw," he observed. That's why you're here, you know, Bergstrom answered, to help you remember. But everything under the drug is so haphazard. That's true. The recall episodes are always purely random, with no chronological sequence. Our problem will be to reassemble them in proper order later, or some particular scene may trigger a complete memory return. It is my considered opinion, Bergstrom went on, that your lost memory will turn out to be no ordinary amnesia. I believe we will find that your mind has been tampered with. Nothing I've seen under the drug fits into that past I do remember. That's what makes me so certain, Bergstrom said confidentially. You don't remember what we have shown to be true. Conversely, then, what you think you remember must be false. It must have been implanted there. But we can go into that later. For today, I think we've done enough. This episode was quite prolonged. I won't have any time off again until next weekend, Zarwell reminded him. That's right. Bergstrom thought for a moment. We shouldn't let this hang too long. Could you come here after work tomorrow? I suppose I could. Fine, Bergstrom said with satisfaction. I'll admit I'm considerably more than casually interested in your case by this time. A work truck picked Zarwell up the next morning, and he rode with a tech crew to the edge of the reclaim area. Beside the belt, bringing ocean muck from the converter plant at the seashore, his bulldozer was waiting. He took his place behind the drive wheel and began working dirt down between windbreakers anchored in the rock. Along a makeshift road into the bedlands, trucks brought crushed lime and phosphorus to supplement the ocean sediment. The progress of life from the sea to the land was a mechanical process of this growing world. Nearly 200 years ago, when Earth established a colony on St. Martin's, the land surface of the planet had been barren. Only its seas thrived with animal and vegetable life. The necessary machinery and technicians had been supplied by Earth, and the long struggle began to fit the world for human needs. When Zarwell arrived 6 months before, the vitalized area already extended 300 miles along the coast and 60 miles inland, and every day the progress continued. A large percentage of the energy and resources of the world were devoted to that essential expansion. The reclam crews filled and sodded the sterile rock, planted binding grasses, grain, and trees, and diverted rivers to keep it fertile. When there were no rivers to divert, they blasted out springs and lakes in the foothills to make their own. Biologists developed the necessary germ and insect life from what they found in the sea. Where that failed, they imported microorganisms from Earth. 3 rubber-track crawlers picked their way down from the mountains until they joined the road passing the belt. They were loaded with ore that would be smelted into metal for depleted Earth, or for other colonies short of minerals. It was St. Martin's only export thus far. Zarwell pulled his sun helmet lower to better guard his hot, dry features. The wind blew continuously on St. Martin's, but it furnished small relief from the heat. After its 3,000-mile journey across scorched, sterile rock, it sucked the moisture from a man's body, bringing a membrane-shrinking dryness to the nostrils as it was breathed in. With it came also the cloying taste of limestone in a worker's mouth. Zarwell gazed idly about the other laborers. Fully 3/4 of them were very rhabza-ridden. A cure for the skin fungus had not yet been found. The men's faces and hands were scabbed and red. The colony had grown to near self-sufficiency, would soon have a moderate prosperity, yet they still lacked adequate medical and research facilities. Not all the world's citizens were content. Bergstrom was waiting in his office when Zarwell arrived that evening. He was lying motionless on a hard cot, with his eyes closed, yet with every sense sharply quickened. Tentatively he tightened small muscles in his arms and legs. Across his wrists and thighs he felt straps binding him to the cot. "Oh, that's our big, bad man," a coarse voice above him observed caustically. He doesn't look so tough now, does he? It might have been better to kill him right away, a second, less confident voice said. It's supposed to be impossible to hold him. Don't be stupid. We just do what we're told. We'll hold him. What do you think they'll do with him? Execute him, I suppose, the harsh voice said matter-of-factly. They're probably just curious to see what he looks like first. They'll be disappointed. Zarwell opened his eyes a slit to observe his surroundings. It was a mistake. He's out of it, the first speaker said, and Zarwell allowed his eyes to open fully. The voice he saw belonged to the big man who had bruised him against the locker at the spaceport. Irrelevantly, he wondered how he knew now that it had been a spaceport. His captor's broad face jeered down at Zarwell. "Have a good sleep?" he asked him with mock solicitude. Zarwell did not deign to acknowledge that he heard. The big man turned. "You can tell the chief he's awake," he said. Zarwell followed his gaze to where a younger man with a blond lock of hair on his forehead stood behind him. The youth nodded and went out, while the other pulled a chair up to the other side of Zarwell's cot. While their attention was away from him, Zarwell had unobtrusively loosened his bonds as much as possible with arm leverage. As the big man drew his chair near, he made the hand farthest from him tight and compact, and worked it free from the leather strap. He waited. The big man belched. "You're supposed to be great stuff in a situation like this," he said, his smoke-tanned face splitting in a grin that revealed large square teeth. "How about giving me a sample?" "You're a yellow-livered bastard," Zarwell told him. The grin faded from the oily face as the man stood up. He leaned over the cot, and Zarwell's left hand shot up and locked about his throat, joined almost immediately by the right. The man's mouth opened, and he tried to yell as he threw himself frantically backward. He clawed at the hands about his neck. When that failed to break the grip, he suddenly reversed his weight and drove his fist at Zarwell's head. Zarwell pulled the struggling body down against his chest and held it there until all agitated movement ceased. He sat up then, letting the body slide to the floor. The straps about his thighs came loose with little effort. The analyst dabbed at his upper lip with a handkerchief. "The episodes are beginning to tie together," he said, with an attempt at nonchalance. "The next couple should do it." Zarwell did not answer. His memory seemed to be on the point of complete return, and he sat quietly, hopefully. However, nothing more came, and he returned his attention to his immediate problem. Opening a button on his shirt, he pulled back a strip of plastic cloth just below his rib cage and took out a small, flat pistol. He held it in the palm of his hand. He knew now why he always carried it. Bergstrom had his bad moment. "You're not going to," he began at the sight of the gun. He tried again. "You must be joking." "I have very little sense of humor," Zarwell corrected him. "You'd be foolish." Bergstrom obviously realized how close he was to death. Yet surprisingly, after the first start, he showed little fear. Zarwell had thought the man a bit soft, too adjusted to a life of ease and some prestige, to meet danger calmly. Curiosity restrained his trigger finger. "Why would I be foolish?" he asked. "Your Menninger oath of inviolable confidence?" Bergstrom shook his head. "I know it's been broken before, but you need me. You're not through, you know. If you killed me, you'd still have to trust some other analyst. Is that the best you can do?" "No." Bergstrom was angry now. "But use that logical mind you're supposed to have. Scenes before this have shown what kind of man you are. Just because this last happened here on St. Martin's makes little difference. If I was going to turn you into the police, I'd have done it before this." Zarwell debated with himself the truth of what the other had said. "Why don't you turn me in?" he asked. "Because you're no mad dog killer. Now that the crisis seemed to be past, Bergstrom spoke more calmly, even allowed himself to relax. "You're still pretty much in the fog about yourself. I read more in these common analyses than you did. Even know who you are." Zarwell's eyebrows raised. "Who am I?" he asked, very interested now. Without attention, he put his pistol away in a trouser pocket. Bergstrom brushed the question aside with one hand. "Your name makes little difference. You've used many. But you are an idealist. Your killings were necessary to bring justice to the place you visited. By now you're almost a legend among the human worlds. I'd like to talk more with you on that later." While Zarwell considered, Bergstrom pressed his advantage. "One more scene might do it," he said. "Should we try again, if you trust me, that is?" Zarwell made his decision quickly. "Go ahead," he answered. All Zarwell's attention seemed on this cigar he lit as he rode down the escalator, but he surveyed the terminal carefully over the rim of his hand. He spied no suspicious loungers. Behind the escalator he groped along the floor beneath the lockers until he found his key. The briefcase was under his arm a minute later. In the basement lab he put a coin in the pay slot for a private compartment and went in. As he zipped open the briefcase he surveyed his features in the mirror. A small muscle at the corner of one eye twitched spasmodically. One cheek wore a frozen quarter smile. 36 hours under the paralysis was longer than advisable. The muscles should be rested at least every 20 hours. Fortunately, his natural features would serve as an adequate disguise now. He adjusted the ring setting on the pistol-shaped instrument that he took from his case, and carefully rayed several small areas of his face, loosening muscles that had been tight too long. He sighed gratefully when he finished, massaging his cheeks and forehead with considerable pleasure. Another glance in the mirror satisfied him with the changes that had been made. He turned to his briefcase again and exchanged the gun for a small syringe, which he pushed into a trouser pocket, and a single-edged razor blade. Removing his fibercloth jacket, he slashed it into strips with the razor blade and flushed it down the disposal bowl. With the sleeves of his blouse rolled up, he had the appearance of a typical workman as he strolled from the compartment. Back at the locker he replaced the briefcase and, with a wad of gum, glued the key to the bottom of the locker frame. One step more. Taking the syringe from his pocket, he plunged the needles into his forearm and tossed the instrument down a waste chute. He took 3 more steps and paused uncertainly. When he looked about him, it was with the expression of a man walking from a vivid dream. "Quite ingenious," Graves muttered admiringly. "You had your mind already preconditioned for the shot. But why would you deliberately give yourself amnesia? What better disguise than to believe the part you're playing?" "A good man must have done that job on your mind," Bergstrom commented. "I'd have hesitated to try it myself. It must have taken a lot of trust on your part." "Trust and money," Zarwell said dryly. "Your memory's back, then?" Zarwell nodded. "I'm glad to hear that," Bergstrom assured him. "Now that you're well again, I'd like to introduce you to a man named Vernon Johnson. This world—" Zarwell stopped him with an unbraced hand. "Good God, man, can't you see the reason for all this? I'm tired. I'm trying to quit." "Quit?" Bergstrom did not quite follow him. "It started on my home colony," Zarwell explained listlessly. A gang of hoods had taken over the government. I helped organize a movement to get them out. There was some bloodshed, but it went quite well. Several months later an unofficial envoy from another world asked several of us to give them a hand on the same kind of job. The political conditions were rotten. We went with him. Again we were successful. It seems I have a kind of genius for that sort of thing. He stretched out his legs and regarded them thoughtfully. I learned then the truth of Russell's saying, "When the oppressed win their freedom, they are as oppressive as their former masters." When they went bad, I opposed them. This time I failed, but I escaped again. I have quite a talent for that also. I'm not a professional do-gooder. Zarwell's tone appealed to Bergstrom for understanding. I have only a normal man's indignation at injustice, and now I've done my share. Yet wherever I go, the word eventually gets out, and I'm right back in a fight again. It's like the proverbial monkey on my back. I can't get rid of it. He rose. That disguise and memory planting were supposed to get me out of it. I should have known it wouldn't work. But this time I'm not going to be drawn back in. You and your Vernon Johnson can do your own revolting. I'm through. Bergstrom did not argue as he left. Restlessness drove Zarwell from his flat the next day, a legal holiday on St. Martin's. At a railed-off lot he stopped and loitered in the shadow of an adjacent building, watching workmen drilling an excavation for a new structure. When a man strolled to his side and stood watching the workmen, he was not surprised. He waited for the other to speak. "I'd like to talk to you, if you can spare a few minutes," the stranger said. Zarwell turned and studied the man without answering. He was medium tall, with the body of an athlete, though perhaps 10 years beyond the age of sports. He had a manner of contained energy. "You're Johnson?" he asked. The man nodded. Zarwell tried to feel the anger he wanted to feel, but somehow it would not come. "We've nothing to talk about," was the best he could manage. "Then will you just listen? After, I'll leave if you tell me to." Against his will he found himself liking the man, and wanting at least to be courteous. He inclined his head toward a curved waste-box with a flat top. "Should we sit?" Johnson smiled agreeably, and they walked over to the box and sat down. "When this colony was first founded," Johnson began without preamble, "the administrative body was a governor and a council of 12. Their successors were to be elected biennially. At first they were. Then things changed. We haven't had an election now in the last 23 years. St. Martin's is beginning to prosper. Yet the only ones receiving the benefits are the rulers. The citizens work 12 hours a day. They are poorly housed, poorly fed, poorly clothed. Zarwell found himself not listening as Johnson's voice went on. The story was always the same. But why did they always try to drag him into their troubles? Why hadn't he chose some other world on which to hide? The last question prompted a new thought. Just why had he chosen St. Martin's? Was it only coincidence, or had he subconsciously at least picked this particular world? He'd always considered himself the unwilling subject of glib persuaders. But mightn't some inner compulsion of his own have put the monkey on his back? "And we need your help." Johnson had finished his speech. Zarwell gazed up at the bright sky. He pulled in a long breath and let it out in a sigh. "What are your plans so far?" he asked wearily. End of Monkey on His Back by Charles V. DeVette.
No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rigel. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me. And if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work. But you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. "I've tried 'em on a dozen things," he reported. People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb. "There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do," the chief went on. "Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had back in the 20th century. "As bad as that," observed one of the council members. "You do have a problem." "But we must find something for him to do," said another. We can't have an idle person in the state. It's unthinkable. But what? Asked the chief. He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots. There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. I have it, he cried. The very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure. But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness. It might be a solution, said the chief. At least, a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something. So I became guard of the treasure, with a badge, and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it, anyway, were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them. So I knew I was breaking the law, but I figured that no one would ever find out. First, I fixed a place for her and made a brush screen so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then, one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had someone to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew almost twice as fast as usual, and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure, or to add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Graham, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't, because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. I've been sent to get something from the treasure, he explained. I wasn't happy to displease him, but I said, I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that. Of course I know it, but something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now let me have it. I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. You idiot, he shouted. Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure. But that would be dishonest, and there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know. His usually kind face had an ugly look I'd never seen before. But I'm going to get a part of that treasure. And it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now, give me that key. It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. No, I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long, and if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root and I fell. His rush carried him past me and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice, then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Grem, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Grem would be dishonest. And I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Grem disappeared. And I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now, and more beautiful than ever. But I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings.
The Odyssey of Sam Meacham by Charles E. Fritsch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lisa S. Ware. The Odyssey of Sam Meacham by Charles E. Fritsch. Sam Meacham did not realize that his chance discovery of unlimited power would bring back that which he had lost 8 long years ago. To look at Sam Meacham, you'd never have dreamed he was a man of decision and potential explorer of the unknown. In fact, there were times when Sam wouldn't either. He was a pink, frail-looking person with a weak chin and shoulders used to stooping, and stereotyped thinking immediately relegated him to the ranks of the meek and mannerly. These, oddly enough, happened to be his characteristics. But that was before he discovered the hyperdrive. In his capacity as an atomic engine inspector, his work was most uncreative. He was a small cog in a large cog-laden machine, a government worker helping to produce engines that would send supplies and immigrants and tourists to the U.S. sector of the moon colony. Day after day, week after week, freshly made engines would come sliding down the conveyor belt, and mechanically Sam Meacham would attach to each 2 wires that led from a machine by his side, flip a switch, and if the dial on his machine read at least 50, he could pass the machine on as being adequate for the job of moon ferry. He'd been attaching those 2 wires in place and watching 50s for 5 years, and it looked as though he'd be doing it for 55 more. Then one day a defectively wired machine came sliding along, and dutifully Sam hooked it up and flipped the switch. Automatically, his eyes glanced disinterestedly at the dial showing comparative thrust. His eyes bugged. The needle had passed 50, had gone to the 100 mark, never before reached. Struck the metal projection, bent, and was whirling in a rapid circle. Sam quickly cut off the motor, then he glanced furtively about to see if anyone had noticed. The room was a flurry of men busy at routine tasks, and none of them seemed particularly interested in anything that was going on at his table. Sam checked his own machine and found the tester in perfect working order. He hesitated a brief moment, then flipped the switch again. He was prepared for the whirl of the dial now, but still it frightened him a little. There must be something wrong. No atomic engine could have that much comparative thrust. Yet the tester was perfect. Sam Meacham shut off the tester and stood very still for a minute and thought about it. His glance fell on the intricate wiring within the atomic engine, and he saw with a start that it looked different from usual. Wires where wires had never been before, where wires were not supposed to be. With another quick glance about him, Sam began copying the wiring pattern on a sheet of paper. He thrust the paper into his pocket as the foreman came up to him. "Say, Meacham," foreman said, "that last engine okay?" Sam Meacham hesitated briefly, then said, "The wiring was a little fouled up. Busted the dial on the tester." The foreman shook his head. "I was afraid of that. Some wireman on the 3rd floor came in half drunk a few minutes ago. That was only his first machine, so the others ought to be okay." He jabbed a finger at the engine. "You'd better send it back up." When the foreman was gone, Sam checked the wiring with his diagram to make certain he hadn't made any mistakes, and then he disconnected some of the wires, just in case. For the first time in years, Sam Meacham felt a new freedom. He'd always been a dreamer, hampered by cold reality, a man with his head in the stars and his feet chained to solid earth. He'd wanted to go to the moon when the government first started colonizing, but Dorothy, his wife, talked him out of it. At various times he had felt that secret longing, that beckoning of the stars, but each time he had shelved the desire and turned to attaching his 2 wires of the tester to their proper terminals on each atomic engine, and then, when his shift was up, he turned homeward to face an existence equally uninspiring. The moment he had seen that needle pass into the hundreds, Sam Meacham knew what he was going to do. He had planned it years ago, when he first stood alone in the night and gazed upward at the glittering diamonds that lay beyond reach. Even then he had known what he would do if ever the opportunity presented itself. In those moments of self-pity that came too often, however, he had told himself that it was only wishful thinking, and cursed himself for being a weakling and a dreamer who did nothing about his dreams. But he had resolved that some day he would go out among the stars. That day had come, and as Sam Meacham went homeward that evening, he felt his heart beat in time with the pulsing light of the stars overhead. But with this new exultation, he felt a desperate fear, a fear that he might again bypass his opportunity, as he had done so often before. Yet he knew that this was his greatest chance, perhaps his last chance. He must be brave and strong, and above all, confident that his intense longing would make his venture successful. "How did everything go?" Dorothy asked when he came in. It was a mechanical question, and he answered it mechanically. "Okay. Everything went as usual." He didn't want to look at her. She had grown plump since they had married 8 years ago, and by not looking at her, he could somehow pretend she was still slim and attractive. She was lying on a couch, wearing a housecoat, and didn't look up from the magazine in front of her. "Supper's on the table," she said. For 8 years he'd had flat, uninspiring meals that kept one from starving, and no more. His complaints had met with more hostility than he cared to cope with, and always, meekly, he had retired from the scene of battle, wishing he had submitted, and thus avoided the tongue-lashing before which he felt so helpless. Once more, in the surroundings that bred it, a familiar, distasteful helplessness rose to envelop Sam Meacham. It came across him as a feeling of despair and bewilderment, and he wondered sickly if he would ever escape this. Yes, he told himself, clenching his fists determinedly. But he would have to bide his time. Slowly, not really tasting it, he ate the cold, uninviting meal set on the table. Securing the engine was the least of his worries, at least from a commercial standpoint. The factory was turning out atomic engines at almost production line rates, and civilians could easily get them for private use, so long as they operated them at low speeds and within the atmosphere of Earth. That last thought drew a long, secret laugh from Sam Meacham. At low speeds, the government considered anything above a 50 CT as high speed, and here he was with the secret that could enable him to travel at who knows what speeds. He could give it to the government later, but right now he had his own use for it. Dorothy would prove an obstacle, however. She always was an obstacle, and there was no reason to assume she wouldn't be one now. And he was right about that. The following payday, when he took his check and splurged it on an atomic engine, Dorothy was madder than a uranium pile approaching critical mass. "Here I scrimp and save on that measly paycheck you bring home," she wailed. "And you go out and buy luxuries we don't need, if we could afford them. Look at this dress. It's old. All my clothes are old. And you know why? You want to know why? Sam Meacham already knew why. It was because, as a manager of his financial affairs, Dorothy was a flop. Often he had wanted to tell her so. But the more times he attempted to open his mouth, the louder she had wailed. It was a lot easier just to let her explode and then fizzle out. Even now he had the desire to shout at her to see what would happen. But her shrieks made him grow sullen and unsure of himself. Perhaps he had wasted the money. After all, the engine they had in their outdated model rocket was good for a few years more. But for a long trip through space, it would never do. The explosion was over, and she was merely sizzling. She had folded her arms resolutely, determined that he should cancel the order for the engine immediately. Sam Meacham felt a wave of helplessness surge over him. He felt lost and bewildered. Perhaps she was right. Maybe it was foolish. Here he was, Sam Meacham, 35, whose mediocre living was made attaching 2 wires to 2 terminals, day after day, week after week, a man who suddenly saw a pointer go unexpectedly beyond the 50 mark, and who immediately began having delusions of grandeur. He was a dreamer, but dreams and reality were 2 different things, and sometimes he confused them. He shook his head, feeling like a fool. "Well?" Dorothy's face was before him, determined, demanding. Sam said, "All right, I'll take it back." She smiled condescendingly, like a mother does when a child admits a wrongdoing. Conditioned responses, Sam thought bitterly. That was the whole trouble. This craveness, this kowtowing before any idiot with a louder voice, certainly wasn't in his genes. The trouble was in his conditioning. Started when he was an adolescent. Give somebody an inch and they'll take 2. Pretty soon they're walking all over you, and you've become so used to it, you don't complain. He thought of his job, of the eternal fitting of 2 wires in place. He was a cog and nothing more, a cog that could be replaced as swiftly, as efficiently as any part of an assembly line atomic engine could be replaced. He looked up into the blank, smiling, self-satisfied face of his wife. He thought of the stars beckoning overhead. The stars! "No," he said suddenly, decisively. The word felt like a sledgehammer blow in the stillness of the room. Dorothy's vacuous smile faded, uncomprehending. "What?" "No," Sam said, trying to keep his voice even. "I've changed my mind. I'm keeping the engine whether you like it or not." Dorothy's mouth hung open in surprise, and before she could recover enough to launch a fresh tirade, Sam Meacham had walked out, slamming the door behind him. He paused in the cool evening and gazed upward. The government had gone only to the moon. Sam Meacham was going to the stars. The next day, he was given the silent treatment. It had begun the night before, when he returned from his walk. Dorothy was in bed, awake and sniffling over the cruelty inflicted upon her by an unthoughtful husband, and when he came in she turned her back and wouldn't speak. Sam didn't mind that. In fact, it was a welcome relief. But all night long she sniffled into her pillow, trying to win him over. Sam felt an odd mixture of sympathy and anger. "Oh, shut up," he said finally, and stuck his head under the pillow. In the morning the treatment continued, but it was not totally silent, for Dorothy's air of hostility was now accompanied by low, sometimes indistinct mumblings. Suddenly Sam said, "This coffee's cold." "If you don't like it," Dorothy said, and thrust her face near his, "make some yourself." Sam half rose and gripped the table. "Look, my lovely one, I'm the gent who brings home that weekly paycheck you can't get along without. Measly or not, it's good, honest, American dough that lets us live a little decently, and the least you could do is give me warm coffee in the morning." His voice had risen almost to a shout, and Sam himself was surprised at it. Dorothy's eyebrows crept into a bewildered frown, and like one in a trance, she moved to turn on the heat beneath the coffee pot. Sam's heart was beating swiftly as he sat down. Conditioned responses, he thought a little wildly. He'd started it off last night by defying Dorothy, and now, bit by bit, it was becoming easier. All he'd have to do was keep it up, see that he didn't lapse. He sipped the coffee slowly, as if tasting his recent triumph in the black liquid. "You'd better hurry," Dorothy said, looking at him a little uneasily. Sam glanced at the wall clock and began gulping the hot liquid. 10 of 8! He'd have to hurry. He paused suddenly, the cup in mid-air, and wondered. Hurry to what? To those 2 wires, and the tester, and the endless stream of untested engines flowing toward him? With an infinite firmness, Sam Meacham placed his cup on the saucer. "I'm not going in," he said. Dorothy looked at him as though he were crazy. "What do you mean you're not going in?" she demanded. "Just because you've got some mulish notion in your head, do you think we have to starve? You're going in and liking it." "The engine I bought is coming today," he said in a quiet voice. "I want to install it." In Sam Meacham's eyes there was a deadly fire that even his wife had not seen before. She gulped and backed away a little. "But—" "Call up the foreman," Sam said. "Tell him I'm sick. No, wait." He paused, smiling coldly. That would leave him an out. He could always go back to the job if he changed his mind. He said slowly, "Tell him I've quit." "Sam!" "Tell him I've quit," Sam insisted. That was the thing. Burn your bridges behind you so you can't turn back, so the only road is ahead. Sam Meacham was going to the stars, and he would never return. The atomic engine came that afternoon, neat and shiny and sleek, with all the wires in their proper places, checked and double-checked by a sober human cog in the prison from which Sam Meacham had just escaped. Sam busied himself in the hangar, lifting out the old engine and replacing it with the new one. Carefully, he settled it into its housing and bolted it down. Then he rearranged the wires into the pattern outlined on the sheet of paper. Dorothy brought him coffee. That surprised him, but he accepted it gratefully. Can I help you, Sam?" she offered. He looked at her, perhaps a little disappointed that her face was serious. He said, "Sure you're not just trying to be nosy?" A sharp pain darted into her eyes, and she turned away. "Wait," he said. He called himself a fool. It was another of her tricks, and he was falling for it. He put a restraining hand on her arm, and remembered another time 8 years ago when the touch would have sent electric thrills coursing through him. Oddly, he felt a small remnant of the pleasure stir within him. "All right," he said gruffly. "All right, you can help." So he was a fool. He'd been a fool before, and chances were he'd be one again, more often than he'd care to admit. In a short while, hours perhaps, he'd be gone, and he'd never see Dorothy again. Somehow the thought was not as comforting as he had expected, and he tried to work off a lingering doubt that rose to plague him. They worked through the afternoon, testing any weak parts the rocket might have, bracing the struts, checking for leaks. Sam found 2 spacesuits in the locker. He'd better leave one, he thought. They were expensive, and Dorothy might need one sometime. With him gone, she couldn't afford to throw money around. Yet he might need it more than she ever would. For a minute he stood undecided, and then he put them both in the locker. Dorothy came into the room and smiled wearily at him. "It'll go any place now," she told him proudly. In her eyes Sam saw an indefinable something. Something he might have seen 8 years ago, but mixed with it was a sadness he had not known she could possess. Guiltily he turned his gaze away. We'd better go in and eat," he said, looking at his watch without seeing it. She didn't say anything, and that was odd. Sam wished she would nag and complain, as she always had before. He wondered why he wished that, when only a short time before he had wanted just the opposite. It was with a start that he realized the reason. He was running away. That was it. He was running away, and he wanted to be deathly certain that he had good cause to run. Slowly, the suspicion was creeping over him that the situation had changed slightly, was changing more. He would leave tonight, he told himself, before he weakened enough to shelve his plans for another comfortable rut. Sam's voice was a little hoarse. "What are you doing here? What do you want?" He had finished loading enough supplies aboard the rocket to last him months. Dorothy came toward him from the darkness. "It's no use," he said. "You can't talk me out of it this time." But she only smiled sadly and said, "I know that, Sam. I came to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" "You're leaving, aren't you?" "Yes." He looked at the ground, studying the darkness. "I'm sorry, Sam," she said. "We started out wrong. Maybe, if we tried again." But Sam said quickly, "No, I'm sorry too, but people don't change." The remark startled him. He had used it occasionally to rationalize his position, had been convinced of its undeniable truth. Yet suddenly he realized that he himself was its living denial. People could change, just as he had changed, just as Dorothy could change. It had been partly his fault when he first gave in to something he didn't want to do, and then to something else, and something else after that. He had helped dig the rut in which he had found himself, taking it for granted just as Dorothy had taken it for granted. Her hair was soft in the same moonlight that had shone 8 years before, and Sam Meacham felt a desire that had been too long unfulfilled. "Dorothy, He hesitated. The decision came hard to him, for much of his life had been devoted to giving in to the decision of others. This was the moment he had been waiting for, and now, at the last moment, he was uncertain. He said suddenly, "Can you pack a few things?" "Sam!" Her voice in the darkness was eager. Her hands touched his, soft hands. "You'd better hurry," he told her. Sam watched her go to the house, and doubts began to gnaw at him. Was he going to destroy his plans now at a whim? He felt an impulse to get into the rocket and leave without her. Yet he thought of the cold emptiness of space, and himself drifting through alien worlds, alone, lonely. Perhaps it was wrong, but he couldn't condemn her for something that was partly his fault. He was trying to become the person he once might have been, and it was only fair that she should have the same chance. Dorothy came hurrying back, a suitcase in her hand, and there was an eagerness about her that pleased him. He helped her put the suitcase on board. "Dorothy," her voice was soft and low. "Yes, Sam?" Starlight danced in her eyes. He pulled her gently to him. He kissed her, and that night, 8 years ago, came back, and in his arms was the young, eager bride he had known, the one he loved. Minutes later, they rose on wings of fire in a slow upward spiral that quickened painlessly. Sam had not questioned the hyperdrive. It had worked in the factory, and it would work here. He watched the needle cross the dial in a swift, steady movement. Dorothy placed her hand in his. "Where are we going, darling?" Sam Meacham smiled at her, confident that he had made the most important decision in his life. He pointed through the forward window. Ahead of them lay the stars. End of The Odyssey of Sam Meacham by Charles E. Fritsch. Reading by Lisa S. Ware.
Say Hello for Me by Frank W. Coggins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Morrill. This was to be the day, but of course Professor Pettibone had no way of knowing it. He arose, as he had been doing for the previous 20 years, donned the tattered remnants of his spacesuit, and went out into the open. He stood erect, bronzed, magnificent, faced distant Earth, and recited, "Good morning, bright sunshine. We're glad you are here. You make the world happy, and bring us good cheer." It was something he had heard as a child, and, isolated here on Mars, he had remembered it and used it to keep from losing his power of speech. The ritual finished, he walked to the edge of the nearest canal and gathered a bushel or so of dried Martian moss. He returned and began polishing the shiny exterior of the wrecked spaceship. It had to really glitter if it was to be an effective beacon in guiding the rescue ship. Professor Pettibone knew, and had known for years, that a ship would come. It was just a matter of time, and as the years slipped by, his faith diminished not a whit. With his task half completed, he glanced up at the sun and quickened the polishing. It was a long walk to the place the berry bushes grew, and if he too late, the sun would have dried out the night's crop of fragile berries, and he would wait until the morrow for nourishment. But on this day he was fated to arrive at the bush area not at all, because an alien sound from above again drew the professor's eye from his work, and he knew that the day had arrived. The ship was 3 times as large as any he had ever visualized, and its futuristic design told him, sharply, how far he had fallen behind in his dreaming. He smiled and said, quite calmly, "I dare say I'm about to be rescued." And he experienced a thrill as the great ship set down and 2 men emerged therefrom. A thrill tinged with a guilt sense, because emotional experiences were rare in an isolated life, and seemed somehow indecent. The 2 men held weapons. They advanced upon Professor Pettibone, looked up into his face, reflected a certain wary hostility. That the hostility was tinged with instinctive respect, even awe, made it no less potent. One of them asked, "Fella, man came in a ship, skyboat, long time ago. Him dead? Where?" Appropriate gestures accompanied the words. Professor Pettibone smiled down at the little men and bowed. "You are, of course, referring to me. I came in the ship. I am Professor Pettibone. It was nice of you to hunt me up." The eyes of the 2 Terran spacemen met and locked in a startled inquiry. One of them voiced the reaction of both when he said, "What the hell? You no doubt are curious as to the fate of the other members of the expedition. They were all killed, all save Fletcher, who lasted a week." Professor Pettibone waved a hand. "There, in the graveyard." But their eyes remained on the only survivor of that ill-fated first expedition. It was hard to accept him as the man they sought, but, faced with undeniable similarity between what they expected and what they had found, the 2 spacemen found no alternative. "I hope your food supply is ample and varied," Professor Pettibone said. This seemed to bring them out of their bemusement. "Of course, Professor. Would you care to come aboard?" The other made a try at congenial levity. "You must be pretty hungry after 20 years. "Really? Has it been that long? I tried to keep track at first. We can blast off any time you say. You're probably pretty anxious to get back." "Indeed I am. The changes, in 20 years, must be breathtaking. I wonder if they'll remember me." A short time later, the professor said, "It's amazing. A ship of this size handled by only 2 men?" Then he sat down to a repast laid out by one of the odd spacemen. But, after nibbling a bit of this, a forkful of that, he found that satisfaction lay in the anticipation more so than the eating. "We'll look around and see what we can find in the way of clothing for you, Professor," one of the spacemen said. Then the man's bemusement returned. His eyes traveled over the magnificent physique before him. The perfect giant of a man, the great Apollo-like head with the calm, clear eyes, the expression of complete contentment and serenity. The spaceman said, "Professor, to what do you attribute the changes in your body? What is there about this planet? I really don't know." Professor Pettibone looked down to his torso with an impersonal eye. "I think the greenish skin pigmentation is a result of mineral-heavy vapors that occur during certain seasons. The growth... As to my body, I really don't know." But the 2 spacemen, though they didn't refer to it, were not concerned with the body so much as the aura of completeness, the radiation of contentment which came from somewhere within. And it was passing strange that nothing more was said about the professor returning to Earth. No great revelation, suddenly arrived at, that he would not go. Rather, they discussed various things that 3 gentlemen meeting casually would discuss. Then Professor Pettibone arose from his chair and said, "It was kind of you to drop off and see me." And one of the spacemen replied, "A pleasure, sir, a real pleasure indeed." Then the professor left the ship and watched it lift up on a trail of red fire and go away. He raised an arm and waved. "Say hello for me," he called. Then he turned away and, from force of habit, he began again to polish the hull, knowing that he would keep it shining and be proud of it for many years to come. Almost beyond reach of the planet, one of the spacemen flipped a switch and put certain sensitive communication mechanisms to work, so sensitive they could pick up etheric vibrations from far away and make them audible. But only faintly came the pleasant voice of a contented man. "Good morning, bright sunshine. We're glad you are here. You make the world." The end. End of Say Hello For Me by Frank W. Coggins. Recording by Corey Morrill.
Texas Week by Albert Herrnhunter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Nosetti. Texas Week by Albert Herrnhunter. The slick black car sped along the wide and straight street. It came to a smooth stop in front of a clean white house. A man got out of the car and walked briskly to the door. Reaching out with a pink hand, he pressed the doorbell with one well-manicured finger. The door was answered by a housewife. She was wearing a white blouse, a green skirt, and a green apron trimmed with white. Her feet were tucked into orange slippers. Her blonde hair was done up in a neat bun. She was dressed as the government had ordered for that week. The man said, "You are Mrs. Christopher Nest?" There was a trace of anxiety in her voice as she answered, "Yes, and you are?" "My name is Maxwell Hanstock. As you may already know, I am the official psychiatrist for this district. My appointment will last until the end of the year." Mrs. Nest invited him in. They stepped into a clean living room. At one end was the television set, at the other end were several chairs. There was nothing between the set and the chairs except a large gray rug which stretched from wall to wall. They walked to the chairs and sat down. "Now, just what is the matter with your husband, Mrs. Nest?" Mrs. Nest reached into a large bowl and absently picked up a piece of stale popcorn. She daintily placed it in her mouth and chewed thoughtfully before she answered. "I wish I knew. All he does all day long is sit in the backyard and stare at the grass. He insists that he is standing on top of a cliff." Hanstock took out a small pad and a short ballpoint pen. He wrote something down before he spoke again. "Is he violent? Did he get angry when you told him there was no cliff?" Mrs. Nest was silent for a moment. A second piece of popcorn joined the first. Hanstock's pen was poised above the pad. "No, he didn't get violent." Hanstock wrote as he asked the next question. "Just what was his reaction?" "He said I must be crazy." "Were those his exact words?" "No, he said that I was—" She thought for a moment. "Loco. Yes, that was the word." "Loco?" "Yes, he said it just like those cowboys on the television." Hanstock looked puzzled. "Perhaps you had better tell me more about this. When did he first start acting this way?" Mrs. Nest glanced up at the television set, then back at Hanstock. "It was right after Texas Week. You remember, they showed all those old cowboy pictures." Hanstock nodded. "Well, he stayed up every night watching them. Some nights he didn't even go to sleep. Even after the set was off, he sat in one of the chairs, just staring at the screen. This morning, when I got up, he wasn't in the house. I looked all over, but I couldn't find him. I was just about ready to phone the police when I glanced out the window into the backyard, and I saw him." "What was he doing?" "He was just sitting there, in the middle of the yard, staring. I went out and tried to bring him into the house. He told me he had to watch for someone. When I asked him what he was talking about, he told me that I was crazy. That was when I phoned you, Mr. Handstock." "A very wise move, Mrs. Nest. And would you show me where your husband is right now?" She nodded her head, and they both got up from the chairs. They walked through the dining room and kitchen. On the back porch, Handstock came to a halt. "You'd better stay here, Mrs. Nest." He walked to the door and opened it. "Mr. Handstock," Mrs. Nest called. Handstock turned and saw her standing next to the automatic washing machine. "Yes?" "Please be careful." Handstock smiled. "I shall be, Mrs. Nest." He walked out the door and down 3 concrete steps. Looking a little to his right, he saw a man squatted on his heels. He walked up to the man. "You are Mr. Christopher Nest." The man looked up and stared for a moment at Handstock. "Yep," he answered. Then he turned and stared at the grass again. "And may I ask you what you are doing?" Nest answered without looking up. "Guarding the pass." Handstock scribbled something in his notebook. "And why are you guarding the pass?" Nest rose to his feet and stared down at Handstock. "Just what are you asking all these questions for, stranger?" Handstock saw Nest was bigger than he and decided to play along for a while. After all, strategy. "I'm just interested in your welfare, Mr. Nest." Nest shrugged his shoulders. He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a sack of tobacco and some paper. Holding a piece of paper in one hand, he carefully poured a little tobacco onto it. In one quick movement, he rolled the paper and tobacco into a perfect cylinder. He put the sack of tobacco and paper back into his pocket and took out a wooden kitchen match. He scraped it to life on the sole of his shoe and applied the flame to the tip of the cigarette. He puffed it into life and threw the match away. It burned for a few moments in the moist grass, then went out. A thin trail of smoke rose from it, and then was gone. "Why are you guarding the pass?" Handstock asked again. Nest resumed his crouch on the grass. "News is around that Dirty Dan the cattle rustler is going to try and steal some of my cattle." He patted an imaginary holster at his side. "And I aim to stop him." Handstock thought for a moment. Strategy. He must use strategy. "Mr. Nest." He waited until Nest had turned to him. "Mr. Nest, what would you say if I told you that there was no pass down there?" "Why, shucks, partner, I'd say you'd been chewing some loco weed." "And if I could prove it?" Nest answered after a moment's pause. "Why then, I guess I'd be loco." Handstock thought it was going to be easy. "Mr. Nest, it is a well-known fact that no one can walk in midair. Is that not true?" Nest took a deep drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke out of his nostrils. "Sure." "Then if I were to walk out above your pass, you'd have to admit there is no pass." "Reckon so." Handstock began to walk in the direction of Nest's cliff. Nest jumped to his feet and grabbed the official psychiatrist by the arm. "What are you trying to do?" Nest said angrily. "Kill yourself?" Handstock shook free of his grasp. "Mr. Nest, I am not going to kill myself. I am merely going to walk in that direction." He pointed to where the cliff was supposed to be. "To you, it will look as if I were walking in mid-air." Nest dropped his hands to his sides. "Shucks, I don't care if you kill yourself. Just that it's liable to make the cattle nervous." Handstock gave him a cold glare and began to walk. He took 3 paces and stopped. "You see, Mr. Nest, there is no cliff." Nest looked at him and laughed. "You just take one more step and you'll find there is a cliff." Handstock took another step. A long one. His face bore a surprised look as he disappeared beneath the grass. His screams could be heard for a moment before he landed on the rocks below. Nest walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the mangled body. He took off his hat in respect. "Little feller had a lot of guts." Then he added, "Poor little feller." He put his hat back on and looked down at the entrance to the valley. A horse and rider appeared from behind several rocks. "Dirty Dan!" he exclaimed. He reached down and picked up his rifle. End of Texas Week by Albert Herrnhunter. Recording by David Nosetti. davidnosetti.com.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me. And then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily, with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine man of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine man could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine man's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective, method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it, till the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless nonentity, picked up off the street. He'd once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died, he'd never be missed. Perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make this system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, and naturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls on either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy, of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait, that compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain. The plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and I still stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let time run out in long sentences, but abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There's something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather that it is aware of me, with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh, God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence. And still I cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes, lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday, I understand. I know that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. It has stopped beside me, and we stand together gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity with the same leashed virulence about it moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with the dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of, he faltered, of, I can name it, only aura, go out from the beast like an acid stream, and touch me, and the hate and venom chills my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know. I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think, I pleaded. What are you waiting for?" "I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left. For good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We're waiting," he said, "for you." End of There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette.
Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Burlow. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. In perspective, theoretically, the vanishing point is at infinity, and therefore unattainable. But reality is different. Vanishment occurs a lot sooner than theory suggests. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go. But after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced. But I told him, "Get it to working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make them all by guesswork, as you call it." That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see them. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school. But I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him in to help me with a series of real estate paintings I got in order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads, and causeways, that kind of stuff. Was a little too much for me to handle alone, because I never studied that kind of things, you know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors, figures, and trees and so on. He did fine. Job came out good, Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, but Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place, and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square that anybody could have made in half a minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rules, calculators, and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three, but four-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made, working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among all the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come over to the window here. You see how that road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course, the road doesn't really get smaller. It just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw them in whenever I need them. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together in some way, and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn them around so the arrows point to the different figures and things. Here's the square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is a tangent function, whatever that means. Log there is short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. Don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it. It ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like that, tesser something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money, that perspective machine. I told him nobody'd ever make a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell them. Now, I can't tell you how it works. I said before I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to a question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself, and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects non-present, non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack, that's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine, about how he figured out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras, I asked him. Take a picture with a camera, and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures, I asked? They're closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it is open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now some of them think time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who is right, the scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there, and squinted around at the different scales and dials, and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared, real small at first. Just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening, and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter, and saw his face white as a sheet. Good God, he says, just like that. Good God! That's all. Well, I says to him, who was right, the scientists or the artists? The artists! He sort of screeches. The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created ourselves. And now, I've ripped a hole in that. He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing it out of here like something was after him. Jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. Nah, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go farther and farther away. Happens every day. That's what us artists mean by perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like my getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. we'd better hurry or it'll be too late. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. Recording by Joshua Burlow.
We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. I mean, it isn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things, like. But gee, we put everything back where we found it. Pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using and I traded my outboard motor for. My father made me trade back. But it was like Skinny said. You know Skinny. Skinny Thompson? He's the one you guys keep calling the boy genius. Shucks, he's no. Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor, and we did need a compressor. You gotta have a compressor on a spaceship, everybody knows that. And that old compression chamber that old man, Mr. Fields, let us use, didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it, and Skinny said we were going to make a spaceship out of it, and he said, go ahead. Well, no, he didn't say it exactly like that. He didn't take it serious, sort of. Anyway, it made a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all that stuff that Skinny put in there. But it didn't have a compressor, and that's why. What stuff? Oh, you know, the stuff that Skinny put in there. Like the radar he made out of a TV set. And the anti-gravity, and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awful smart, Skinny is. But he's not like what you think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny because he used to be skinny. But he isn't now. Maybe he's small for his age. Anyway, he's smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. Of course, I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinky Brinker started it. He's always riding Skinny about one thing or another. But Skinny never gets mad, and it's a good thing for Stinker, too. I saw Skinny clean up on a bunch of 9th graders. Well, a couple of them, anyway. They were saying... Well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo, I guess, because there wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up, and I told him that Skinny had told me that there wouldn't be any rockets, and that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it never would be invented, and I said it would so, and he said it would not, and I said, well, if you're going to keep interrupting me, how can I... All right. Anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible, and Stinky said, sure he could, and Skinny said, sure he could, and Stinky said, sure he could, like that. Honestly, is that any way to argue? It sounds like 2 people agreeing, only Stinky keeps going, sure, like that, you know? And Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He's had to take remedial arithmetic ever since. No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works. Skinny told me, but it was something about meson flow and stuff like that I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did we get what uranium? Gee, no, we couldn't afford uranium. So Skinny invented a hydrogen fusion plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and... Deuterium? You mean like heavy hydrogen? No. Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said, we couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for that special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each. And it cost $1.50 for that special tube that Skinny needed to make the TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything, really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around. Like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant out of from, and then a lot of the stuff we already had, like the skin diving suits we made into space suits, and the vacuum pump that Skinny already had, and the generator. Sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about Old Man Brinker's compressor that Skinny said was his, and I traded my outboard motor for and had to trade back. And that's how we knew about Mr. Fields's old compression chamber, and all like that. The rocket? Well, it works on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum, hardly. Of course, you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everyone knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship. And believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us. And I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get money for that square tubing for the anti-gravity and the special tube for the radar and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmets kid stuff. He was always saying things like, "Say hello to the folks on Mars for me. Bring back a bottle of Canal No. 5 and all like that, you know." Of course, they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and Dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Skinny got through with them, they worked fine. We tested them in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got the compressor in. They tested out pretty good for a half hour. Then we tried them on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury, but that was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, "Farewell, O brave pioneers," and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was standing there laughing and singing something like, "Up in the air, junior birdmen." But when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes for it to warm up, you know, so Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared that he'd crack a porthole or something. So he threw the switch and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. One minute he was laughing, you know, and the next minute he looked like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean even more like then. And he was getting smaller and smaller, because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mom made me take a lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were maybe going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, or maybe go down to Carson's Pond, and she made me take a lunch, and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming alone, and I sure didn't. But we did go around the world, 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite, on radar. So Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine, too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation, and the batteries were dead, and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside, with the antennas sticking out. Of course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day, the Russians started squawking about a capitalist plot, and someone had swiped their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd miss just one? So I got worried that they'd find out we took it. Of course, I didn't need to worry, because Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we put it back. And then when we landed, there were hundreds of people standing around. And Mr. Anderson from the State Department. I guess you know the rest. Except maybe Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him. And he said it was the best joke on the Russians he ever heard. I guess it is when you think about it. I mean, The Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering, a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing bothers me, though. We didn't put it back exactly the way we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less. But we got it going in the wrong direction. End of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. Recording by Maria Casper.
The Year of the Big Thaw by Marion Zimmer Bradley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Year of the Big Thaw by Marion Zimmer Bradley. Mr. Emmett did his duty by the visitor from another world, never doubting the right of it. You say Matthew is your own son, Mr. Emmett?
Yes, Reverend Dolan, and a better boy never stepped if I do say it as shouldn't. I've trusted him to drive team for me since he was 11, and you can't say more than that for a farm boy. Way back when he was a little shaver so high, when the war came on, he was bound and he was going to sail with Admiral Farragut. You know boys that age like runaway colts. I couldn't see no good in his being cabin boy on some tarnation Navy ship, and I told him so. If he'd wanted to sail out on a whaling ship, I allow I'd have let him go. But Marthy, that's the boy's ma, took on so that Matt stayed home. Yes, he's a good boy and a good son. We'll miss him a powerful lot if he gets that scholarship thing, but I allow it'll be good for the boy to get some learning besides what he gets in the school here. It's right kind of you, Reverend, to look over this application thing for me.
Well, if he is your own son, Mr. Emmett, why did you write birthplace unknown on the line here?
Reverend Dolan, I'm glad you asked me that question. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I've just about come to the conclusion it wouldn't be nohow fair to hold it back. I didn't lie when I said Matt was my son,
because he's been a good son to me and Marthy.
But I'm not his pa, and Marthy ain't his ma. So could be I stretched the truth just a mite, Reverend Dunn. It's a tarnal family yarn, but I'll walk into the meeting house and swear to it on a stack of Bibles as thick as a cordis wood. You know I've been farming the old Corning place this past 7 years. It's good, flat Connecticut bottomland. But it isn't like our land up in Hampshire where I was born and raised. My pa called it the Hampshire Grants, and all that was King's land when his pa came in there and started farming at the foot of Shattuck Mountain. That's Injun for fires, folks say, because the Injuns used to build fires up there in the spring for some of their heathen doodads. Anyhow, up there in the mountains we see a tarnal power of queer things. You call to mind the year we had the big thaw, about 12 years before the war. You mind the blizzard that year? I heard tell it spread down most to York. And at Fort Orange, the place they call Albany now, the Hudson froze right over, so they say. But those York folks do a sight of exaggerating, I'm told. Anyhow, when the ice went out there was an almighty good thaw all over, and when the snow run off Shattuck Mountain there was a good-sized hunk of farmland in our valley went under water. The creek on my farm flowed over in the bank, and there was a foot of water in the cowshed, and down in the swimming hole in the back pasture wasn't nothing but a big gully 50 foot and more across, rushing through the pasture, deep as a lake and brown as the old cow. You know, freshest flood, fill up with sticks and stones and old dead trees and somebody's old shed floating down the middle. And I swear to goodness, Partisan, that stream was running along so fast I saw 4-inch cobblestones floating and bumping along. Tied the cow and the calf, and Kate, she was our white mare. You mind she went lame last year, and I had to shoot her. But she was just a young mare then, and skittish as all get out. But she was a good little mare. Anyhow, I tied the whole kit and caboodle of them in the woodshed up behind the house, where they'd be dry. And I started to get the milk pail. Right then I heard the gosh awfulest screech I ever heard in my life. Sound like thunder and the freshet and forest fire all at once. I dropped the milk pail as I heard Marthy scream inside the house, and I run outside. Marthy was already there in the yard, and she points up in the sky and yelled, "Look up yonder!" We stood looking up at the sky over Shattuck Mountain, where there was a great big shooting owl. I don't know as I can call its name, but it was like a trail of fire in the sky, and it was making the dangest racket you ever heard. Reverend, looked kind of like one of them 4th of July skyrockets, but it was as big as a house. Marthy was screaming, and she grabbed me and hollered, Hez, what in thunket is it?" And when Marthy cusses like that, Reverend, she don't know what she's saying. She's so scared. I was plumb scared myself. I heard Liza, that's her young'un, Liza Grace, that got married to the Taylor boy. I heard her crying on the stoop, and she come flying out with her piney tail back and hollered to Marthy that the pea soup was burning. Marthy let out another screech and ran for the house. That's a woman for you. So I quieted Liza down some, and I went and told Marthy it weren't no more than one of them shooting stars. Then I went and did the milking. But you know, while we were sitting down to supper, there came the most awful grinding, screeching, pounding crash I ever heard. Sounded if it were in the back pasture, but the house shook as something had hit it. Marthy jumped a mile, and I never saw such a look on her face. "Hez, what was that?" she asked. "Shoot, now, nothing but the freshest," I told her. But she kept on about it. "You reckon that shooting star fell in our back pasture, Hez?" "Well, now, I don't allow it did nothing like that," I told her. But she was as jittery as an old hen, and it weren't like her nohow. She said it sounded like trouble, and I finally quieted her down by saying I'd saddle Kate up and go have a look. Kind of thought, though I didn't tell Marthy, that somebody's house had floated away in the freshet and rung against our back pasture. So I saddled up Kate and told Marthy to get some hot rum ready in case there was some poor soul run aground back there. I rode Kate back to the back pasture. It was mostly uphill, because the top of the pasture is on high ground, and it sloped down to the creek on the other side of the rise. Well, I reached the top of the hill and looked down. The creek were a regular river now, rushing along like Niagara. On the other side of it was a stand of timber, then the slope of Shattuck Mountain, and I saw right away the long streak where the timber had been cut out in a big scoop with roots standing up in the air and a big slide of rocks down to the water. It was still raining a mite, and the ground was sloshy and squashy underfoot. Kate scrunched her hooves and got real balky, not liking it a bit. When we got to the top of the pasture, she started to whine and whicker and stomp, and no matter how loud I woo-hawed, she kept on a-stomping, and I was plumb scared she'd pitch me off into the mud. Then I started to smell a funny smell, like something burning. Now, don't ask me how anything could burn in all that water, because I don't know. When we came up on the rise, I saw the contraption. Reverend, it was the most tarnal crazy contraption I ever saw in my life. It was bigger than my cowshed, and as long and thin and shiny as Marthy's old pewter picture her ma brought from England. It had a pair of red rods sticking out behind and a crazy globe fitting up where the top oughter be. It was stuck in the mud, turned halfway over on the little side of roots and rocks, and I could see what had happened all right. The thing must have been, now, Reverend, you can say what you like, but that thing must have flew across Shattuck and landed on the slope in the trees and turned over and slid down the hill. That must have been the crash we heard. The rods weren't just red. They were red hot. I could hear them sizzle as the rain hit them. In the middle of the infernal contraption there was a door, and it hung all together as if every hinge on it had been wrenched halfway off. So I pushed old Kate alongside, and I heard somebody hollering alongside the contraption. I didn't know how to get the words, but it must have been for help, because I looked down, and there was a man flopping along in the water. He was a big fellow, and he wasn't swimming. just thrashing and hollering. So I pulled off my coat and boots and hove in after him. The stream was running fast, but he was near the edge, and I managed to catch on to an old tree root and hang on, keeping his head out of the water till I got my feet aground. Then I hauled him on the bank. Up above me, Kate was still whinnying and raising Ned, and I shouted at her as I bent over at the man. Well, Reverend, he sure gave me a surprise. Weren't no proper man I'd ever seen before. He's wearing some kind of red clothes, real shiny and sort of stretchy, and not wet from the water, like you'd expect, but dry, and it felt like that silken India rubber stuff mixed together. And it was such a bright red that at first I didn't see the blood on it. When I did, I knew he were a goner. His chest were all stove in, smashed to pieces. One of the old tree roots must have jabbed him as the current flung him down. I thought he were dead already, but then he opened up his eyes. Funny color they were, greeny yellow, and I swear, Reverend, when he opened them eyes, I felt he was reading my mind. I thought maybe he might be one of them circus fellers in their flying contraptions that hang at the bottom of a balloon. He spoke to me in English, kind of choky and stiff, not like Joe the Portuguese sailor or like them tarnal dumb Frenchies up in Canady way, but, well, funny. He said, "My baby in ship, get baby." He tried to say more, but his eyes went shut, and he moaned hard. I yelled, "God Almighty, excuse me, Reverend, but I was so blame upset that it's just what I did say. God Almighty, man, you mean there's a baby in that dingful contraption?" He just moaned, so after spreading my coat around the man a little bit, I just plunged in that there river again. Reverend, I heard tell once about some tomfool idiot going over Niagara in a barrel, and I tell you, it was like that when I tried crossing that fretchet to reach the contraption. I went under and down and was whacked by floating sticks and whirled around in the freshet. But somehow, I don't know how, except by the pure grace of God, I got across that raging torrent and climbed up to where the crazy dingful machine was sitting. Ship, he'd called it. But that weren't no ship, Reverend. It was some flying dragon kind of thing. It was a real scary-looking thing, but I clumb up to the little door and hauled myself inside it. And sure enough, there was other people in the cabin, only they was all dead. There was a lady and a man and some kind of an animal looked like a bobcat, only smaller, with funny-shaped rooster comb hanging on its head. They all, even the cat thing, was wearing those shiny, stretchy clothes, and it was all so battered and smashed I didn't even bother to hunt for their heartbeats. I could see by a look they was dead as a doornail. Then I heard a funny little whimper like a kitten, and in a funny rubber cushion thing there's a little boy baby, looked about 6 months old. He was howling lusty enough, and when I lifted him out of the cradle kind of thing, I saw why. That boy baby was wet, and his little arm was twisted under him. That there flying contraption must have smashed down awful hard, but that rubber hammock was so soft and cushiony, all it did to him was jolt him good. I looked around, but I couldn't find anything to wrap him in, and the baby didn't have a stitch on him, except for a sort of spongy paper diaper, wet as sin. So I finally lifted up the lady, who had a long cape thing around her, and I took the cape off her real gentle. I knew she was dead, and she wouldn't be needing it, and that boy baby would catch his death if I took him out bare naked like that. She was probably the baby's ma, a right pretty woman she was, but smashed up something shameful. So anyhow, to make a long story short, I got that baby boy across that Niagara Falls somehow, and laid him down by his paw. The man opened his eyes kind and said in a choky voice, "Take care, baby." I told him I would, and said I'd try to get him up to the house where Marthy could doctor him. The man told me not to bother. "I'm dying," he says. "We come from planet star up there. Crash here." His voice trailed off in a language I couldn't understand. It looked like he was praying. I bent over him and held his head in my hands real easy, and I said, "Don't worry, mister. I'll take care of your little feller until your folks come after him. Before God, I will." So the man closed his eyes, and I said, 'Our Father which art in heaven.' And when I got through, he was dead. I got him up on Kate, but he was cruel heavy for all he was such a tall, skinny fella. Then I wrapped that there baby up in the cape thing and took him home and gave him to Marthy. And the next day I buried the fellow in the South Medder, and the next meeting day we had the baby baptized, Matthew Daniel Emmett, and brung him up just like our own kids. That's all. All? Mr. Emmett, didn't you ever find out where that ship really came from?" Reverend, he said it came from a star. 9 men don't lie, you know that. I asked a teacher about them planets he mentioned, and she says that on one of the planets, can't rightly remember the name, March or Mark or something like that, she says some big scientist feller with a telescope saw canals on that planet, and they'd have to be pretty near as big as this here Erie Canal to see them so far off. And if they could build canals on that planet, I don't know why they couldn't build a flying machine. I went back the next day when the water was down a little to see if I couldn't get the rest of them folks and bury them. The flying machine had broken up, washed down the crick. Marthy's still got the Cape thing. She's a powerful saving woman. We never did tell Matt, though. Might make him feel funny to think he didn't really belong to us. But Mr. Emmett, didn't anybody ask questions about the baby, where you got it? Well, I'll allow they was curious because Martha hadn't been in the family way, and they knew it. But up here, folks minds their own business pretty well, and I just let them wander. Told Liza Grace I'd found her new little brother in the back pasture, and of course it was the truth. When Liza Grace growed up, she just thought it was just one of them yarns old folks tell the little shavers. And has Matthew ever shown any differences from the other children that you could see? Well, Reverend, not so as you could notice. He's powerful smart, but his real pa and ma must have been right smart, too, to build a flying contraption that could come so far. Of course, when he was about 12 years old, he started reading folks' minds, which didn't seem exactly right. He'd tell Marthy what I was thinking and things like that. He was just at a pesky age. Liza Grace and Minnie were both a-courting then, and he'd drive their boyfriends crazy telling them what Liza Grace and Minnie were a-thinking, and teased the gals by telling them what the boys were thinking about. There weren't no harm in the boy, though. It was just all teasing. But it just weren't decent somehow, so I took him out behind the woodshed and gave his britches a good dusting just to remind him that that kind of thing weren't polite nohow. Reverend Doane, he ain't never done it since.
End of The Year of the Big Thaw by Marion Zimmer Bradley. I'm a Stranger Here Myself by Mac Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm a Stranger Here Myself by Mac Reynolds. The Place de France is the town's hub. It marks the end of Boulevard Pasteur, the main drag of the westernized part of the city, and the beginning of Rue de Liberté, which leads down to the Grand Socco and the Medina. In a 3-minute walk from the Place de France, you can go from an ultra-modern, California-like resort to the Baghdad of Harun al-Rashid. It's quite a town, Tangier. King-size sidewalk cafes occupy 3 of the strategic corners on the Place de France. The Café de Paris serves the best draft beer in town, gets all the better custom, and has 3 shoeshine boys attached to the establishment. You can sit on a sunny morning and read the Paris edition of the New York Herald Tribune while getting your shoes done up like mirrors for 30 Moroccan francs, which comes to about 5 cents at current exchange. You can sit there after the paper's read, sip your espresso, and watch the people go by. Tangier is possibly the most cosmopolitan city in the world. In native costume, you'll see Berber and Arab and Blue Man, and occasionally a Senegalese from further south. In European dress, you'll see Japs and Chinese, Hindus and Turks, Levantines and Filipinos, North Americans and South Americans, and, of course, even Europeans from both sides of the curtain. In Tangier, you'll find some of the world's poorest and some of the richest. The poorest will try to sell you anything from a shoe shine to their not very lily-white bodies, and the richest will avoid your eyes, afraid you might try to sell them something. In spite of recent changes, the town still has its unique qualities. As a result of them, the permanent population includes smugglers and black marketeers, fugitives from justice, and international con-men, espionage and counter-espionage agents, homosexuals, nymphomaniacs, alcoholics, drug addicts, displaced persons, ex-royalty, and subversives of every flavor. Local law limits the activities of a few of these. Like I said, it's quite a town. I looked up from my Herald Tribune and said, "Hello, Paul. Anything new cooking?" He sank into the chair opposite me and looked around for the waiter. The tables were all crowded, and since mine was a face he recognized, he assumed he was welcome to intrude. It was more or less standard procedure at the Café de Paris. It wasn't a place to go if you wanted to be alone. Paul said, "How are you, Rupert? Haven't seen you for a donkey's years." The waiter came along, and Paul ordered a glass of beer. Paul was an easy-going, sallow-faced little man. I vaguely remembered somebody saying he was from Liverpool and in exports. "What's in the newspaper?" he said disinterestedly. "Fogo and Albert are going to fight a duel," I told him. "Little Abner is becoming a rock-and-roll singer." He grunted. "Oh," I said, "the intellectual type." I scanned the front page. "The Ruskies have put up another manned satellite." "Have they? How big?" "Several times bigger than anything we Americans have." The beer came and looked good, so I ordered a glass too. Paul said, "What ever happened to those poxy flying saucers?" "What flying saucers?" A French girl went by with a poodle so finely clipped as to look as though it had been shaved. The girl was in the latest from Paris, every pore in place. We both looked after her. "You know what everybody was saying a few years ago. It's too bad one of those bloody manned satellites wasn't up then. Maybe they'd have seen one." "That's an idea," I said. We didn't say anything else for a while, and I began to wonder if I could go back to my paper without rubbing him the wrong way. Didn't know Paul very well, but for that matter it's comparatively seldom you ever get to know anybody very well in Tangier. Largely, cards are played close to the chest. My beer came, and a plate of tapas for us both. Tapas at the Café de Paris are apt to be potato salad, a few anchovies, olives, and possibly some cheese. Free lunch, they used to call it in the States. Just to say something, I said, "Where do you think they came from?" And when he looked blank, I added, "The flying saucers." He grinned. "Mars or Venus or someplace." I said. "Too bad none of them ever crashed or landed on the Yale football field and said, 'Take me to your cheerleader,' or something." Paul yawned and said, "That was always the trouble with those crackpot books' explanations of them. If they were aliens from space, then why not show themselves?" I ate one of the potato chips. It had been cooked in rancid olive oil. I said, "Oh, there are various answers to that one. We could probably sit around here and think of two or three that made sense." Paul was mildly interested. "Like what?" "Well, hell, suppose, for instance, there's this big galactic league of civilized planets. But it's restricted, see? You're not eligible for membership until until you've developed space flight. Then you're invited to the club. Meanwhile, they send secret missions down from time to time to keep an eye on your progress." Paul grinned at me. "I see you've read the same poxy stuff I do." A Moorish girl went by, dressed in a neatly tailored gray jalaba. European-style high-heeled shoes, and a pinkish silk veil so transparent that you could see she wore lipstick. Very provocative. Dark eyes can be over a veil. We both looked after her. I said, "Oh, here's another one. Suppose you have a very advanced civilization on, say, Mars. Not Mars, no air, and too bloody dry to support life." "Don't interrupt, please," I said with mock severity. "This is a very old civilization, and as the planet began to lose its water and air, it withdrew underground. Uses hydroponics and so forth, husbands its water and air. Isn't that what we'd do in a few million years if Earth lost its water and air?" "I suppose so," he said. "Anyway, what about them?" "Well, they observe how man is going through a scientific boom, an industrial boom, a population boom, a boom, period. Any day now he's going to have practical spaceships. Meanwhile, he's got the H-bomb, and the way he beats the drums on both sides of the curtain, he's not against using it, if he could get away with it." Paul said, "I got it. So they're scared and are keeping an eye on us. That's an old one. I've read that a dozen times, dished up different." I shifted my shoulders. "Well, it's one possibility. I got a better one. How's this? There's this alien life form that's way ahead of us. Their civilization is so old that they don't have any records of when it began and how it was in the early days. They've gone beyond things like wars and depressions and revolutions and greed for power or any of these things giving us a bad time here on Earth. They're all like scholars, get it? And some of them are pretty jolly well taken by Earth, especially the way we're right now, with all the problems, get it? Things developing so fast we don't know where we're going or how we're going to get there." I finished my beer and clapped my hands for Maury. "How do you mean, where we're getting?" "Well, take half the countries on the world today. They're trying to industrialize, modernize, catch up with the advanced countries. Look at Egypt and Israel and India and China and Yugoslavia and Brazil and all the rest, trying to drag themselves up to the level of the advanced countries, and all using different methods of doing it. But look at the so-called advanced countries. Up to their bottoms in problems, juvenile delinquents, climbing crime and suicide rates, the loony bins full of the balmy, unemployed, threat of war, spreading all their money on armaments instead of things like schools. All the bloody mess of it. Why, a man from Mars would be fascinated, like." Maury came shuffling up in his Baroque slippers, and we both ordered another schooner of beer. Paul said seriously, "You know, there's only one big snag in this sort of talk. I've sorted the whole thing out before, and you always come up against this brick wall. Where are they, these observers, or scholars, or spies, or whatever they are? Sooner or later we'd nab one of them, you know, Scotland Yard, or the FBI, or Russia's secret police, or the French Sûreté, or Interpol. This world is so deep in police counter-espionage outfits and security agents that an alien would slip up in time. No matter how much he'd been trained, sooner or later he'd slip up, and they'd nab him." I shook my head. "Not necessarily. The first time I ever considered this possibility, it seemed to me that such an alien would base himself in London or New York, somewhere where he could use the libraries for research, get the daily newspapers and magazines, be right in the center of things. But now, I don't think so. I think he'd be right here in Tangier. Why, Tangier? It's the one world in town where anything goes. Nobody gives a damn about you or your affairs. For instance, I've known you a year or more now, and I haven't the slightest idea of how you make your living." "That's right," Paul admitted. "This town, you seldom even ask a man where he's from. He can be British, a White Russian, a Basque, or a Sikh, and nobody could care less. Where are you from, Rupert?" "California," I told him. "No, you're not." He grinned. I was taken aback.
What do you mean? I felt your mind probe back a few minutes ago when I was talking about Scotland Yard or the FBI possibly flushing an alien. Telepathy is a sense not trained by the humanoids. If they had it, your job and mine would be considerably more difficult. Let's face it, in spite of these human bodies we're disguised in, neither of us is a humanoid. Where are you really from, Rupert? Aldebaran, I said. How about you? Deneb, he told me, shaking. We had a laugh and ordered another beer. What are you doing here on Earth? I asked him. Researching for one of our meat trusts. We're protein eaters. Humanoid flesh is considered quite a delicacy. How about you? Scouting a place for thrill tourists. My job is to go around to these backward cultures and help stir up intertribal or international conflicts, all according to how advanced they are. Then our tourists come in, well shielded, of course, and get their kicks watching it. Paul frowned. That sort of practice could spoil an awful lot of good meat. End of I'm a Stranger Here Myself by Mac Reynolds.